All aboard. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the worst stream in Twitch history. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my God. This is it. We're going to play the granddaddy of boring games. We're going to play some Desert Bus. Okay, if you guys do not know this game, this came from an unreleased video game by Penn and Teller. And the idea with the game is that you drive straight. Oh, there's the music. There we go. You drive straight down a road in the desert with like nothing for 8 hours. For 8 hours. And your bus tilts to the right a bit, so you have to keep adjusting to the left. And if you don't, you'll go off-road. And if you go off-road, a tow truck will come and drag you back to start in real time. It's, oh, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Hey, how's it going? This is a remake. This is a remake on Steam. So, we're going to listen to a bit of a podcast on the way for a bit, which I think is like 25 minutes. I prepared some stories to talk about. This is a good time for AMA. Curly fry. There we go. Yep. Oh, I know. Potatoes. Oh, I know. Let's check in. And I'm about to invite a few people right now. So let's see.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Penn, we're talking today about your work with various simulators.
Back in the 90s.
Where are you, CD North? Where are you?
Was,
Wait, did I invite you?
Attorney General.
There we go.
For,
I've sent out 4 invites. Oh, we got someone already. We have a couple passengers.
Bill Clinton. Remember the Waco thing? That was Janet Reno.
There was an attack on the compound?
Yeah. Well,
Hey, guys.
she was
Hey, how's it
very
going?
anti-video
Okay.
game, as was,
Let's not sit around and wait. We have 8 hours of this. We don't need to take our time. Let's get going.
and, your dad, everybody.
Here, let's drive in the wrong lane.
So she
It's safer.
gave a speech where she said that they should have
Uh-oh.
video game
It's start.
regular jobs prepared.
Oh no, we're getting
for the
towed.
workplace. So her idea for video
We had to get this out of the way now.
was the video
We had to get this out of the way
games
now,
be
so we don't do it 8 hours in.
educational. Now, by education, what Janet Reno means is
Why, hello there.
you a proletariat.
Just had to get it out of the way right
as a
now.
worker. And she said instead of, simulators that we usually have, like tanks and planes and race cars and
Hey, how's it going?
submarines and
Hello.
hedgehogs,
I think that's Scoots.
they would
I don't know who's there. Is that
get you ready
Goats
for
and that
the
north, or
job.
the other way around?
So,
I think Scoots is in the
she
front seat.
stated This, and I was listening with Eddie Gorodetsky, who writes on situation comedies. He writes on 2.5 Men, and he writes on, well, I guess Mom is his show. He created that show. And,
Okay. I think we're ready.
I mean,
Oh. Uh-oh.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with
It actually
author and
restarts.
magician Penn Gillette.
Okay,
Penn,
I have to reinvite.
we're talking today about your work with various simulators.
I have to reinvite, guys.
Back in the 90s, Janet Reno.
Oh, I think Scoots is playing in actual VR.
Attorney General.
Attorney General for
the United
Okay, and we'll invite the 4th person.
President, Bill Clinton.
There we go.
Remember the Waco thing?
Okay, let's do
That was
this.
Janet Reno.
Let's actually drive to our destination, which is like Nevada or something.
Well, she was very anti-video game, as was.
I think they're talking about the history of Desert Bus.
and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I think this is Penn Jillette.
You know, your dad, everybody.
I don't believe there's oncoming traffic. If there is,
gave a speech
this could be terrible.
where she said that they should have video games that dealt with regular jobs.
Hey,
Prepare
I think
people for the workplace.
CD North and Goats are sitting beside each other, just nodding at each other.
The video games would be educational. Now, by educational, what Janet Reno means is making you a proletariat, giving you as a worker.
This is
And
ridiculous.
instead of, simulators that we usually have, like tanks and planes and race cars and submarines and hedgehogs, they would
We lost
get
someone.
get you ready for a real job.
Someone just dove off the bus.
She stated this, and I was listening with Eddie Gorodetsky, who writes on
Who did we lose?
situation comedies. He writes on 2.5
Uh-oh,
Men.
was it Goats?
He writes on, well, I guess Mom is his
Oh.
show. He created that show.
Oh, here.
We're on Letterman.
Here, let's pull over.
And also was writing with us
Let's pull over.
on this video game called Smoke and Mirrors.
Let's get Scoots.
And Eddie said that we
Boom.
both heard the Janet Reno speech together.
An invitation has already been set. Okay.
And Eddie said, well, let's do what she wants us to do. So Eddie created, said the idea, Desert Bus. And then we brainstormed on it.
Okay, we're 8
The
hours.
idea was for Janet
We're
Reno,
8 minutes in. 9 minutes
we would
in.
give you a chance
We're actually like 2 minutes into the ride.
actually learn
We only have like 8 hours
to
left.
drive a bus.
Hope you guys are ready to get bored. This is as good as it gets.
From Tucson
We've already hit the peak of the entertainment of this stream. Now it gets all worse from here.
Nevada. 45 miles per hour maximum speed. It takes 8 hours to drive it if you do it right. And there's a little bit of a pull to the right.
Someone's looking out of the window.
It's not glamorous. It's not pretty.
Who
it's
is
not
that?
exciting.
Who's enjoying these boring
real.
sights?
And we put this out. And
I prepared a huge list of
I
topics
think
for
the
this.
bug hits the
And it'll
windshield
probably only last like 20
at
minutes.
Like 4 hours in. We just drive.
Oh, they just told, Penn Jillette just
And
told
it
us a
pulls
spoiler.
to the right. And if you go off the road, it just overheats, and then you get towed back in real time. And you get 1 point for doing an 8-hour shift. So mind-numbingly real. I should also point out that you can open and close the door to the bus, but no one's in any of the bus stops. You can't get on. No one gets on.
If I
no
click
one
that,
gets off.
it just kicks
You
us off the bus.
drive
It's all over if I click
the
this.
bus. So Randy Pitchford at Gearbox. Well, first of all, Desert Bus never came out. It was created but
Ooh.
never distributed.
If only you guys could change seats.
I think the company that put out Desert Bus, there was a market correction and they went out of business.
After this podcast,
How is it possible that
we're gonna have to think of our own stuff to talk about. Oh no.
Well, let me tell you. Reason is that it was bootlegged. It came out, and it got very popular in its bootleg form. People it leaked. And they started
I'm the one leaning it to the left.
platforms. And this group of Canadians.
I'm staying in the wrong lane or else I'm risking driving into the right lane. Because it just swerves over to the right.
They
Just keep
raised
swerving
money
to
for
the right.
Child's Play, which is a charity that buys video
Like,
games
here.
for children in hospitals for a long
I'm just
time.
gonna drive straight
They
and you'll
started
see.
driving Desert Bus for
This is just me
charity
holding forward.
50 hours at a time, just racking up those points. They got like 5, 6, 7 points, amazing numbers. And
5, 6, 7 points, amazing numbers.
pizzas and stuff. And Randy Pitchford heard about that and wanted to put out Desert Bus 2.0 VR version.
Randy Pitchford, by the way, is like
So we bought the bus.
the person
As a matter of
behind
fact,
Borderlands.
To this, they're going to be using it on the bus. So this will be the first thing you'll hear.
The person who
on
owns
your
the rights to
radio.
Duke Nukem.
And they bought the bus. That's exciting. And they scanned it. And if you are listening to this on the bus now, you've been going, what, 5 10 minutes? said pretty much 8 hours still to go.
I think he was also a level designer for
reception.
Duke Nukem way back in the day.
And he also had other ideas that we turned down.
He was a level designer for some old school shooters.
Yeah, personally. He wanted to do toll collector. He would 8-hour shifts as a toll collector. Portrait sitter, which I thought was a really good one. You sit, have your portrait drawn. And bird watcher,
Just, I think CD North is asleep.
bird watchers being way
Face straight down,
we don't
just
make
looking at his lap.
bird watching, you know. So 360 miles, you probably got now the speed you're going, you probably got
Have a good sleep, CD.
55 miles to go.
We'll be there in 8
A
hours.
little bit. And we got it really accurate.
Do you think you will accomplish Janet Reno's suggestion?
Well, the question is, someone who does desert
Oh,
bus,
God.
would they then be prepared to drive?
I think if we
desert
lose,
bus?
it's because we're going to go off the left side instead.
No. Much like when you play any of these games she doesn't like, you're not qualified to use a weapon. You don't know how to load a gun or...
Potatoes, you're not on the bus. What are you talking about? We're not stopping for no one. Pee your pants.
I've never fired a weapon.
Scoot's got dance moves. Oh my
You have to
god.
load 'em and stuff.
Oh my
So you don't know how
god.
to do any of the stuff you see in a video game. You don't really know how to do it.
He's
I
freaking
don't know
being
if
in The
someone
Exorcist
does
back
a
there.
simulator on an airplane that if you're
He's all like,
flying in a commercial airline and
Ooh, Beelzebub.
I think there's a Flight of the Phoenix
Yeah.
movie where they're trying to get out of the place and they built an airplane and turns out the guy who builds the airplane.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no. Oh, this bus. I'm so alone right now.
I'm not familiar with the mark. Why would you be?
Oh,
I
Jesus.
don't think it was a very successful movie. They remade it though. It wasn't successful there. I think Hugh Laurie was in the remake.
So one of the goals with this game was to make the radio as mind-numbing as the empty drive itself.
On this bus?
Well, we have a bus.
Right.
Randy's scanned the bus.
So that you'd be able to open the bottom compartment?
I don't think you can. You think you just sit in the seat. But Randy bought a bus and they scanned the bus in. So this
Oh,
must be
no.
very accurate. See, Randy
Oh,
wanted
no.
to call the Desert Bus 2.0.
Oh god.
And I wanted to call
Did you
it Desert
stop-
Bus
stop VR?
Because I wanted there to be a lot of room for big improvements. But Randy says that this is, I haven't done it yet when we're recording this, but Randy says it'll be...
Ooh, I can see it in his neck. It's really unsettling.
So this is what Janet Reno wants out of a video game.
How successful does the game have to be for Gearbox for us to anticipate?
Can you guys in the back of the bus, can you guys hear the podcast?
Seems like it had to be pretty successful. By the way, this version is set up to only be for charity. I don't think we're selling this. It's going to be, most people that are hearing this now will be playing for charities. Would you know, is the charity worth how long I'm going to sit here? It'll be a really, really long time. Did you ever play Desert Bus?
I've only watched others play.
Yeah. For 8 hours?
What is CD North doing? It's just passed out with his face down on the back of the chair.
8 hours in a bus.
If there was traffic in this lane, this game would be, oh, can you imagine how painful it would be?
Like a minute and a half. I wouldn't get to this part.
Oh god.
Minute and a half, maybe 2.
What is the longest
I need some caffeine.
You've driven
Let's do this.
Any kind of vehicle?
I've driven across the country a few times. I went with Eddie
What's
Gordetsky,
hard
as a
mode?
matter of fact.
Hard mode
We
has
drove a,
traffic, has
U-Haul
gas,
trailer from Los Angeles.
has
to,
customers that get rowdy.
We drove the whole way. At the time, Eddie Gordetsky didn't have a license, so I drove the whole way. And he was just
People asking for bathroom
doing
breaks.
a script during that time.
Times that you have to get at the bus stations by or else you're fired.
Called I Came from Space. And we wrote it while we were driving in turned it into the production company that had commissioned it. And we got a great profit on it.
It's okay. Stay back there. Stay back there with Scoots.
I don't think I could have understood this less if it were written in another language. Actually said that.
That's me.
There's some damage done from driving.
Hey, I can wobble that.
Hours and hours and hours. And this is damage that if you're listening to this, you'll be doing to yourself. At some point, I think a bug will hit the windshield. I don't want to get you too excited, but I think it's going to happen somewhere along the line.
Is that based on a true event?
The bug?
Based on a true event, a bug hitting a windshield.
Bugs hit the windshields.
Ooh, I just got an achievement. It's good job, I guess.
Bugs hit the windshields.
Is that driving for 10 minutes? I think it is.
Maybe the windshield hits the bug. I guess that's true, isn't it? What do we call what hits what? You see that the windshield, the bug...
Ooh, pen's getting deep here.
Bus is almost stationary, right?
Have any animal rights groups contacted you or Gearbox upset with the treatment of bugs in the game?
These are the important questions. Hey, Cinnabunny. Look, we got some passengers.
An actual bug.
That's CD North.
Was hurt. I don't know.
That's Angry Scootsman, and that's Goats on Boats.
Take the bug out.
And we might get Raceroni in here in a little bit.
Of the
Oh my god, you could have been on the bus twice.
Seems like a lot of thought was put into the bus and the dimensions
Yeah,
of the
there's
bus.
a good old saguaro right over there.
So much so with the bug that hits the windshield.
Yeah, actually, I just said the word bug. I didn't even think about what kind of bug. I just said bug.
Whether it should be accurate to a desert environment, the kind of bug that would hit your windshield in the desert.
It should be, shouldn't it, really? Although now, with all these, we've moved species
Oh,
all
no.
around the world.
What is
There's all
Goats
these,
doing?
Species that aren't endemic. I mean, maybe if the bug looks like it is
Oh,
not a
jeez.
bug, it's endemic.
Goats is trying so hard.
Natural environment.
I'm guessing she's using a laptop trackpad without a mouse.
Came over on a,
Try. Oh my god. CD North is going crazy. Oh my god. CD North is trying to get an award for this.
Maybe where we produce, like,
Oh my god, Scoots.
that weed that kinda took
These
over
guys are going competitive. These guys are going pro
the cane toads
desert bus passenger right now.
Australia, you know about that?
Oh,
Those,
but I'm doing a very good job at staying
over the river.
somewhat on the wrong side of the road.
Another man.
A lot of times a bug, a species, a plant is not a bug, or a frog is not a bug, but sometimes a species will get into. I believe the rats that we have in New York are Norwegian rats originally. Now they live here. And I believe that the cockroaches that we have here, there's American cockroaches. And there's
Ah! Oh, we gotta stay focused. We gotta stay focused.
We
gotta stay focused.
I wanted to get some
Hey, Carrot, how's it going?
stick insects.
Poop out the window. Here, I'll open the door for you. Stick your butt out. There you go.
They're big. I mean, for insects.
Not typically kept as a pet.
They are kept as pets. Pretty often in the UK. They
Learn to drive.
had, in the UK, this is true, called That's My Stick Insect. It was a department on a show. It wasn't the whole show. And they got
Wow,
three
we're 10
people
minutes
along
in and we
with
already
stick
almost
insects
drifted off road.
and put their stick insects in cages that were not labeled, different cages.
Wild
And
potatoes?
people could identify
All
their
I'm gonna
stick
say
insects.
is it's not an accident that I started stream 2 hours early.
They couldn't do it.
Not an
I
accident.
used to have stick insects in my home here in Vegas. I loved them. They're about,
Hey, how's it going? I'm doing very well. How are you?
But they're really an insect. And they like to eat eucalyptus leaves.
They're doing whatever they can to not get bored. CD North looks like he's like, it's okay, rock yourself to sleep. What the hell is CD North doing?
You have to be very careful. You have to have a special license for a stick insect.
Um,
The double O is
well, why do you think I'm
the
wearing
license to-
diapers?
The license to own a stick insect is a different number. It's not like double
I just put a,
own stick
I just put a
insects.
butterfly
It's like
clip on it, you know?
42. License to own stick insect. I just made up that number. It's not a stick insect, but they're afraid that the stick insects get out.
Don't worry, I have
in the
some
wild,
cans next to my
and we
PC.
might have more stick insects than we
I'll
want.
mute my mic.
I'm a guy that wants stick insects, but there's still probably a limit.
If you don't hear me talk for 40 seconds, you know why.
We are taking a break from my interview with Penn Gillette to invite you to become a sponsor. So please support the station.
Okay, I think we're done listening to that. Exactly. Exactly. You know, potatoes. Okay, it begins. The real ride, the real drive begins. Now that the podcast. Now we just have ourselves to sit with. Oh no. What's a good song? Despacito. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Despacito. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ba ba da 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 da. Ba 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 da 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 da. Ba ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. For 8 hours, Despacito bus. Oh my god. Could you imagine 8-hour Despacito bus stream? Oh no. Hey GGN, how's it going? Chris. Hey. Okay, time for me to stop looking at the game. I'm looking at my phone. Got a bunch of stories to tell. We got some stories to tell. Stories about music, about gigs. Hey, thanks for the bits. Thanks for the bits for Despacito bus. I got some gig stories, music stories. I have some games as a kid stories. I have some video game stories, some school stories, some general, just horrific stories, you know? You know? This game, I'm not playing in VR, but this game you can play in VR mode or desktop mode. Any bus... Oh! GGN, thank you. I do actually have bus-related stories. I didn't think about any of those. Let's start with some bus-related stories. Because I have taken the bus a lot. I've taken a lot of coach buses to other cities. I've taken tour buses across the country. Oh, you just reminded me of a story. Oh, guys. Oh, you guys have to remind me to tell the microwave story later. How many buses do I own? Just this one. This one's my pride and joy. So, I've taken coach buses between cities many times, and many times I've taken these coach buses at you know, late at night after all the bars close. Some of those nights, you'll see some interesting people. One of the times during the day, I was next to just this like fucking total fucking delinquent, like Slim Shady looking asshole, you know, skinhead, like thin guy, hood, just piece of shit. He was the type of guy that was like, he was just like, be like, you know, being a dick, and then someone would look back and go, "The fuck you looking at?" You know, and just like snap at people. Just like, "What the fuck you looking at?" Things like that. And he had a Zippo lighter. And he would light the lighter and hold the lighter against me. And they'd be like, "Ha, I'm just kidding, man. I like you." He'll hold a lighter against me and then be like, "You're cool, man. You're cool, man." And then someone else would look, and he's like, "Fuck you, dude." So I had that experience. I had an experience with a guy that was so completely drunk, and the bus was completely full. It was like 3:30 a.m. It had been raining, but it was over full, so some people had to stand on it. This was between cities, right? This is like an hour and a half drive between cities. The people that have to stand, their hands are grabbing on either side of the bus so they don't, you know, so they don't fall, but because it's rainy, they're slipping around, their feet are sliding, they're trying to hold, and of course, there's a dude on the bus who's fucking wasted. And he's so wasted, there's a man standing next to me, just this poor guy. This guy's probably like 20 years old. I remember this drunk guy on the bus who thought this person was a woman because they had long hair. He's just going, hey, girl, come here. And the guy's just sitting there like, dear God, I hope he's not talking to me. Hey, you, hey there, sexy, come sit on my lap. And the dude's just like, oh God. And he's just sitting there mortified. He's like, why are you ignoring? Come over here. Come on, beautiful, come over here. And this poor man is just standing there like, how long until this fucking ride ends? Just standing there. Oh, ooh. Yeah. I don't know if there's any other... Oh, I remember riding a bus with my friend, and there was a homeless guy on the bus that was very tired and went to sleep and put his head on my friend's lap and went to sleep. Remember that? My friend just like, do I just sit here? Do I just let him sleep on me? I guess I just let him sleep on me. Oh, sit it, buddy. You don't have to call me out like that. So I had those. Those are the bus experiences that come to my head right now. Man, I'm just trying to think. Do I have any experiences when I did my cross-country thing? I know a story. I know a story that wasn't me. But I used to play in a... Ooh, Scoots, thanks for the gift sub to Chris. I appreciate it. So, I once played in this band. And this was not like a professional band. This was like a community band set up for kids in high school and college. And it was like giving these kids a chance to perform. It was kind of like a public service. And they would do lots of gigs. And... you know, it was just one of those experiences. It was just one of those experiences where, you know, kids from high school audition and kids from college audition, and they get to play in this big band. And every 4 years, what this band did is this band would go on tour. And what they would do is they would get sponsored by businesses. They would basically go around with pamphlets of all the kids in the band and basically be like, hey, corporations, do you want to sponsor a kid? If you give us the thousands of dollars it costs for this kid to go to Europe for a few weeks, then we will give you advertising all tour. And they would get everyone sponsored. And so every 4 years, they would do these big tours where these kids would get to play across Europe. So for us, I did it 1 year, and it was like 3 weeks. We did a couple weeks in France. We went to Switzerland. Got to play in the Montreux Jazz Festival, stuff like that, right? So, I don't remember if anything crazy happened during my run. But the previous time, 4 or 5 years prior, the previous time, the one that I did not go on, they played a few countries. And the one country they played was Germany. And they played this jazz festival in Germany. And they were really, really bummed out at this jazz festival because apparently they were treated like shit. Apparently there was no place for them to like unload their gear, so they had to carry this heavy gear really far away up a hill. And it was like they had to walk like a kilometer with just exorbitantly heavy gear, and no one was there, and the organizers apparently treated them poorly. And so what happened is all these people, all these kids get on this bus, and after the gig, and they're all bummed. Everyone is kind of in a grim mood. They're like, you know, because this is supposed to be a big happy moment for them. They're getting to see the world. They just had this bad experience. So the bus driver sees all these unhappy kids and is like, oh, and the bus driver is like, okay, I'll make you guys happy. The bus driver drives through the festival and hits a button or however it works and empties the septic tank throughout the festival. And apparently they drove by and everyone just, you know, is mortified, just looking at this bus driver like, what is just disgust throughout the people in this festival. And then they moved on. Yeah, that's a true story. That's just yeah. Oh God. And since that moment, we actually had that same bus driver. The bus driver did not empty our septic tank in public areas on my trip. But after that one, they're like, we need to hire this guy again. Okay. So those are some bus stories. Let me open up my phone. Let's see what we have. Okay. You ready for some gig stories? Any fun scar stories? I actually don't really have many scars. I'm trying to think. Like the scars I got were like burning my wrist on the top of an oven or something. Oh, we'll get to the microwave. We'll get to the microwave. So here's some gig stories. Okay, I'm going to start with the worst. I'm going to say childhood trauma. Cinnabunny, you are a sick fucker. I've never broken a bone. I have broken my sister's bones indirectly and one time directly. When I was a toddler, I left a Hot Wheels on the stairs and she slipped on that. One time we were play fighting when I was probably like, I'm trying to think. How old would I have been? I was pretty young. I was probably 4 or 5. With the Hot Wheels? Are you saying I was not a toddler? I do not remember that at all. I don't remember the Hot Wheels one. I've only heard that one. I do remember stabbing you with a fork when I was like 4. I stabbed my sister with a fork. The reason I did that was because she was there and just looked so stabbable. I was older than the fork incident? I don't remember. I mean, here's the thing. I would ask you what house it was, but I don't want to dox us. Oh, no. The leg pull incident, I know. Yeah. I was talking about the Hot Wheels. The leg pull incident, I think I was... Given the house that we were at the Caterpillar house. My sister's an older sister. We were at the Caterpillar house for the... we were at the Caterpillar house 100%. So, we were play fighting. My sister did a kick. She wasn't actually kicking me, I don't think. I think she was kicking the air in front of me. I don't think it was the townhouse. I could be wrong, but I think it was the Caterpillar house. Because I'm pretty sure that was the same time that we got that that little tube that you couldn't hold on to because it would be like whoop, whoop, whoop out of your hands, you know? Yeah, so you kicked near me, and I was like, ooh, I'm a, UFC, MMA, yes. Badass kid. And I grab the leg as she kicks in the air, and I pull it, and she falls and lands on her wrist and, like, breaks her wrist. Yeah. And as you can see, it is still, it is still a sensitive issue. Oh, God. Okay. Gigs. Let's talk about some gigs. The wounds are still fresh. Yes. Okay. I want to get the worst gig out of the way. This is a gig that... I like Scoots too, CD North. Is Scoots doing some... Okay. This is a gig that I kind of want to block from my memory. Because it's just so not okay. And I was debating whether I should tell this. But you know what? I gotta tell this. But this is fucking horrible. This was like the biggest moral quandary. This one is bad. I remember talking to you after this and just being like, what the fuck? So, there was a while I played in this band. And this band was a fucking nightmare. Like, I have way too many stories with this band of just like absolute, oh no, we gotta do an AI generated image? Okay, we gotta slow this bus down. Oh, good thing I canceled Domplin picks for the day. Oh, God. Dang it. We got to pull over. Oh, Wild Potatoes just wants a longer stream. We're not even an hour in, buddy. We got over 7 more hours to go. Got over 7 more hours to go. Hopefully tabbing out doesn't end anything. Okay. Okay. Wild Potatoes. Oh, how could you? Let's get this AI going. Text to image. Bulgaria. Show advanced options. Widescreen. Medium. Okay. Let's roll. We're going to generate it. We're going to pop back into the game. Are you ready? We're going to do this. We're going to continue this in a second. We're going to look at that picture in a couple minutes. You want to get out? Here you go. Here. Tuck and roll. Go on. There you go. Go pee. Okay. So I played in this band that was fucking awful. It was not awful musically. Like, musically, it was okay. It was a weird band. It was a mid-level band. It was, it's one of those bands that is better than a community band. By community band, we mean, like, you'll generally have bands that are like, oh, it's a, you know, a music teacher or a history teacher, but they, you know, they can play their instrument and they're decent. But it's kind of casual level of quality. Or you'll have bands that are pro bands, right? And obviously there's a range of pro bands too. But this one was kind of in between the community band and the pro band. It was this middle level that was better than most community bands, but not a real quality gigging band. But this band had basically established a bunch of relationships for corporate gigs. So this band, the idea was it was supposed to be kind of a moneymaker, right? And the big thing, it was a band full of a lot of promises. And so this band, we did a lot of casinos, played a lot of casino shows. And the idea was like, oh, what do they like? They like us being cover acts, tribute acts. So we would have impersonators, right? We would have, you know, Frank Sinatra. We'd do a Frank Sinatra show and the person would be old Blue Eyes. Or we had Dean Martin and he would, you know, he would tell all these cheesy jokes, right? He'd be like, I'm trying to even think of any of his jokes. Oh, God. The joke, they're just so, he had the same jokes every show. And he was a good impersonator. A good impersonator. But, oh, man, it was some, like, old school comedy. And we'd always talk in a drunk voice. You know, and then we also had some other shows we were doing. We had, like, Tom Jones. We had Rod Stewart, stuff like that. So anyways. So here's the worst one. I'm getting the worst one out of the way, because this one is fucking bad. This one is real fucking bad. So we're set up to do Ray Charles. We're doing a Ray Charles show. So we get the music. You know, we do a rehearsal where we, like, run down the horn parts. Okay, yeah, this is cool. Okay. We get to the venue. So the horn players show up. The rhythm section shows up. Background singers show up. Backup singers, you know. And, you know, all the singers show up, whatever, and we're like, okay. Just for clarity, this is the past 5 years. This story's the past 5 years. Like, where's Ray Charles? Where's Ray Charles? Oh. He's that white guy putting on makeup in the bathroom. We're like, what the fuck? What? This is like 2018. 2017? Fucking dude in the bathroom turning himself into Ray Charles. Jesus. Oh, God, no. Right? So we're having band meeting. Because we're kind of like, This is not okay. Like, what are we supposed to do here? Right? And the band was... And the thing that's funny is, like, everything we heard about this guy, we're like, this guy's good. This guy's real good. Hello, Mappy Man. How's it going? You made it 4 hours and fell off road. Oh, no. Okay. This guy, people are like, this guy's good. This guy is Ray Charles. This guy's Ray Charles. We do this and we're like, oh, my God. We can't, like, what do we do here? Wait, you filmed a show at an active retirement home that welcomed blue... Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a recurring... If there's more than one of this, GGN. Because the thing that we noticed is that this was a gigging guy. This was a guy who... He did this regularly, right? He just didn't do this regularly with us. We had become this organizer where... We had become this group where people that were doing tribute acts would play with us. So the performers didn't know. I mean, the band leader knew. The band leader was in contact with this guy. And there was a big generational divide where all the older people were like, it's cool, guys. He's being respectful. It's fine. What's a little blackface between friends, you know? And the young people are like, we can't do this. We can't. This is fucking 2017, 2018, 2016, somewhere in there. Like, so you have the band that's just like, guys need to chill out. This is fine. And then other people are just like, what? What? So, yeah, that was definitely, that was a rough one. And it's like, how did they get away with this? The way they got away with it, I think, is that they just played fucking like, they just played like old folks' homes a lot and stuff. I think they just like that's it. Like it was like we were playing a fancy, like a fine dining restaurant. The gig was at a fine dining restaurant. The show went on, yeah, but never again. Never again. The show was at a fine dining restaurant. And hello, Fruity. And just everyone was fine with it except the performers. And we're just like, we're not working with him again. And they're like, okay, fine, you're right. Yeah, we shouldn't do this. I'm just like, what century are we in? So that's the worst. We had to get the worst out of the way because the worst is fucking, oh my God. Oh, Scoots, thanks for the host. Okay, but for clarity, this band was dark. This band had some dark vibes. For instance, during rehearsal, they had instated a rule at one rehearsal in which they brought the vodka and they said, if you make a mistake, if you fuck up, you're drinking right out of the bottle. Hey, Shuggy Brown, thanks for the follow. Like, somehow drinking vodka straight out of the bottle is gonna make this rehearsal get better. And so they're passing this bottle around of vodka. The trumpet player is fucking intentionally messing up. The trumpet player is a good player. Oh, this band was dark. The trumpet player was a good player, and he was intentionally fucking up so he could just keep drinking this, right? And he was sick too. He was coughing and then putting his lips right on the bottle. Yeah. And basically the way I stood is I didn't make any mistakes, so I didn't get handed the bottle. But I was prepared to say, no, I'm not going to drink. I was like, you can't force someone to drink in a rehearsal. Like, what? What are you going to do to me? What, kick me out of the band? Because I'm not drinking? Like, no. This isn't a rule you can enforce. But I didn't have to do that anyways. But, I mean, you know, so the trumpet player gets wasted, and the trumpet player fucking drives home in Toronto. Like, this was some dark vibe shit. It was not, and this was also the type of the band where the dude just wouldn't pay sometimes, right? Like sometimes, and he would also, what he would do is he would pull you back. He would pull everyone. He wouldn't tell you what you're getting paid in advance, right? And the thing you have to realize about performing musicians is when they're getting into this, when you're getting into performing in like jazz and stuff, you're not in the union, right? Because you're not getting union gigs. And so you're playing with a bunch of people that are undercutting everyone. And you're just taking what you can get. It is fucking cutthroat. And so this dude would not tell you what you're making at gigs. You would just assume you're getting a certain amount because that's what he pays every gig or whatever. But like he would pull people aside and be like, hey, you know, whatever, Ron, come over here. I want to talk to you in the bathroom. And he would pay everyone behind closed doors because he was clearly paying everyone just different amounts. And so there's a while, early on, we were playing like some shitty bars. And, you know, and so he pulls me into the bathroom and is like, hey, you're $60. And he goes, you know what? No. Take $180. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? You're tripling my pay on a whim? So did you actually intend to pay everyone $180? Is this like an act? What is going on? Like just on a whim to be like, here's your pay, actually triple. Really weird. I also played the worst gig of my life with that band. And worst gig of my life in a different way. The one was the worst moral gig of my life. The other is the worst physical gig. Like musically. So, this gig, oh my god. I remember this. So, the Lone Bone. I don't remember what that is. I remember the name The Lone Bone. Oh, I forgot about that. That one was fine. That was just weird. So, with the same band, we built up this relationship with this company. And what it was is it was this like Chinese production company that had a lot of money. And so what they were doing is they were bringing these Chinese acts over to Canada and doing these performances, right? And this was money. This was money. And we had this gig that was like Lunar New Year gig, right? And they brought over this Chinese pop star. And we're going to accompany this Chinese pop star. The songs were not hard. They were easy. The only thing is, like, they had weird phrase lengths. Like, normally, you know, in most pop music, phrases are, like, 4 bars long, 8 bars long. This one had, like, some 9-bar phrases, you know, like, odd lengths. But that shit isn't hard. Come on, you got this. Right? But we didn't have our usual band. We had some subs. And we had some subs in key positions. And so, we have this gig where the feature act accompanying this big name. I don't know who this big name is, by the way, because it was like a very, you know, it's like a very, I think, culturally relevant thing. So it's not something that would have been mainstream over here, but this was a pop act, right? And so we're playing this guy's music, and they're counting it in on stage. The big headline. Here it is, guys. We have all these screens lit up behind us. All these screens. Like, it's kind of like we're on basically like a mini Times Square stage kind of thing, right? We were indoors, but what I mean is just the display was just a wall of screens. And so the band leader is this guy. Man, this guy, I don't know what his deal was. This guy got freaking manic. And he was, the type of guy he would fucking eviscerate someone. Just like, fucking eyes on the page. Like, he was like Whiplash. He was that fucking guy from Whiplash, right? Just like, fucking eyes on the page. Like, just clapping in your face. He would stare at you and go, and clap in your face. And after the gig, he's like, oh my god, this means so much to me. Thank you. You guys were amazing. I want to hug all of you. It means so much. This is life-changing. It's like, what the fuck is this guy? Like, his mood swings were unbelievable. Just absolute crazy mood swings. So I don't know if there were drugs involved. I don't know if this guy just was like, his life savings were just swinging based on the success or failure of this band. I don't know what it was, but there was some emotional shit going on in this band that always had this as a dark tone, right? And so we do this gig, And he's there. 1, 2. He's counting in, and I look in front of me. And the sax player's in front of me. I notice, hey, these two sax players have 2 different songs out. These guys aren't going to be playing the same song. So I instantly start tapping on the shoulder of the sax player with the wrong chart out. Okay? It becomes immediately very obvious that it wasn't just the sax player. At least 3 people are playing the wrong song. This is the opening song for the headline act. At least 3 people have the wrong song out. This is a band of like fucking 11 people. And 3 people have the wrong song out. One of which is the fucking piano player. The chord player. The chord player has the wrong song out. So, I'm tapping on the alto player's shoulder like, dude, you have the wrong song out. Now, this guy's music didn't start out like a series of notes. You know, he didn't play a line. He didn't have to go ba-da-da-da-da or whatever. He had fucking slashes. He had fucking chord changes. He had solo written on his wrong chart. This guy is like, this is my moment. This is my moment to shine. And he has the wrong fucking song out. So immediately, the first chord is like the most fucking avant-garde fucking art music shit. We're just supposed to be playing a pop song. Meanwhile, we're doing chord over chord because the piano player is playing a different chord from in a different key from the bass player and the guitar player. And the sax player is just like, this is how the song sounds, I guess. So I'm tapping this guy on the shoulder like, dude, wrong song. And he's shaking me off. You can tell he's pissed. He's like, why is this dude fucking tapping on my shoulder? This is my solo. This is my moment. And I'm tapping on his shoulder like, dude. And he's just like shaking like, dude, stop, I'm soloing. So the band leader is like, just like, guys, we got, you know, the fucking poor pop musician is at the front of the stage alone in front of everyone. Just like, he's already out there. He's ready to go. So he is like, okay, guys, no chords, let's break it down. Right? And he starts doing the hands overhead. Everyone, let's get into it. Let's start with a breakdown. Like that breakdown is going to save it. So we're like, okay, we'll do a quick breakdown. It's weird to start the set as a breakdown. But this guy, you know, quick thinking. So the piano player is like, oh, wrong song. I better change my music, which is not taped. And every song is like fucking 9 pages long. And he drops all his music on the floor. All of his sheet music on the floor, all individual pages, everywhere. And so all of a sudden you're in a situation where this piano player needs to fucking go through the like Dead Sea Scrolls to figure out what's what. Like this guy is like doing trigonometry to figure out which music is supposed to go up. Like, I don't know if the things were named correctly. It's like, oh, page 2 is it in the same key as page 1? Oh, page 3, which song? So he's now sitting there just going through music. The band director is red-faced, clapping, like, just like, oh my god, like, come on, guys. And this pop musician is like, I guess we're just doing this breakdown. Just hands overhead, clapping for fucking ever while this band can't get its shit together. Just clapping and clapping and clapping and clapping, and it just keeps going. And the people that are operating this are like, I guess we put on the fog machines. Like, boom, fog machines go on. Like, yes, this is a big moment. Just like, ugh. So finally, you know, they get their shit together. The rest of the set goes okay, I guess. But it doesn't really matter if it goes okay because the beginning was just the worst musical thing I've seen in my life ever. And I remember standing there, and I was at the very edge of the stage. I was very stage right. And I'm just standing there looking, and this gig wasn't even mortifying to me. Oh my god. This gig did not upset me at all. I found it so funny. And there's a weird thing with music with me, where if you mess up, and if you cause a problem, like listen, everyone makes little mistakes. It happens. But generally, as a professional musician, you're probably like almost never going to derail anything. You're fine. You got it. worst happens, you miss a fucking note. It's okay, it happens. Whatever, go on. But like, you're not gonna cause a shitstorm. If you cause a shitstorm, that would be mortifying. You would go home sad. But with me, it's like, I did nothing wrong here. And so I had no emotional investment in the failure of this gig. It was just more like, holy shit, that was bad. It was like a hilarious thing. It was like a slow motion, almost like comical. It was like an out-of-body experience. It was like, wow, I get to witness this at a front row seat. I get to witness the worst gig in the world from the front row seat. Now, the sad thing is, this probably cost us literally thousands of dollars. This mess up costed a relationship with a really, really, really big production thing. We probably lost literally thousands of dollars each from this. The relationship was over. I guarantee that guy that claps in our face, I guarantee you he went home and he cried. 100%. There's no way he did not go home and cry. Like, livelihood down the drain over this gig. But holy shit, was that bad. That's the worst musical gig I've ever played. That band has given me more bad gigs than, yeah. And in fact, my relationship with the band now was... I was supposed to have 2 gigs with them pre-pandemic, like a year before pandemic. And one of them I couldn't do, so I hired a sub. And then one of them I did. And the sub was never paid, and I was never paid, and this is hundreds of dollars. And there had been a pattern of questionable pay, but normally the guy, you know, sometimes he wouldn't pay me for 6 months, but then he would pay me. But it became this thing where we didn't get paid, and I was like, you know what? You know where I stand? You don't have to pay me, but I'm never playing with you again. And that is how that ended. Let's see. Okay. Here's a couple related ones. So I have a couple where I was feeling sick, and one of them was a video shoot for a Latin band. And this was actually more recent. And so I was feeling kind of sick at the time. I wasn't doing that too hot. And I remember we're getting on stage for this video shoot, and I'm just not great, you know, not feeling great, and I trip, and I fucking split the back of my pants like a fucking 8-foot rip. Like, boom, undies. Video shoot, let's go. But the thing that always struck me the saddest about that moment, about ripping my pants when I was feeling sick, was that no one laughed. They were just worried. Like, with something like that, you want people to laugh. You know, it would release it. But people were just worried. They're like, you okay? Are you okay, man? Everything okay? Is everything fine? No one ever laughed about that. It was just concern. And the other time I got sick, this was a pray to Jesus moment. This was like, I've never been a believer before, but right now, God, if you're up there, I need you more than ever. Please help me on this one. This was a close call, man. I was doing a real kind of high profile gig. And the gig was with a bunch of people from the Rolling Stones. At that point in time, my teacher was a member of the Rolling Stones. And he hooked up a gig. And so this gig was with a bunch of people that are really big in the jazz world, especially. Some really big names in the jazz world. Like Ben Monder. You guys, that's not really a household name. But he's one of the best guitarists in the world. Just one of the best drummers in the world. Just an amazing singer. Amazing sax player. Hello, Jumbler. Like, high profile gig with some of the literally best musicians in the world. And this was a big band playing Rolling Stones music. Right? Well, I show up to this gig, and I get hit with fucking awful sickness. Really bad sickness. And this is like my highest profile gig ever. You know, I say at the time, but I've never played with bigger musicians than those guys. This was the biggest musician. These were the biggest musicians I've ever played with. Like, I had multiple people that played on David Bowie's final album, you know, multiple people that play with Rolling Stones. And I get really sick. And I'm backstage, and I'm literally passing out backstage. I have a fever. I'm passing out. And I'm like, I have to do this fucking gig, and it's too late to get a sub, and I can't get someone else to play this gig for me. I just have to play this gig in this state. Right? I can't let these guys down. And I remember the biggest moment is I'm in my suit, and I'm sitting backstage alone. I've been passing out, and I'm just like, you know, drinking water and just trying to come to. And I also had diarrhea, you know? I had the runs. And at that moment, I felt the last thing, well, I'm going to say the second last thing you want to feel. I think the last thing you want to feel is shit running down your legs, but the second last thing you want to feel is a sneeze coming. And man, at that moment, I've never clenched. I don't think any human has ever clenched a butthole that hard. As this sneeze is coming, my butt must have been like an atom wide. You know, all the muscles in my body were contracting to seal that door. To seal that door before I go fucking tub girl in my pants. And I fucking, yeah. And I clench, and I sneeze, and I'm safe. Nothing comes out. But you know what? That gig. Sin buddy, trust me, it was a rough joke I made. You don't want to get any more details than that. This gig, where I'm playing with the highest profile musicians I've ever played with, and the only thing I remember is that I almost shit my pants. That's the only thing I remember. Because I was so fevered and passing out, I don't know if I played well. I don't know if I metaphorically shat over everything. I shouldn't use the metaphor shat over everything when that was a literal concern for this gig. I remember nothing about the gig. I don't remember looking over and seeing one of the best guitar players in the world, or one of the best drummers, or one of the best singers, or whatever. I just remember that in between passing out, I almost pooped myself, and I didn't, thank God. And then I went home. Like that should be one of those iconic gigs in your life. And all I remember was that I just held it together with those muscles. I just barely clinged on. I have no clue, to be honest. I have no clue. It could have been. It very well could have been. Okay. 2 more music ones. Actually, 3 more music ones I have off the top of my head. Oh, I don't want to see it. I bet you I was terrible. Because I was so out of it. Like, I couldn't have been thinking about the music. Right? I was so out of it, there's no way my mind was focused on the music. Because I don't remember anything. Speaking of pants, remember one time I was in... Actually, this was in that band that I mentioned that went on tour to Europe, right? That like kind of high school college band. And this was a day that I had 2 gigs. And both of the gigs I had shared 2 common members, me and this other girl, right? And this girl was like a really, you know, she was older than me, and she was this like really cute, flirtatious, like musician, right? And so like the day was kind of like, we hang out at her place for a few hours, and then we go and we play a brass quintet gig in front of City Hall. And then we grab dinner, and then we go and play a big band gig at a museum. Yeah, we are. We're 1/8 of the way. And so, you know, I think I'm 16. Right? And she was probably like, I don't know how old she was, like 24 or something. I don't know. Like fucking 16-year-old me is like, you know, I'll buy lunch. Like I'm like a fucking player. Like, what are you talking about? I'm 16. This girl's like 24. Anyways. We play this brass quintet gig. But we're playing this gig outside. And it was raining. So we play this gig outside in the rain. But I'm in a wool suit. So we play the gig, goes fine. We get ready. Okay. Let's head out towards the second gig. Meanwhile, I was just sitting in a pool of water from the rain. And as we're getting ready to go, I just feel the fucking pants, this wool, just fucking melts off my body. Like, it was just like, we don't hold together. It wasn't like a tear. It wasn't like, oh my God, you exerted pressure and it tore in a seam. It was like, all of this wool is just melting now. And I'm just like, I can't go to this next gig. I need to go home. He's like, what? I'm like, you need to take me home now. I need to change my pants. So this fucking moment, as a 16-year-old, like, as his fucking pants melt off in front of a cute girl, then has to change his pants and then do the gig. So there's that. That was another one. Yeah. So, I also had the time where I met my musical idol. This one's probably not as amazing of a story, but I had a musical idol at the time named Kenny Wheeler. Kenny Wheeler was like a flugelhorn player, a jazz player from Canada, but who had lived in England. Was an England-based musician. And had just really, really, really freaking beautiful jazz songs that are just amazing. And so I basically listened to this guy exclusively for 2 years. Like, during these 2 years, I didn't listen to any other musicians. I just listened to this guy. I bought a book of his compositions. I was just so into his music. I would just transcribe his music. Just write down the music by ear. I love this guy's music. And so I got to play in this thing where... This was when I was in university. And I got to play in this special festival thing, which was like, oh, you get to audition, and we pull a bunch of musicians from across Canada, and we form a band. And every morning, from like, whatever, 9 a.m. to noon, we rehearse with this band. We fly people from all across the country to Ottawa. And we rehearse every morning, and then the rest of the day, everyone gets a free pass to the Ottawa Jazz Festival. And they can see everything for free. And they can, you know, they can do the jam sessions at night and all that stuff. And they get clinics from really good jazz musicians. You'll get people like Darcy James Argue, who will come in and conduct you playing his song. And so... And then, you know, we do a big concert on Canada Day. And then you have a smaller combo, and we all have our own music, and we get to perform our own music on this big stage, whatever. So, I'd learned that we were playing a concert right before Kenny Wheeler. And they're like, hey guys, you get to go backstage. And you get to talk to Kenny Wheeler after if you want. And I'm like, oh my God, I get to meet him. And so we go up backstage, and, you know, I'm kind of got a little bit pretentious in a way, you know, because I'm like, these other guys don't really care about Kenny Wheeler, you know, but this guy is like my fucking musical idol. Like, this guy is everything to me musically. So I'm very patient, introverted, whatever. And I let everyone go before me, and they're all like, oh, Kenny Wheeler, you're a musician. Haha, you're great, bye. You know, so everyone goes one by one. And I go up to this guy. And just, I fucking pour my heart out in like the most embarrassing way, you know? I'm just like, oh, Kenny, Kenny Wheeler, I just wanted to say that you are my biggest musical inspiration, and you have been basically my greatest teacher, both like just musically, improvisationally, compositionally. I have your book. I listen to all your solos, and you know, I just wanted to thank you so much for everything you've given musically. He goes, oh, okay. And then I kind of am like, oh, that's okay. And I walk away. That's the time I met my idol. And then the next year I went to university, and I was telling that story, and one of my teachers, a piano player, says, what were you expecting, him to give you a handy? So I had that. And okay. What else? What else was there? Oh, there's another one. Oh, microwave. Microwave. Okay. So I went on tour across Canada. And this tour was with a really good band, really good big band that, you know, they wrote all their own music. Some really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. And, you know, really artsy fartsy big band. I like it a lot. Love the music. And so, you know, we had like a lot of the musicians in it were kind of my contemporaries. So like my, you know, the younger jazz musicians in the scene, you know, like, you know, 23 to 30 kind of age range. A lot of people were around that age. And then there were a few people that were like kind of the ringers, you know, like really established top call people in the scene. And you know, so there was a guy that was basically like my music teacher throughout all of university, like my teacher, right? Like the guy that gave me lessons. He gave me a ton of gigs. Really supportive guy, really good guy. And there was like the first call trumpet player in Toronto was in the band. First call meaning like if someone's gonna book a gig in Toronto, this is the guy they call first on the list. And if he can't do it, then they ask someone else, right? Another like a really great alto player, another trumpet player that was a real quirky guy, but like another big name. This guy is very, very, very like business minded, incredibly business minded, but also like really supportive of young musicians. So anyways, this guy, let's call it, what's a good name for him? Let's make up a name for him. He's also a guy, you know, he would go to the like, this is a guy who would go to the States all the time and play with like Missy Elliott. It wasn't Contra. Although, Jumbler, I did play with Contra in this band. This is a band that Contra did play in. Although he wasn't playing in the band at this time. But this is a band I played with Contra in. This is actually the band I met Contra in. Let's call him, sure, we'll call him Jeffrey. We'll call him Blue Guy, okay? This guy's name is Blue Guy. Blue Guy. So anyways, Blue Guy owned a record label. And he, you know, he produced the albums of a bunch of younger musicians, and he was, you know, really promoty. He's the type of guy that, you know, he would go down and do lots of gigs with like Missy Elliott, or do gigs with who else? There were a few big names like Jay-Z, Missy Elliott, Jay-Z. And then he would come back, and, you know, people would know. People would know that he played with them. You would know that he just came from that gig. But the thing is, it worked for him. He was really business minded, and a lot of us were not business minded, right? I was terrible with that. And so he was this guy that, like, while he was very, very upfront with the business mindedness, it would also help people a lot because he would do the things that other people weren't really willing to do, and he would do it on your behalf and promote you on your behalf. So he was just a, you know, he would hustle for those gigs and he would get you those gigs. And so this band produced an album through his label. And, you know, and he was really supportive in return. And so because of that, he became kind of the tour manager for this gig. But he was also a real quirky guy. Right? Like, he was a real quirky guy. Real nice guy, real quirky guy. And, anyways, enough about Blue Guy. So, we are in Moose Jaw. Yes, there's a city in Canada called Moose Jaw. We're in Saskatchewan. There's actually a picture of me next to the giant moose. It's a fake moose. I wouldn't be standing next to a real moose. Miska, Mooska, Mickey Mouse. So anyways. So we show up in Moose Jaw. So at this point in time, we've been playing gigs in... We went to Alberta. You know, we played in, like, Calgary. We played in, what was it, Camrose. We drove all the way back to Saskatchewan. We played in Moose Jaw, and then we were going to go to BC. And then we were going to go all the way down to Nova Scotia, and then we were going to play, like, in Toronto and stuff. So it was definitely... But we were on the West Coast leg. Yeah. You're in BC? I tell you something, Jumbler, on that tour, we drove through Golden, British Columbia. And I don't think I've seen a prettier place in my life than Golden, British Columbia. Although it probably sucked to live there. You get bored after fucking 2 days. Unless you really like mountains. Oh, shit. My hand's going numb from this game. My finger's completely numb. What the hell? Okay. Okay. So anyways, we're in Moose Jaw. We show up. We throw our stuff in the sound room. We go and we play sound check, right? We go down, throw the rest of our stuff in the sound room, and we have a concert that night. And so what we do is we, you know, we all head out. We get our lunch. We go to a park. There is a horn I can beep. Right now, I'm driving with my right hand because my left hand has gone completely numb from just holding the same button. Anyways. Okay, I'll give you what you want. Despacito. Da 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 da. Okay. So we're out for lunch and stuff, and then some of us trickle back to go to the green room in the basement. And people, we're going in and people are kind of, there's a vibe. I'm like, what is going on? We're like, I think there was a fire or something. What? We're like, but I smell burning. And we realized, no, there was a fire. We smell burning. And so we're trying to like investigate where this fire is or was. And so we can't really see where the smell is. I'm smelling the vents. Like, are we getting this smell of fire secondhand through another room? But the issue is the organizers of this event pull the band leader aside. And they're like, listen, one of you guys started a fire. Who was it? And we're like, what? And they're like, yes. We looked in the garbage, and there is a burnt up sock that was clearly ignited on fire in the garbage can in your green room. So someone lit this sock on fire. And so the band leader kind of comes out. And the band leader walks up to all of us in the green room and goes, "Did any of you guys light a sock on fire?" You know, she's clearly agitated. She's clearly irritated. Because this reflects on her. This is her reputation on the line. And everyone's like, "What?" And they're like, she's like, "I know. These organizers are telling us that someone lit a sock on fire." We're like, "Why would someone light a sock on fire?" She's like, "Well, here's what they said to me. They said to me that someone put a sock in the microwave until it went on fire." And we're like, "Why would anyone put a sock in the microwave?" She's like, "I don't know. But they're blaming this. They're pinning this on me." And everyone's like, "No, we wouldn't." Right? Of course not. And we're like, "What?" And so she talks to the guy, to the organizer, and is like, "We didn't do it. Like, and why would someone put a sock in the microwave, right?" And he's like, "Well, sometimes people stick socks in the microwave, you know?" Like, what? It's like, "Yeah, you know, like maybe you need to warm up a sock that he put in the microwave." You know, so she kind of comes back and relays this to us, that it's kind of like, who did this? And they're putting it on us, and it wasn't us. None of us would do that, right? And we had some characters. There were people that were like, there was one person that were like, if it was anyone, it was this guy. Because there was a guy, a really sweetheart, but a really sweetheart that like kind of had his head in the clouds. And he would forget his stuff at every gig, and you know, like before weed was legal in Canada, he would leave weed under the pillows for the maids as tips and then get us in trouble. Right? Like, he's just like, "Oh, I thought I was being nice." They're like, "No, they reported us." So we're like, it's gotta be this guy. But he's like, "It wasn't me. I wouldn't light a sock on fire. That's ridiculous." So we're like, "It's not him." Like, and like, I'm literally sitting there and I'm going through like, who in the band could this be? Right? Like, who would, and I'm kind of like, is this bullshit? Is this them? Are they embarrassed? Because this guy is sure giving us reasons why someone would microwave a sock. Right? He's like, you know, they're like, "Oh, who microwaved a sock and lit it on fire?" None of us. Well, why would anyone do that? Some people do. Just who was it? Some people would do that. I'm just asking who it was, but people might do it. I'm like, did that guy fucking light the sock on fire? What the hell? And so, you know, every time someone comes in, we're like, "Did you light a sock on fire?" They're like, "What?" And we would catch people up on the story every time. And, you know, I'm just like, who is it? Okay. And at a certain point, the reality that we faced was like, all the people that could have realistically done it. Shuggy, you don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. Not after this. It kind of hits me. Where I'm like, we've just asked everyone in the band except for the ringers. Right? Hey, let's get to the end of the story first. So, I'm like, it's not my freaking trombone teacher. It's not the freaking first call trumpet player. It's not the alto. Like, who would do this? Right? And every time someone comes in, we're like, "Did you hear about a sock?" They're like, "What? A sock?" So anyways, finally, Blue Guy, the fucking band producer, tour manager, comes in, sits on the couch next to me. And we say, "Hey, do you know anything about a sock?" And he pauses for a moment. And he looks down at his leg. And he lifts up his pant leg. And there's no sock on his foot. He says, "Oh yeah, I put it in the microwave and then it went on fire and I put it in the sink and threw it in the garbage." You just totally... "Oh yeah, I lit a sock on fire and then put it on water and then threw it in the garbage." And I died. I was laughing so fucking hard, I could not talk for minutes. I was crying. I went upstairs and I saw, I saw that trombone player guy, my teacher, my mentor, and I'm crying, and he's like, what's going on, Curly? What's going on? And I was like, blue guy is a Zog in the fire. I'm dying. And he's just like, what did you say? And I can't talk because I'm dying. Just the way that this guy so clearly just said everything like it was nothing. Just lifts up the pants, no sock. Oh yeah, I lit it on fire and then put it in the water and then put it in the garbage. What? So yeah, I was the band producer. So after that, the tension got released. We basically told, poor band leader had to tell these managers, like, okay, you guys were right. It was us. It was our fucking band producer manager. Like, I guess, on the ad, they're like, on the ad at the night, they're like, come buy tickets for this band. And then as they're introducing the members of the band, they're like, blue guy, trumpet player / arsonist. They put that in there. All the tension was resolved once we knew who it was. Oh my god, though. It really is, Shuggy. It really is. Yeah, apparently what happened was his sock got a little wet. So he was like, I'll dry it in the microwave. And then he said, I do it all the time at home. That's what he said. I do it all the time at home. Apparently what happened was, so this guy I mentioned is very business-minded. So I guess what he did is he had a wet sock, he threw it in the microwave, turned it on, and then he just got distracted by social media. And it was like, okay, posts. And then the microwave was just smoking. And he's like, oh, shit. He said it disintegrated. It wasn't on fire. It disintegrated in front of his eyes. And then just black smoke was coming out. So those are the music ones. Those are the music ones. What did that give us? Did those stories give us an hour? Oh my god, we still have freaking 6.5 hours. Okay, let's see. What else do I have? Well, I think the idea was that he just... Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. I think the idea was that he was like, oh, I'll just put it in for a bit and I'll check it. But then he got distracted by social media and just zoned out. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that did happen, but I probably shouldn't tell stories that are too identifiable. Oh, God. Jumbler. You know what this means? You know what this means, Jumbler? We gotta pull over. But yeah, there was a guy who was very promoty, and he had a life-size cutout of himself at his gigs. But the life-size cutout was taller than he is, which is funny. Anyone need to go to the bathroom? Anyone? This is your chance. Oh, we have to do 2 things. Okay, so first things first. Number 1, we have to do 3 things. Number 1. Where's my cursor? There it is. Scoots. Okay. We gotta do something. Where's my cursor? Where's my cursor? Oh my god, this is a nightmare. My cursor is locking to the game. Oh my god. Oh, goats. I can't move this thing. Oh my god. I can't. Come on, cursor. Why do you only appear every once in a while? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, let's move it over here. Let's move it over here. Okay. And save. So there's number 1. Okay. While we're at it, let's take a bathroom break. I'll see you guys in 1 second. Oh, desert bus at sunset. We can do that while we're at it. And I have to show off the other one. So let's get a creation. Desert bus at sunset. Oop, typoed. Widescreen. Resolution. Go. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. See you in 1 second. Go pee, everyone. Go poo. Take your poos. Be back. Let's see, how are these images turning out? One of them is still being generated very slowly. So let's look. Look at this one. This is apparently Bulgaria. Are you guys ready? Bam. This is Bulgaria. So that was the first request. Bulgaria. Okay, and how's the other one doing? How's the other one doing? My creations. Oh, 13%? Oh, your one's going to look like my one. Because I used the same seed. Here, let's make another seed. Here, let's make this smaller again. Desert bus at sunset. We'll give you 2 just because it's going to look so similar to one I've already made. And Jumbler for you. For you, we're going to use the 69th seed. Oh, it actually looks a fair bit different. This is only 50% done, but it's looking pretty good. Okay, we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. Ooh. Okay, everyone here? Okay, I see 3 heads. Looks like everyone's back from pooping. Or they're pooping on the bus. Let's poop on the bus. Goes splishy splash. Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's talk about some childhood games. My sister and I used to have some questionable childhood games. We like to be creative. And our creativity was not, you know what? It was amazing. It was amazing. So one of the games we had was a classic game called Trapped in a Frog. And in Trapped in a Frog, the goal of the game was to not be trapped in a frog. And so the idea was one person was trapped in a frog and the other person would make them not trapped in a frog until they weren't trapped in a frog. So that was the idea conceptually. The idea was one person was under a blanket and they're like, help, I'm trapped in a frog. And the other person was like, oh no, you are trapped in a frog. And the person inside was like, yes, I am. I'm in a frog and the frog is around me. I want to be out of this frog. And the person was like, I'll help you. And then they would get rid of the frog. And then we're not trapped in a frog. It was, I cannot believe that was a recurring game. I feel like after the first time you're like, okay, that was okay, but we're done. And we had something called Super Rocket Submarine. The Super Rocket Submarine. And the Super Rocket Submarine was it was this amazing device. It could do everything. It you know, it could fly and it could go underwater and it could go under lava. It went under lava a lot. It could go to space. could drive. But more specifically, it was a cardboard box that we sat in. Was the game. And it was a wonderful game. We had a lot of fun with it until the one time a wasp got into the super rocket submarine. And that really quickly stopped becoming a game from that one experience. It's like, listen, lava is not a problem, nor is the pressure from the bottom of the ocean, nor is the vacuum of space, but a wasp? Super rocket submarine's one weakness. Did that. I was also trapped the wasp in a... Oh, you're right. Oh my god. Oh, hindsight is 2020, my friends. Oh, I just remembered some stories. So, I was a fucking... Here's how I would describe myself as a kid. If I described myself in a phrase, I would say that my defining personality trait was that I was a little bitch. You know, I can look back on my childhood and be like, man, that kid was a little bitch. And that was me. And I have to accept that. I have to accept that there was one time where I got literally my entire class suspended because I tattled on them. Because all these kids went up on the roof of the school and I was like, that is dangerous. That is really dangerous. I don't want these kids to fall off of school and die. So I'm going to tattle on every single kid in my class. And I did that because I was a dirty rat little bitch. And they all got suspended for a week. And they came back and they were mad at me. And I was like, it wasn't me. And they're like, Curly, you're the only one who wasn't suspended. You're the only one who went to school for that week. So, yeah. It was not the perfect crime. I regret those days of being a little tattletale whiner. I also hammed up whininess a lot, and it's funny because it's hard to remember as a kid how much of my just being a little whiny, annoying complainer tattler, how much of that was genuine and how much of it was for show. It's hard to say now with modern eyes because I remember at the time that part of it was for show, but I also know that part of it was genuine. So it's hard to know what percent was what. But some examples are, you know, there was one time where my sister put a sock on her hand. And she was kind of like, you're an idiot. And I was like, stop it, that's mean. She's like, no, you're an idiot. And I'm like, Pickle, stop. That's not me. It's not me. I'm not saying that. No, I think you're great, Curly. You're great. No, this is Saki. Oh, you're so dumb. Shut up, Curly. Oh, trust me, if I'd known that I could disintegrate that sock, I would have disintegrated that sock. Hindsight's 2020, it would have been a microwave sock. You know, when she's like, I'm like, Saki, stop. No, you stop, you dummy. You smell like cherries, rotten cherries. Dumb. You know, and I'm like, Saki, stop. Stop, Saki. You know, and it's like, you know, if you want to stop me, why don't you make me, right? Like, and listen, I gotta summarize this story to like 1 minute long because this story lasted a while. This story would take us to the end of the desert bus trip. So I tore the sock off her hand and threw the sock down the stairs and said, shut up! You're just a stupid sock! So that was the Saki story. There's also the time where I really wanted to sleep in Pickle's room that night. I was like, Pickle, I sleep on your floor. Pickle was like, no, you can't. And I was like, Pickle, please, I'm a lonely, sad little boy. Oh god, I remember I had this sock. I was like, Pickle, I'm a lonely, sad little boy. I would love to sleep in your room tonight. Pickle's like, no, you cannot. You cannot sleep in my room. And this goes on for a while. Pickle, can I sleep in your room? No, I'm saying no, you can't sleep in my room. It's my room. You have your room. It's called your room for a reason. It's your room. This is my room. That's why it's called that. Pickle, can I sleep in your room? Fine, I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal. If you let me pinch you 12 times, I will let you sleep in my room. So I'm like, fine, pinch me. I want to sleep in your room. She goes, okay. Leans over. 1. I'm like, ah! 2. Ow! 3. Ow, pickle! 4. 5. Ow! This is happening in front of my parents. 6. Ow! Who are probably just giggling. 7. 8. Ow! That was harder! 9. Ow! 10. Ow! 11. Ow! Pickle, what about the last one? No. No. Well, can I sleep in your room? No, 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 no. Only if I pinch you 12 times. Well, pinch me. No, I pinch you 11 times. You can't sleep in my room. Pinch me! No, please pinch me! No! You can't sleep in my room and I'm not gonna pinch you a 12th time. Ah, pinch you. I'm begging her to pinch me a 12th time. My dad is just dying laughing. He's like, well, I'm not gonna make her pinch you. So that's the time that I that's when I decided to break her wrist. No, the sad thing is I'm pretty sure that was after I broke her wrist. Oh God, I think there was another one. Oh God, there was the time that what she did is I'm very ticklish and I hate being tickled. I'm very like don't touch me person. Right? And I'm very ticklish. And it's also dangerous to tickle me because if someone tickles me, I will like involuntarily punch them in the nose. And it's not something I want to do, but I just don't have control. So anyways, I'm switching hands because I'm getting numb hand from this. So, oh yeah. I will hurt someone. And I don't mean to, but I will actually hurt people like bad. It's completely involuntary. That's why I'm like, no, I'm serious. Like, actually don't. So what she decided to do, and this was also like I was a little too old for this. I was probably grade 6, maybe grade 7. I think I was in middle school. I'm pretty sure. It was a little too old for this. I could be wrong about that, but I think I was. My sister would remember more. So she starts tickling me and I fall down. And she, whoa. And she grabs a chair. And she pins me with the chair. She pins me with a chair so I can't get away. And just tickles. She tickles and tickles and I can't get out. And I am like crying and I'm begging. And eventually after way too long, I managed to crawl out of my shirt to get away. I crawl out of my pinned shirt and get away. And by get away, I mean, I get probably 2 or 3 feet away, and then she picks up the chair and slides it over and pins me again and tickles me more. I was literally crying, please God, kill me. I was literally begging, praying for God to kill me. Remember that one? Actually, I also remember another one. So there was a period of time. This is the coldest moment. This is the coldest moment of my sister. And she knows this one. This is her evil genius origin story. Okay, you know, we'll start it out. Here, I'll start it out nice and happy. At that point in time, we were like vaguely religious. Like, you know, we didn't go to church, but we believed. We believed. And we prayed. We would pray every night. And I would pray for really selfish things. I'd be like, dear God, you know, thank you. You know, please protect, you know, my mom and my sister and my dad and myself and my stepmom and my cat. my other cat, my other cat, my dog, and my finch, and my salamander, and my friend, and my friend's sister, my friend's other sister, and my friend's mom, and my friend's dad. You know, and I would fucking list everyone I knew that I kind of cared about. You know, and all my friends, and, you know, whatever. And then I would be like, dear God, may I please have micro machines? And then in the morning, I would go over to my closet. My closet just had a box of shit. Like, it was like, I was like a hoarder at age 7. You know, I just had a box of all my shit. And it was just a mess. And it was like, oh God, I just remembered a horrible story. Oh, I just remembered a horrible story. So, anyways, we would... oh God, I just remembered a story. I just remembered a story, Pickle. Oh no. But anyways. And lo and behold, there'd be a micro machine. I was like, oh my God. God did it. God answered. And I would go to bed at night, the next night, and I'll be like, dear God, please protect me and my sister and my mom and my dad and my uncle and my aunt and my cousin and my other uncle and my other uncle and my other aunt and my other cousin. And, you know, I just go through the fucking list, and I'd be like, dear God, may I have a micro machine? And he would fucking send it. There'd be another micro machine. Hey, Jaded, how's it going? He would send the micro machine. Oh my God. He listened. He listened. He is real. And this happened, like, I don't know, like, you know, kid time is weird. But this shit happened, like, every day for probably a couple of weeks. And the reality is, listen, like, I didn't remember any of these micro machines. The reality, though, is I had way too many toy cars, and I was a hoarder kid. And there was just a box full of shit, and the little tiny cars fall to the bottom. And they were clearly cars I didn't play with much because they're at the bottom of a hoarder box. But man, every single day, it was just reaffirmed. I'm like, just give them me micro machines. So, I tell you that story to set up that we were, ooh. Oh, thanks for the sub. Thank you. So, I'm setting up that story to tell you that we were believers. We were the type of kids that were like, you know, did you eat the cookie? No, I didn't eat any cookie. Honest to God, I ate the cookie. Right? Anytime someone said honest to God, we couldn't lie, no matter what it was. We wouldn't do it because we're like, if we do that, we're going to hell for eternity. We are going to be burning with the sinners, right? And it was weird because we were like casually religious, but we had the fear of that honest to God. I appreciate it, Jaden. And so my sister, oh my God, my sister, I still think this is the worst thing she has done in her life. I think this is probably literally the most evil thing she has ever done, because we believed, but what she did is for weeks, she planted false information. She planted false information. She just planted this seed in my head. I don't remember what it was. What it was doesn't matter. It could have been anything. It could have been like, you know, I can't even think of an example. It would have been something mundane. Would have been like, did you know Sesame? Well, it wouldn't have been something that was easily verifiable. So it wouldn't have been like Sesame Street is off the air, but it was like, did you know Sesame Street was created on your birthday? It would have been something like that, right? That we wouldn't have the internet to really go back and verify it. It was just some mundane thing like that, right? Something that is so mundane that for one of the most impactful stories of my life, I don't even remember what it was. So she plants this seed and then leaves it and never addresses that fact for weeks. And then she says, weeks later, says a fact that contradicts that fact. And I was like, no. And she's like, I don't think you're right about that. I think you got that wrong. And she's like, And I'm like, no, 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 no. It's true. Clearly, whatever the fact was, I didn't remember it was her that told me this info. Because it was done so subtly. She inceptioned it into my head. Incepted it. She goes, I don't know. I don't know, Curly. I don't know about this. I think... I don't think you're right. I think you're lying to me. And I was like, I'm not lying. She goes, honest to God? And I say, honest to God, this is the truth. And she goes, ha! You're going to hell! I lied to you! I mean, not I lied to you, but she's like, I tricked you so that you would think that, but now you're going to hell forever when you die. Yeah. And we believed that in that moment, I was doomed for an eternity burning in hell the moment I died. She literally tried to get her little brother, who's probably like 8 years old or something, somewhere between 7 and 10, somewhere in that age range. She literally tried to get me to burn in hell for eternity. I don't know what I did that pissed her off so much. Maybe it was just my existence was annoying. I mean, listen, there were times where I was really annoying to her for sure. Oh, I just remembered another one where I was annoying. There were times where I was definitely annoying to her. But to burn in hell for eternity. Here's an example of one. When I was, I don't even know what age I was, but I had a box. Oh, I was young for this. I had a box, and it was called Curly's Private Box. It said, don't open, private. At that point in time, my sister and I shared a bedroom. So we were pretty young. We were probably 4 or 5. I mean, I was probably 4 or 5, right? So this was probably a year after I stabbed her with a fork in the arm for no reason. Maybe that's why she sent me to hell, because I stabbed her with an arm in the arm. But I had private box, and I didn't really have anything private. Like at that point in time, I didn't have any belongings that were private. You know, we didn't have privacy at that time. So what did I put in there? I guess I put some Halloween candy in there. And then I saw my sister's jewelry box that she was so happy about. Oh, her prized possessions, her jewelry box. So I put that jewelry box in Curly's private box. I sealed up that cardboard box. And my sister goes, she comes up to me and she goes, Curly, you stole my jewelry box. And I'm like, no, I didn't. She goes, yeah, I have it right here. It was in your private box. And I was like, you went in my private box. You went in my... And I acted like I was the victim. I just robbed her and threw it in a cardboard box. And then I acted like she was the bad one for going through my private belongings. I have no privacy. I can't even steal things from you. So there was that. Yeah. Hey, listen. You missed the hell story. I feel like at this point, nothing I could do would be too evil. Okay. Let's look. What else do I have? Oh God. Oh, remind me about the mice. I need to talk about the mice later. Because this was fucked up. But anyways. Oh, okay. So, when I was a little bit older. Oh, when I was a little bit older, I remember. This would have been probably late middle school. Probably. I'm just trying to think. But my sister and I did an all-nighter. Right? We just like hung out all night, played video games. And so it was the next morning and we were loopy. We were freaking loopy. And as we're going down the stairs in the middle of the night or whatever. Wait, this couldn't have been middle school now that I'm thinking about this. This was probably grade 9. I think this was grade 9. Because I'm thinking about what house it's at. We pulled the railing out of the wall. Now, what we didn't realize is that the railing had already been pulled out of the wall intentionally. Right? It was just sitting. The railing was not secured in. My dad had unscrewed it and then just had it temporarily just hanging in there in, you know, screws that aren't, because he was going to replace the railing or something. But we didn't know this. So we thought we just ruined this railing and we thought we were going to get in trouble. And so my sister and I are there like, oh shit. What do? We need to get our stories straight. We need to get our stories straight so we don't get in trouble. We're like, okay, so when he comes up to us and says, did you break the railing? We gotta get our response. So we're gonna go, huh? What? And then one of us would go, what's going on? And the other person would go, what railing? And that was our master plan. We rehearsed this shit. And then we were never asked about it because my dad pulled the railing out, so he didn't think anything was wrong. But we were like, we just, when we were in our just tired state, we're like, we gotta get this shit down. What railing? What's going on? What railing? That was, yeah. We had that one. Okay, so also, when I was in that, late middle school, early high school phase, the stage, you know? I was a big guy. I would do lots of kind of like wrestling things for fun with friends. And I was always like a bit stronger than I intended to be, you know? But the other thing is, at that point in time, we didn't split up who was wrestling who based on like who's the bigger kid, who's tiny. We'd just be like, frickin' free-for-all, let's go. I remember one time I kicked a kid. He jumped on me, and I kicked my legs up in the air, and I kicked him across the room into a wall. I remember that. And I'm talking about, like, I was on the bed, I kick him off the bed across the other half of the room, and then he hits the wall on the far side of the room. I also remember another time I threw a kid through my door, and the door came off the hinges, and he fell down into my closet. So, yeah, there was a little bit too much of, like, accidental just destroying people. And so at a certain point, going into early high school, I realized that I needed a handicap for this. And so I invented a game. And this was a game I played with my best friend at the time. And this game... Oh, have you? Oh my good God. I can't do it. This best game that we came up with that we loved was called Worm Wars. Yes, Worm Wars. And the way this game worked was I would put a sleeping bag over my head. And so I'd go head first into a sleeping bag, so I was blind and I didn't really have use of my hands to grab. And my friend would just be able to wrestle. Just free. Now, actually, Pickle, you can weigh in on this. My friend claims that he would also be in a different sleeping bag. In my recollection, I seem to recall that I was the only one in the sleeping bag, and he was free. So we have conflicting memories on this. So Pickle would know, because Pickle saw us play Worm Wars. Now, at the time, listen, I had we were both in it? Okay. So I had a gay uncle, and at the time he was not really supported by his parents, like when he grew up. And so my dad really wanted to make sure that I didn't have that childhood, right? If I were gay. And so, and I am not, and I was not. I've been straight always, but I'm a very not like, you know, I was never really like a talk about girls kind of guy. I was always just kind of quiet. And so I think my dad always suspected, and he always wanted to make sure that no matter what, that I would know that I had a place, you know, that he loved me no matter what. So he would always, he would be very, very, this would be a recurring thing. Like, and at that point in time, I was very, like, for some reason, my heterosexuality was important to me at age, whatever, grade 7. Like, this wasn't important, And so I'd be like, I'm not gay. He's like, no, I'm just saying, if you are, I love you. And this was an ongoing conversation where it would be something about like, hey, Curly, come here. Yeah. If you're gay, I just want you to know that I love you and it changes nothing. I'm like, I'm not! He's like, no, I know, I'm not saying I think you are. I'm just saying, and every few weeks, it would come up. Curly, come here. So, and then I just remember, like, in middle school and going to high school, then I start playing Worm Wars with my friend. And we would leave the house at 3 a.m. and go to the 24-hour store, and we would just buy salami. We would just do 3 a.m. salami runs, and we would play Worm Wars. And I just remember my dad just like, son, come here. It's okay with me if you play Worm Wars and you go on salami runs. It's okay with me. I still love you. So, that was my accepting father. And I was unknowingly feeding into his, feeding into his thoughts. So there was that. Okay. Oh, yeah. We had a game called Copy Kayla. My friend had a sister named Kayla, and she was a toddler. Yeah. So what we would do is we would basically kind of babysit his sisters, right? His sisters were like 1.5 years apart. So we were in like, I don't know. Like when I was in grade 5, he was in grade 4, and his sisters were like 1 and 2, right? So like that's kind of our age difference. So anyways, at this time, we were probably in like grade 6 or 7. We were probably in like grade 7, and his sister was like 3 years old. And so she was young, and we would basically babysit them all day, right? We would just look after these two kids. And we had a game called Copy Kayla, in which we would take the toddler, and we would do whatever she does. And this girl would go crazy. She was so happy. And so she would run, and she would star jump, and she would lay down, and she would stand up, and she would run, and she would squat, and she would stand, and she would run upstairs, she would run downstairs, she would punch her arms, she would star jump again. It's just like, we're just running, chasing this kid, doing everything she's doing. And so, one time she runs, she lays down, and I run, and I lay down. She gets up, and she jumps, and she runs a few steps, and I get up, and I run a few steps, and she lays down, and I lay down, and I feel a splat in my hair. And Copy Kayla stops instantly. I sit up and I look, and there is a perfect curly head-shaped print in a pile of dog poo. I just plop my head right in some dog poo. And I ran inside. I get in the shower, and I shower my hair like frickin'... I use a bottle of shampoo on my hair. I shower, shampoo, scrub my hair aggressively, like so many times, blah, blah, blah. I run downstairs. I run to my mom. I bend in front of her. I put my head in her face. Smell my hair! Okay, yeah, what about it? What does it smell like? Shampoo? What does it smell like? Smells like shampoo. Do you promise? Honest to God. Yes. Okay. And then we resumed. There's that. That same friend, by the way. He was a really good kid. But I remember the time he almost got suspended from school. He got removed from school that day. What he did is he got this hot sauce. And he got this hot sauce from a joke shop called Spencer Gifts. And Spencer Gifts was one of those shops. It was kind of like an as seen on TV store, but they would just sell nonsense. They would sell you like lighters that have a girl in a bikini, but when you have your hand over it and it warms up, the bikini disappears. Or they would sell you like a lighter in the shape of a dick, Or they would sell you those little orbs that have like plasma or whatever, and when you touch it, the electricity zaps the glass. They would sell you air Zukas, things like that. You know, just nonsense. Yeah. And my friend got a hot sauce called Da Bomb. So he's in grade 4. And he brings this Da Bomb to his elementary school. So he shows up. And is like, guys, I have the hottest hot sauce. And at that point in time, you know, grade 4, grade 5, every boy in school is like, oh, it's not so hot. I'm tough. Well, I'm tough. I got this. Nothing. Oh, Kyle did it. I can do it. Meanwhile, fucking Kyle's crying in the bathroom. Yeah. And so, CD North. I see him right there, but I just got the notification CD North is now playing crab game. I don't see any laptop. Where is it? Oh, he's here. He's like, no, I'm here. I'm here. Okay, enjoy crab game. Anyways. So, as I was saying, oh God, the last 5 hours of this bus ride when I'm out of stories is going to be shit. Anyways, so all these boys are super like macho. We got this. Nothing. It's nothing. And my friend never made anyone have it. Just every boy wanted to prove their masculinity. Are they going to be about shit or just bad? Oh, listen. Pretty much every single boy in that school had a bit of Da Bomb. And every... Oh my God. The end of this stream is going to be just terrible. This is an 8-hour stream, my friend. This is going to be 8 hours. We're only 2 hours in, and I'm running out of stories fast. Anyways, my friend wasn't making anyone eat this barbecue sauce. They all just wanted to prove. Can't we video request? I'm not going to be playing videos on this. We're just driving. We're committing to this. Also, I tend to avoid videos just because of DMCA and stuff. Anyways, all these kids were trying to prove I am the biggest man there ever was. When you look up man in a dictionary, you see a picture of me because I am so about this Da Bomb. Okay, enjoy crab game. Okay, you know what this means? CD North is playing crab game. That means he loses. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. It's a pleasure having you here. You're a hero. Okay. Anyways, so all these kids, they eat it and they're like, they can't handle it. None of them can handle it. And so they're tearing up. They're tearing up because it's so hot. It's burning them. It's giving them canker sores. And so as they're tearing up, they're rubbing their eyes. And now all of a sudden, this burning hot sauce is in all of these kids' eyes. And so now these kids are really crying. Their eyes are fucking burning. Kids are getting rashes on their arm where this hot sauce touched them. Right? They're getting rashes. They can't see. They're crying. The whole just male class of that elementary school was just crying, needing to go to the principal's office, calling their mom to pick them up. And so apparently a teacher goes up to him and grabs that and throws it in the garbage. Aggressively takes it from him, throws it in the garbage. Just like, what the fuck are you doing, right? So this kid gets pulled into the principal's office. And his mom gets called. This is a sweet kid, by the way. This is a really, really nice guy. A really nice boy. She pulls him and it's like, he can't do that. He can't bring that. That is banned. Can't bring that. Do you know how much our school is in chaos today because of him? Like, the school is in shambles because of this kid. And they're like, oh my God, is he suspended? Is he expelled? They're like, Well, listen, he didn't make anyone have it. Everyone volunteered, so I can't suspend him. But get him out of my sight today. I don't want to see this kid today. Just get him out. So he didn't get suspended, but he got sent home early. That got banned because he just destroyed an entire class. And by class, I'm not talking about just his grade. This was at recess. Like, everyone. Everyone was crying. So there was that. Okay. What else do we have? What else do we have? Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Oh, God. I remember the time. Yeah, really. Yeah, shouldn't I be a hero for tattling on the kids who went on the roof? I gave them all a get out of school free for a week card. Why weren't they just throwing me up in the air like I'm a hero? Anyways, at one point, something in Canada was released called popcorn shakers. And it was popcorn chicken from KFC. But it came in a little container that you would put a plastic lid on. And you would open up a little pixie stick. And in this pixie stick, you would pour the pixie stick over the chicken. But the pixie stick didn't have sweet candy in it. It had powdered barbecue sauce. And so, you know, you would pour the barbecue sauce over it, and you would put on the lid, and you would shake it up and eat this very mediocre fast food. And so I remember, okay, I'm saying they're mediocre, Cable Carrot. I'm saying they're mediocre. I don't really remember. I'm just assuming. I have no clue. They may have been awesome. And I remember I was like, oh man, it would be hilarious to bring these to school and give these to kids like they're pixie sticks and just trick a kid into fucking drinking barbecue sauce. But also, I remember at one time when I was in my macho, I'm a guy. Wait, CD North. Oh no, CD North is still here. It says CD North is now playing Desert Bus, so I thought maybe he was gone. Anyways, I decided to snort some of this this pixie stick barbecue sauce. You know, I poured it on the table. I cut it into a line like I'm doing some hard barbecue sauce, you know, and I snort it up. And instantly can't see out of one eye. Oh, are they? Hello! Hello! Whatever they do, don't look at that book. Don't let them look at the book. Or I'll have to pull the bus over and re-invite them. Okay. I snort this barbecue sauce and I can't see out of one eye. And I just, retell everything. Oh, thank you. This actually helps me out a lot, Chris. This helps me out a lot. That'll get me to, what? 3.5 hours? Then I'll still have over half of the time left. And so I just remember flushing water up my nose to try to get this barbecue sauce that destroyed my vision out of my nose. And of course, you add water to it, and it just turns... Oh, can you? Interesting. Okay, I don't need to invite. It just turns into this thick orange goop that is slowly, viscously dripping out of my nose. Remember that. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm looking at my school ones. I'm trying to remember my school stories. I'm sure I have more of these. But I remember... Oh, you're bored of crab game. Let's sit on a bus. Oh, my God. Scoots is really vibing out. Is CD going to join? Oh, they all are. Oh, my God. Our bus is possessed. Calm down back there. If you don't calm down, I'm going to kick you off. But if I accidentally click this, it's all over. So I remember in grade 1, for some reason, my, oh no, potatoes, oh no. Wait, we have a 4th member. Is that Race? Is that Race Aroni? Or is that a random person? Hello back there. I can't believe we have 4 people on this bus. Okay. Oh, really? So we probably just got a random person. Okay. So in grade 1, I hit my romantic peak in grade 1. It's true. The moment that I was the best with women was in grade 1. In grade 1, I was the best with women. And then in grade 2, I took a steep dive and it has never recovered. It's only been downhill from there. Grade 1 was my peak. And in grade 1, I remember that our desks were set in 2x2 squares, right? They were all facing in like they were tables. And so my table was, it was me and 3 other girls. And these girls were named Janice, Brittany, and Samika. And, you know, every recess, they'd be like, so at that point in time, for whatever reason, I shouldn't say for whatever reason, like it's a bad show, but at that point in time, Sailor Moon was a really big show. I like how this person is just looking back at them like, what is going on over there? Sailor Moon was huge. It was a huge show here. And so all the girls would be like, I'm Sailor Moon, I'm Sailor Mars, I'm Mercury, I'm Venus, right? And they would always be like, Curly, please be our tuxedo mask. Please throw that hat up on your head and throw a rose. Please. And I just would never do it. I was like, no. Please, we need a tuxedo mask. Won't you be tuxedo mask? So one day, probably because no one said honest to God, I decided to compulsively lie. Well, I actually just wanted to lie to one girl. Yeah, I didn't want to lie to her. I'm framing this a bit differently than it was. But there was a girl, I think it was Janice. I said to her, hey, Janice. She goes, yes, Curly. Yes, Curly. I believe that was her quote directly. And I said, I have a crush on you. And she goes, oh. And Brittany looks over at me. And listen, I didn't have a crush on her. I didn't. Honestly, at that point in time, I don't think I knew what a crush was. Like, I think I was interested in the idea of girls, but I didn't have a crush on anyone, you know? But I just said it. And then Brittany goes, oh, you have a crush on me too? And, you know, I'm like, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Sure, why not? And I said, yes, I do have a crush on you, Brittany. And Samika looks at me and goes, Curly, do you have a crush on me too? And I looked at her. I said, yes, Samika, I have a crush on you. I have a crush on all 3 of you. And they were all so happy. They were all so happy, like this is perfect. Right? And then several months later, a girl moves into class. Yeah, but you just wait. A girl moves into class. And this girl, her name was Kara. She was the smart girl. And Kara was my first real actual crush. This is, you know, I told those girls I had a crush on them, but I didn't. I just existed, and it was something to say to them, right? But Kara, oh, I remember Kara was perfect. She read the monster books like me, right? She might have even gone to the puppy books. This girl was so smart. And I knew she was perfect. And I had a crush on her, my first real crush. And I never talked to her. I never said a word to her. She was too good for me. I couldn't. So the moment I didn't have any feelings for anyone, I'm just like, I have a crush on all of you. I have a crush on every single one of you. And then the moment I had a crush, I was like, I am just going to watch from afar. I am just going to watch from the distance. She is too perfect to talk to. So that was the beginning of Curly the Simp. I also remember in that grade. Oh my God. In that grade, the kids who got ahead. Listen, I placed a lot of my self-worth on being ahead in grade 1. Because yes, I was so smart. I was able to say that this apple is sweet and this apple is crunchy. And because I said this apple is sweet and this apple is crunchy faster than the other kids, I got to do extra work. And that explains why I'm so successful in life, making those big bucks at, you know. Wait, did that happen? No, that didn't happen. Shit. I should have kept writing how sweet apples were faster than the other kids. Where did I go wrong? Oh, shit. Turns out that the speed at which you describe how sweet or crunchy apples are has no bearing on the direction of the rest of your life. But anyways, because I was so far ahead of those kids, I got to work on the monster books. The monster books were special extra credit books in which you would read a book and a monster would just do some shit. And then there would be questions at the end. It was like, monster drove a car. Monster got a pepper from the market. Monster said hi to Penny. Monster went home. And then it's like, question 1, what did Monster drive? Answer, a car. 2, where did Monster go in the car? The market. Good job. 3, what did Monster buy? A carrot. That is wrong. A pepper. There you go. That's why you're reading these books. And who did he talk to? Penny. That's a coin too. Oh my god. Hilarious. Anyways. And only Kara and I got to work on those books, because we were the fastest at writing how sweet and crunchy apples were. So, I did book 1 and I breezed through it. Yes. I knew about that pepper. Yes, I knew Penny. You talked to Penny. And I remember book 2 I got stuck. It's like, what is going on in this book? It was like Monster lived in the city, and he, he went with Penny down, and they walked a dog. And the dog liked to bark, so they got a frisbee. And they threw the frisbee to the dog, and they had fun. And then they went home. And then I'm like, okay, I read that book. That was a pretty good book. Had a really good arc. You know, it was really exciting. I like the climax where they played frisbee with the dog. I like the denouement where they went home, you know. Great. Question 1. Where did Monster live? Like, what the fuck? This book didn't tell me. So I open up the book. Okay, so Monster lived in the city. He met Penny. They went to the park with a dog. They got a frisbee. They played the frisbee with the dog, and then they went home. Okay. It doesn't say where he lives. And so oh god. No, I just wet my pants. It's okay. It's okay. I'll shower after the stream. Don't worry. So I'm like, it literally doesn't say where he lives. Okay. So I go up to the teacher. I don't know where he lives. Curly. Read it again. Okay. So Monster lives in the city, and he goes to meet Penny, and they go to a park, and they play with this dog, and they play frisbee, and then they go home. Like, it's not telling me where he's living. What the hell? What is this book? This book is stupid. I'm like, it's not telling me. She's like, Curly, just go read the book. Where did Monster live? Monster lives somewhere. Where does Monster live? So I go back. Okay. Monster lives in the city. He goes and meets Penny. They go to the park. Oh, yay! Awesome. Oh, thanks for the host. So, they go to the park with Penny, with a dog. They throw the frisbee to the dog. And then they, oh, someone left. They didn't like our bus. I guess the exorcist stuff going on scared them. And I'm like, Miss Teacher, I don't know where he lives. And the teacher looks at me and goes, he lives in the city, Curly! Monster, it's the first line! Monster lives in the city! Monster lives in the city! There he goes. That means Penny. He lives in the city. He lives in the city. I walk back to my seat and I go, I didn't know what city. I didn't know what city he lived in, and I went back and was so sad. I was so sad I didn't know what city he lived in. I'm like, is it Toronto? I'm looking through the freaking credits. I'm looking like, oh, this book was written by P.D. Von Von Hamster, you know? Like, no, that doesn't say where he lives. Von Hamster, that sounds German. Maybe is Monster from Berlin? No, I'm looking through like the little notes, like dedicated to my son, Angus. I'm like, Angus, that's a steak. Could be in Alberta. Calgary? You know, like, steaks are from Calgary. Like, I'm trying to find this city that he lives in. The answer was the city, and my teacher yelled at me in front of everyone, and I was so sad. I was so sad. And so, that's where the darkness comes from, that moment. A darkness awoke in me. I remember in grade 2. In grade 2, I was in a 2-3 split. Now, I don't know why I was in a 2-3 split. 2-3 split seems like, in retrospect, is weird. But I was in a school, I think part of it was that I was in a special school that had, like, it had a gifted class, it had a, like, special needs class, and it had, like, a behavioral class, right? So it had kind of 3 different special needs classes, right? And then it had, like, whatever you call it, like, main line courses, right? And so I think part of it was just that they had so many resources going to these other things, like, I don't know, but I was in a 2-3 split. And at that point in time, I had a best friend. I had a best friend named Scott. I would hang out with Scott and I'd play games with him. We took him camping. Nice guy. His mom might babysit me, maybe. Although I remember my mom got really upset because she went to babysit us. And she decided to take us to see the movie Space Jam in theaters. So I was in grade 2. She decides to take us to see Space Jam. So we go to see Space Jam, and she's like, okay, you guys have fun in that theater alone. You guys that are 7 years old. I'm going to watch The English Patient, which is twice as long as this movie. Have fun. Have fun in downtown Metropolis, you 7-year-olds. I'm going to watch The English Patient. So, you know, we watched Space Jam. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Bugs Bunny. Man, this other bunny's making me feel things. I hope this doesn't awaken anything in the future. I hope I don't play any games in the future because of this. Oh, God. Oh, God, yes, I can't even remember. I can't remember. So, you know, my mom was upset. We basically got ditched and just walked around a city at the age of 7. And, by the way, this city that we lived in, some pretty sketchy shit in that city. It was a sketchy area. This was not a place that you should probably leave kids unattended. This was the area where there's creepy shit going on. But... oh, really? The original Space... so was it replaced with the new Space Jam? Okay. Oh, here's what I'll say. I do remember. She was... I think she was probably attractive. I wasn't really aware of it at the time. I was indifferent at the time, you know? But anyways. So, but when I was in grade 2, the class would do draws if you were good. Listen, my mind was probably still on Kara. That grade 1 Kara, I was like, no girl will ever replace her. No girl. To be honest, there's still a part of me today. 20-something years later. But I was like, man, what happened to Kara? She was so smart. I bet you she is an aerospace engineer now. I bet you she's an astronaut. You know, there's some part of me that I just feel like she's probably achieved greatness. But anyways. So in grade 2, there were these draws, and it was like, oh man, if you're a good kid, you can do a draw. What do you want? And at the beginning of the year, they have good stuff in there, right? They're like, oh, you get a stuffed animal. Nice. Oh, you get a book of stickers. Oh, sick. Oh, you get a cool book that says these are animals that are neat. Awesome, right? But as the year progresses, the draw gets worse and worse. You get all the things. You're in April and there's all the shit that people didn't want in September. They're like, I don't want that fucking juice box. I don't want that jawbreaker. Okay, I'll take the jawbreaker. You know? Wait, what? What am I reading? Oh, there's a politician that got angry that yeah, I read that some people got angry about the boob size of a cartoon rabbit. I'm just gonna tell you right now, I have literally zero feelings on that topic. Maybe I'm not invested enough, but I literally feel nothing about it. I don't care either way. Big boob rabbit, small boob rabbit, 6 boob rabbit, no boob rabbit, I don't care. I feel nothing about it. But anyways, we established that I was a tattletale, right? Now, I wasn't like a rampaging tattletale. I was just a goody two-shoes. No boob rabbit. I was just a really teacher's pet. Oh, God, that feeling of indifference. That feeling of indifference about a rabbit's boobs has carried over into every aspect of my life, Chris. Oh, God. Oh, God, Scoots. So, I was teacher's pet. I won that fucking draw every single week. I was like, you know what? I want that stuffed animal. I want that book of stickers. You know? I want that big boob rabbit plushie. Right? I want all of them. Fuck it. I'll take a job. I don't even like jawbreakers. I'll take it. And at the very end, you know, we get to a point and I win this draw. And, I'm like, well, all that's left are 27 juice boxes and a book of stickers. So I guess I'll get the book of stickers. So I got the last good thing. So great. Now for the rest of the year, people are getting juice boxes. And who knows? These juice boxes, you have to realize, right? No one chose the juice boxes. These juice boxes might not have been from September. They might have been from like September 7 years ago, right? I feel like they might have been the remains of this draw from years ago because no one ever chooses them. It's like the bit of sourdough that always stays, you know? So, wait, an owl with human breasts. So, I get this. I win this draw. Amazing. And my left hand is down now because freaking... I didn't realize that your fingers could get numb by playing Desert Bus. Just without moving your hand. Just holding down one key forever makes your fingers get numb eventually, apparently. Oh, I actually showed that off, but I'll show it off again. Because I do have another couple images to show. Here, we'll pull this. We'll pull over for you. Oh, just so you know, there's no back button on this. You can't hit the brakes. You have to let the bus coast to a stop. You know what? Since we're stopped, let's look over here. Okay, you guys ready? So, here are our images. So, Desert Bus at sunset. This is Jumbler's I did 2 of this one. Oh, why is there like a freaking soccer goal? Oh, that's another bus. This is Desert Bus at sunset. That's nice. And there's another Desert Bus at sunset. This one is, And here's Bulgaria. There's Bulgaria. So I'll post those in Discord later. Just remind me. That being said, here, we'll resume on this story in a second. But since we're stopped, since it takes a moment to stop, let's take this moment to do a bathroom break. Everyone off the bus. I'll be right back. Normally I wouldn't go now, but hey, the bus is stopped. Let's do it. Okay, back. This is not my music. Yeah, this will end up being a long stream, Scoots. This is not my music. This is from a game called Guruman, A Monstrous Adventure. Nihon Falcon. Whoa. Uh-oh. Is this going to be Hiccup stream now? Nihon Falcom. Okay, Sophie, you're welcome to switch seats. Goats, you might want to pop in the bus and out of the bus. Nihon Falcom lets people use their music as long as you credit them. And so I credit them in my bio, and I also credit them on every YouTube video. Okay. Oh, we have a fourth. Okay. Is that race? Okay. So recap. I'm in grade 2. There's a draw. You know, I'm in a 2-3 split. I got my friend Scott, who's in grade 3. I'm in grade 2. I win the last good thing. Oh. Hello there. I win the last good thing in the draw. Life is great. Nothing to complain about. And then, you know, we have to go home for school at the end of the day. I open my locker. My little grade 2 self. And what do I find but a little picture drawn for me? The picture is a little too good. It's really good. It's like, it is better than I can draw today in my 30s. This picture looks good. It is a picture of a knife that decapitated a bloody rabbit and a wolf is eating it, and it says, "I am going to kill you." So I got a death threat when I was in grade 2. Of a bloody, decapitated rabbit with a knife cutting its head off and a wolf eating it. I'm going to kill you. Yeah. So I show my teacher this. Yeah, exactly. I show my teacher this. And without missing a beat, my sister, jeez. Without a beat, my teacher goes, "Scott, come over here right now." I'm like, what? Scott wouldn't do that. She's like, "It's Scott." I'm like, why do you think it's Scott? Because Scott is the only kid in this 2-3 split that can draw. So everyone draws like a fucking kid, right? Everyone draws this like horrible stick figures, but then fucking Scott can draw the Mona Lisa of decapitated rabbits and fucking outs himself because he's the only kid that can draw. And he wrote me the most graphic death threat that would be shocking to receive as an adult. He gives this to me in grade 2 because I won the last thing that wasn't a juice box. Yeah, exactly. Should have drawn like shit. That would have been the perfect crime. Okay. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, what other stories do I have? I have some gaming stories. I have some degen stories. Well, I have a degen story. Okay. Let's do some gaming stories. Oh, in the backseat again? Why don't you try again? Try again. So. By the way, goats. Very shortly, I'll give you a heads up, but very shortly, make sure your kids are not listening. Because these stories are going to get bad very shortly, okay? So just make sure. Just a heads up. We're not going to get bad yet. So first, I got really into MMOs around grade, God, I would have been in middle school, I think. I can't really remember. It might have been late elementary school. But we got the game EverQuest. It was my first MMO experience. And EverQuest. And this game was mind-blowing. Like, today, it is still one of my favorite games. Because, like, it was a world-shattering experience. Yeah. It was unbelievable at the time. You know, because you spend your days playing fucking Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Where I'm Tails. Like, little brother co-op. If Sonic is competent, you never even get to play once. If you're Tails and you're playing 2-player, and Sonic knows how to play the game at all. Wait, AQ. What's AQ and AQW? I am 32, yes. Yeah. EverQuest, I can still go back and play EverQuest today, and I freaking love it. Oh, I remember those. I remember those. Oh, nice. So, Ultima Online. Ultima Online was cool. So EverQuest was crazy because at that time, like, if you're playing Sonic and the player one knows what they're doing, Tails will be off the screen and they will try to slide into frame, and Sonic will never slow the fuck down to let you land. And you'll never play the game again after the first screen of the level. After the first moment of the level when you can run for a second, you'll never see the game again. That is Sonic, right? And then I also had a football game on Genesis. And because my dad loved football, and I didn't know how the rules of football worked, and I thought the game was so fucking boring and slow, and I choose the team based on what I thought was like the coolest animal. So I was like, oh, Miami Dolphins, obviously, they're dolphins. Dolphins are cool. I have Echo the Dolphin, which I called Eco the Dolphin until I was like 28. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there, Scoots. We'll get there. That is the story where I'm saying goats cannot allow her kids to hear anything. But anyways. Yeah, and so in football, like, I didn't know, like, you know, you play this football game, and it's 2D, and you can't even make out the characters, and they're like, and go, hot. And then you run for a split second, and then you get tackled, and then you don't get to run anymore, and it's over. And then it gives you a bunch of pictures with a bunch of dots and lines, and then you click one, and it doesn't change anything that you can discern. And then the same thing happens no matter what you choose. And, you know, so when I play that game, I just run backwards and get a touchback. And I would just lose. I would just give the other team 2 points at a time because that was the only way I got to play for more than a second. I would just run into my own end zone over and over and over. So, you know. I played... Oh! Scoots, I played Mutant League Football with my friend when I was older. We got it on emulator. We always did shotgun left. We ran right to the side of the screen and just ran up, and we would touch down every single time. Anyways. So, you know, those were my gaming experiences before then. And then we get EverQuest. And all of a sudden, it's like, you're in this world. And there's people that are actually there. And the people are like, hey, how are you, person? Do you want to come to Crushbone Caves with me or Cavern or whatever? Hey, here's buffs. I'm level 50. You're level 1. You suck. You're at Kelethin. But I'm a wolf man. I'm actually a man, but I can turn into a wolf because I'm a druid. And I will cast all these spells on you, and you can go and farm stuff. And I used to think it was amazing. Right. Meanwhile, my dad tried it, and he started in Kelethin. And Kelethin is a city that's like, you take an elevator up, and then it's just all these little bridges that connect tree to tree. And he instantly fell off Kelethin and never played again. So that was his experience with it. So we all shared an account. And it was amazing. And, you know, in all the hours I played, I probably only got to like level 10. Like, I never got far in that game. But there was some cool shit you could do in that game. Like, the thing that was so cool about that game was that at the time, like, now you look at it and you're like, that's grindy as shit. But I fucking loved it. It was, in a way, it was almost like Final Fantasy II's system, except you also had a character level. So your character would level up, which would unlock new things, but you also had skill points that were semi-independent of your level. But not completely, like leveling up would raise your max potential level. And then you also have different factions, and all the factions had different relationships with each other. So if you were a dark elf, maybe like ogres and trolls would like you, but everything else would kind of hate you, but maybe you could get along with gnolls if you worked on it and did things that they liked. And then it had like just like over 30 languages that you could learn. And if like a dwarf tried to speak to an elf in dwarvish, the elf would just hear gibberish, but you could teach each other it, and you would create macros where you could just learn every language. And then you could just train every skill, and you would just spend hours just like swimming to swim faster. Shit like that. And so our first story, I remember, actually, and here's another, I remember One time I created, I think Legacy of Ikesha came out. And I created a frog lock, which is basically a frog person. And I created the frog lock for one reason. And the one reason is because they could swim fucking fast instantly. Like, everyone else starts with a 5 in swimming, and they start with like a 400. Like, they would freaking jet. And maybe frog locks suck, I don't know. But they would jet. And I was a very exploration guy, and still am. So I just remember I rolled a frog lock level 1, and then I would just go in high level oceans and just fucking swim and explore and find crazy shit. I remember finding there was just in the middle of an ocean called like the Abyssal Sea or something. There was just like a little rocky island that you couldn't get onto because it was just a rock wall. But as a frog lock, I swam underwater and I realized there was a little cave that let you get up. And if you crawled up and through the cave, there was a land that was like nice and green, and it was almost like a little oasis, and then there was like an inn. I would just hang out at this inn, like, what the hell? No one's here. This is like a secret. What is this? It was like, it felt like just the most eye-opening gaming experience ever. Like, this is a real world. And I ruined that for my sister. Because you see, you could write macros. And what macros are is basically you can click a button. You have a hotbar, right? Oh, 1 through 10. You can press these buttons, it will do a skill. Or it will beg an enemy or for money or whatever. Or it will go to stealth. But you could also do other things. Like you could set up macros to cast different skills, right? You could be like, okay, well, you know, one thing that's cool is if you're a thief, you say, okay, you do a macro and you're like, okay, I'm going to stealth, backstab, pickpocket, or I'm going to stealth, pickpocket, backstab, unstealth. So you do your skills and then you just do that macro and you do all those. And it's a way to level up all your skills on the fly. Just keep leveling up all these skills. So my sister goes to the bathroom. She's like, okay, I'll be right back. I'm playing. I'll be right back. Goes up to the bathroom. She's gone for not long. Not long. I became a speedrunner for like 30 seconds. I've never worked so hard in my life to do anything. My sister in the bathroom for like 30 seconds. I'm like, I'm writing a macro. All right, this macro, I read a little poem. I read a little poem and I set it to /shout. So everyone around can hear whatever she hits, whatever she types. But not only do I write this poem, I don't send it. I just set it as a macro and put it on her skill slot. And she's playing. She comes back, she plays again. And I say, hey, Pickle, hit that button. So she hits the button. And her character shouts a poem that I wrote on the fly. The poem that everyone heard was, Chunky lover, chunky biscuit. I like muffins too. Chunky lover, chunky biscuit. Oops, I took a poo. She instantly logs off. Bam. She could not face that game. I have no idea how long she didn't play that game because I made her shout that. Maybe that's why she sent me to hell. No, this was after hell. This was after the hell thing. Actually, it was in the same house. I don't know. Who knows? So, that was the time. I don't know if she actually played the game again until we played it again when we were older. I don't know. But she definitely didn't play for a while. Okay. There's that. Yeah, decade break. I also remember that remember I played a game called Active Worlds, which was another MMO I played. And Active Worlds was weird because it was kind of like Second Life, which I never really played Second Life. I always wanted to try out Second Life because it seemed just so crazy to me, like the shit that you hear about it. Oh, EQ Adventures working on PS2. Oh, there's private servers for it? That's crazy. Is it possible to emulate that, like, with online play? Anyways. Active Worlds was a game that it was like, this is some shit that in retrospect you're like, this is kind of weird, but whatever. Whatever, nothing bad happened to me in Active Worlds. But Active Worlds was one of those games that was like Second Life, where it was essentially a virtual chat room with a bunch of worlds, and people could make the worlds, and you could just walk around. Wait, there was... Oh, Star Ocean Online. Interesting. And, Active Worlds was like Second Life, but it was a first-person one, right? You didn't have the third-person view behind your avatar. It was like a first-person game, but very much the same. Remember, I asked my dad one time. I was so worried. I was like, he'll never spend this $7 a month on me. It's crazy for me to ask. And I went up to him, and I thought it was the biggest thing in the world to ask this. I was like, Dad, I have a question, and it's really bad, and I'm sorry in advance. And, you know, I'm sorry, and I'll do any... And, you know, my dad is just like, what is he? Is he, like, confessing to a murder? Like, my dad is like... You know, at that time, he was probably like... yeah. Realistically, at that time, he was probably like, son, I just want you to know that it doesn't matter if you like men or women. I love you either way. He probably veered into that again, you know? Because I built up this request like it was the deepest confession that I was terrified of coming clean on. And I was like, Dad, you know, and he would get, you know, he's just like, come on, get to it. And I'm like, there's a game I play and it has a $7 a month subscription. Is it possible to have $7 a month for this game? And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. That's the least expensive thing in your life. He's like, he was probably like, do you have any idea how expensive you are? Every other thing that you do in your existence is way more expensive than that $7 a month. Yes, you can have that game. I was like, I'll, you know, you can put my allowance to it and never pay me allowance, and I'll do everything. So, I'll just get it for you, whatever. It's a game. I remember playing that. I had a 30-year-old friend. I was like fucking 10. But nothing sus happened. I remember she was a girl named Cinnabar. I mean, I don't know if she was a girl named Cinnabar, but I still remember her favorite world was called Leaves. Nothing interesting happened in Active Worlds. But then I remember when I was a little bit older, I found a game. And this is where you need to cover the ears of anyone who is under 18. Because this is some shit. This brings us back to Space Jam. Yeah, exactly, Race. I was like, I thought this was the biggest ask ever. Meanwhile, it's like, dude, you fucking bought me a trombone. Like, do you know how many months of Active Worlds that trombone would have costed? How many years? I would still be playing Active Worlds now with the amount that costed. Anyways, I wonder if Active Worlds is still a thing. I should look that up. I found a game. You know, I was a nice, innocent little middle schooler. I was still in the age. I was really innocent at grade 7. Grade 8 is where I, like, switched. Now, I wasn't a bad kid. Even when I switched, I wasn't a bad kid. But something happened between grade 7 and 8. Pre-grade 7, I was the least funny kid ever. I was the person that would tell a joke, but I would tell it too quietly, and then someone else would repeat it. And that someone else would be my dad. And they would repeat it louder, and it would get a laugh. You know what I mean? And I would just be, like, silently in the corner, just, like, failing at socializing and being funny and having anyone like me. In fact, when I was in elementary school, I have a pretty... Well, my name is not uncommon now, but at the time, it was a very uncommon name. And yet, in my class, I had another kid in my class with the same name. There was Curly. There was another Curly. Most of these people never met a Curly in their life, yet there were two in the same class. And I was always other Curly. He was Curly, I was other Curly, right? So that's how I was until grade 8. And then grade 8, I switched and oh, that kid would have kicked my ass. He would have destroyed me. But I still remember how he danced to the Pokemon song. And I remember this kid would battle when Pokemon came out in grade 4. When Pokemon came out in grade 4, we would play Pokemon, we would battle. And I had like my level 100 Blastoise because I neglected every guy except for my main one. And he had a fucking level 100 Aerodactyl, but he didn't fucking earn that. He used a Game Shark. He Game Sharked that character up, and then everyone would battle him. They would plug in the link cable and battle his level 100 Aerodactyl that had infinite health. And I'm like, what is with these fucking stupid moron kids that are battling a literally unbeatable guy? Meanwhile, the Game Shark is visible. Like, he wasn't hiding it. It wasn't a secret. They can see the Game Shark is in there. I think they're just all like, we can do it. I put enough hours into this game. I can persevere. It's like, no, you fucking can't. You're not Ash Ketchum. And speaking of which, did Ash Ketchum ever persevere and beat the Elite Four? This fucking guy choked every opportunity he could. But anyways, maybe you are Ash Ketchum. Maybe Gary was just using a Game Shark. Anyways, that being said, I was still at the end of my being a sad sack loser kid, right? Grade 7, I think. Grade 7, maybe grade 6. Probably grade 6. Because I think it was at, you know, puberty hit me hard at grade 6, right? Partway through, that's when changes happen. Partway through grade 6, pre-grade 6, I'm just like, girls, oh, I like her, she's sweet. After grade 6, I'm like, fucking girls are awesome. Holy shit, right? So this was still before I was like, fucking girls are awesome. This was still when it was like an interesting tidbit. I was like, oh, the boobs exist. That's interesting. I'll make note of that. Like, it was like a curiosity to me. It wasn't like, I gotta see some boobs now. It was like, what an interesting concept. It's weird because I don't have those, but some people do. Interesting. Right? It was completely academic at that point in time. And so little innocent me decides to play a game. And we're about to get really TOS, guys. This is some bad shit. But I play a game called Furcadia. I'm like, oh, what is this game? It's a free MMO. And holy shit, I can be an awesome wolf guy. Just like a fucking dude that's a wolf. Or I could be like a rabbit guy if I wanted. I could be a cat man. If I paid money, I could be a dragon dude or a phoenix dude. This is awesome. I'm like a dude, but I'm also an animal. What a cool concept. This is like, only cool people would do this. This is the neatest thing. This is like if Animorphs were cool. Like, I'm just like, this is, and I go in this game and it's a social MMO and I'm like, holy shit. This is cool. I get to be Harry Potter. And I'm just, listen, this story's gonna go places. I want you to know, if you are out there and you're a furry, I do not judge. I hope you enjoy whatever your fursona is. There's no judgment. Right? No judgment at all. But this game was fucked. So fuck this game, firstly. Okay? Fuck this game. This is not about you if you're a furry out there. I don't care. I don't care. I hope you have all the happiness in the world. But fuck this game. So anyways, I play this game all innocent and 12. And I'm Harry Potter. I'm like, oh, Harry Potter. This is so cool. This is, and, you know, the teacher is just like, ooh, young wizard wolf guy. You are the greatest wizard there ever was. And I'm like, I fucking am. I was a teacher's pet in that game just like I was in real life. And I was like, I can't wait to unlock some spells. I was actually waiting for the spells. I didn't realize it was all roleplay. I was like, why can't I do spells yet? I'm trying to learn these spells. There's no fucking spells. It's a roleplay game. And I was like, this game is so cool. All these people are so nice to me. These guys are just fucking so cool and awesome. They're all animal guys, which is neat. Oh, these kids are so sick. I love it. And I tell my sister, I'm like, Pickle, my God, you gotta see this game. I'm like a wolf guy, and I'm with like these fox guys, and all these like foxes and stuff are just so nice to me, and they just like really like me, and they're like, you're the greatest student. You're just such a good student, and they're like just trying to raise me to be the best wizard ever. And my sister's like, Curly, uninstall that game now. I'm like, what? No, you don't understand. What, you don't want me to be a good wizard? I'm working hard. Curly, you don't understand. Uninstall that game. My sister is enough. she's older than me. She's a couple years older than me. And she knows enough about, she was more into internet culture than me. She knew some shit. I did not know this shit. I was still very much in kid mind, and she was very much in, like, transitioning to adult mind, right? She had that few years more development, a few years more exposure to the darkness of the internet. Curly, a game is not what you think it is. You gotta leave that game. Yeah, I'm like, you're crazy. Like, look at this. She's like, oh, Curly, god damn it. Am I gonna have to explain this to you at age 12? Curly, there is something called furries on the internet. You need to know about furries. I'm like, furries? What are you talking? But I'm a cool wolf. It's like, no, Curly, you don't understand. Curly, this isn't a game for kids. You don't understand, Curly. There's people on there who do things. I'm like, what? Like cast spell things? Make potions? No, Curly! They do adult things! You can't play that game! She looks it up. She's like, Curly, there's a button! And if you hit that button, you'll see all the bad adult things. You can't look at these things. You're 12. You're 12. You can't look at this. And at that time, I was very much into, you know, I was in the, you know, I was very much in the point of, hey, whoa, you know, oh, women have boobs. That's interesting. That is a very interesting thing. That is a very interesting fact to write down in my encyclopedia as I learn about this world. It's between my slug fact and my space fact. It's just that girls have boobs, right? It was very, very clinical. And so I went into this game and I logged on again against my sister's advisement. I went on to this game secretly. I own those games. I have not played them, but I own them. They actually look kind of neat. You're a bunny guy, right? But it has like crazy physics. Yeah, I think you can like crazy physics fighting. I remember those. I think that was like a big early indie game. Like it was in development forever, I think. Anyways, I log on this game. And I didn't tell my sister this. And I didn't tell my dad this for fucking like 16 years. This is a secret I kept for a long time. But you guys get to know. And I find that button. So I open up Furcadia as my Wolfman. I don't even know what my name was. Probably like Rarfak or something. Just some stupid name. I find that button. I leave Harry Potter World and I find that button. And oh my god, there's so many more worlds. And here's all I remember. I remember two things. These are stories I should definitely not tell. But this was 12-year-old me just being like, what is this? What is this that my sister is warning me about? So number one was, I remember some girl came up to me and was like, follow me. And I went into a room with her. And she started doing overly descriptive erotic roleplay. And I, and for the record, this could have been a 47-year-old dude. I don't know. And 12-year-old boy me was just like, what is this? And I was just doing things like, I grab a buttock, you know, and I'm just like, I was not into it, but I was like, I want to see where this goes. Yeah. Yes. And like just completely innocently and curiously and stuff like that. Yeah. I technically sexted with a stranger when I was 12, and I was not into it at all. But I was just like, grab a butt, you know, and she's, you know, oh, arches back seductively in sweet, sweet ecstasy. And I was like, did you know girls have boobs? Is a fact, you know, and just like fucking tread. So she does her thing and she walks away, and I'm like, and I walk out of there like, oh, that was a thing. That was weird. And then I also remember that I found in the game there was a dildo you could pick up. And I remember I picked up the dildo and I walked out in the hallway. Yep. And then I just dropped the dildo on the ground. I'm like, screw this dildo, we don't need it. And And then I did the slash sit emote. And when I stood up, there was no dildo. It was just gone. I slash sat over the dildo, and then it was just gone when I stood up. And I remember thinking, did it go inside me? Did that go up inside? And then I uninstalled the game. So that's my experience with Furcadia. Yeah. See, here's my thing. So here's my stance on this. I legit don't care if anyone's a furry. I don't care what consenting adults do. You know, have fun. As long as you're consenting adults, live your life. Everything is great. No judgment. I do not care. But the problem with a game like that is you have two demographics. You have two demographics. You have people that are like, oh, you filthy, oh my god, you filthy horse slut, sit on my raccoon face. You have that demographic. And then you have people that are like, I'm Wolf Harry Potter, this is awesome. And it is a game designed to bring those two demographics together. Those are the only two demographics in that game. People that genuinely are just innocently like, animals are cool, let's be Harry Potter. And people that are just like, here's the dark road. So that is my problem with the game. What a terrible idea. What a terrible idea. You should not have a game like that that has an adult kid filter that you can turn on and off. There needs to be a hard line between those two demographics. So that's Furcadia. Okay, that's the darkest. That's the darkest of the MMO stories. I also remember I used to play Lord of the Rings online with my sister and my dad. So, okay, so you see my dad would love playing MMOs with us or games with us. The thing with my dad is he's not bad at games. He becomes competent when he plays. He actually becomes quite decent, right? But he has serious gaming inertia, right? Meaning what will happen with a game is he will play it and he will suck, right? And he will not be able to like follow you through the tutorial. And then you will log off and he will grind until he is good. He will figure that shit out. And then he'll be totally fine to play with. It also means that he has a tendency to like really pull ahead in games because we'll be like, let's play this together. And he'll be like, no, I gotta keep playing. I gotta keep going forward. And then it'll be games where we like can't play together anymore. It's like, well, I guess that game's done. So my sister, my dad, and I all have three different mentalities for games, right? I would say my dad is a lifer. My dad will play a game, and regardless of how much grind it becomes, how little content there is at the end, he has signed a life pact with this game because he's put in the effort. Oh my god, is it getting darker outside? Or am I just going crazy? I think sun might be setting. Anyways. He's a guy who was like, listen, I put enough effort into learning this game. I don't want to learn another game. This is the game I'm playing. My sister is the very opposite spectrum. My sister is kind of like, okay, let's play this game while it's kind of fun and fresh. She also is, I think often has a lot going on in her life. So she has limited time to play games, right? So often with her, games tend to be a bit more fleeting. And I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm a person who, I play the content, like you kind of saw it with Estelia, right? I was playing with those like Desert Dragon and those guys, and I was like, I'm at the end of this game. I played all the main quests. I am done with this game. And they're like, you guys want to do some dungeon grind? And I was kind of like, not really, but you know what? I want to show off the different things in the game. So once I show off those things, I guess I'm done, right? I'm very much like, I want to see the things and then I want to move on. I don't want to I don't care about being the best and grinding the same dungeon forever. So I'm in between. But the thing about me is I'm very capable of playing with my dad's playstyle, or I'm very capable of playing with my sister's playstyle. I can adjust to either one of them. My sister is very like, what's important to her is that we have a designated character together. We play that character only together in our off time. I can make my own character and do what I want with it, but we want to be at the same point in progression, and that is what we play together. My dad is very, I'm just going to run off and play and try to, If you play a lot, you'll keep up with me. If you don't play very often, you won't, right? So the problem is that those two play styles, I can play with either one of them, but my sister and dad, they're kind of incompatible play styles. Just because, yeah, they just don't mesh. Because he will get ahead, right? Because he will just play. But so the thing with him is, like, whenever we'd move on from a game, he literally is still playing MMOs from over 10 years ago. And he doesn't play. What he does is he does upkeep. He logs in every day, does the chores. Oh, God. He does the chores. He does pays the guild house on the off chance that maybe we'll play that game again. He does, you know, and then anytime I'm like, hey, Dad, do you want to play this game with me? He's like, I don't want to do another game. Like, you moved through games too fast. It's like, dude, we got to max level and we beat all the things. He's like, you just breeze from game to game. You don't stick with anything. You and your sister, right? Meanwhile, he's playing games from 15 years ago. So with him, every once in a while, if I'm in display mode or whatever, where you can see my Steam notifications, you'll see it says like, Poppy is playing Dungeons and Dragons Online. 2 minutes later, Poppy is playing Lord of the Rings Online. 2 minutes later, Poppy is playing Warframe. 2 minutes later, Poppy is playing Guild Wars 2, right? Like, it's just goes through all the games. And just hopes that someday we're going to play Dungeons and Dragons Online again, and we're not. We're really not going to. It's just that it's never going to happen. It's kind of a like a Shakespearean tragedy, but it's actually almost like Kafka. Like, here's his meaningless task he has to do, and it serves no function, but his banal life is based around. Anyways. No, he does not have a banal life. I was just making a joke about logging in and playing these games for no reason. Anyways. So, we got into Lord of the Rings Online at one point in time. And during Lord of the Rings Online, we could do lots of cool things. We found out that we could basically set up instruments. And you could set the keys to notes on the keyboard. So we would do like Z, and then X is a semitone high, or Z. And then X is a semitone higher, and then C is a semitone higher, etc. And then A is an octave up, and then Q is an octave up. And I would like tell my sister, I'd be like, okay, Pickle, play these 4 notes for 4 bars, and then switch to these 4 notes for 4 bars. So I would get her to like play the chords. And actually, we got her to play a Kind Folk, a song by Kenny Wheeler, that guy who I met. Anyways, and then I would just jam. I would improvise on the scales. And we'd just be in town. We would jam music, and we'd get out of bounds. We'd get to areas that people couldn't go. And one time we just role players stumbled on us, and we're just like, fuck it, let's role play for a moment. Even though we're just like, what is role play? Role play is dumb. Let's do it. Hail, fellow traveler! Oh, we are bards from the lands of yonder, from hither to thither. The darkness of the legend has never failed to sweareth the oath of the legion of Hisgarth, or what? Just fucking nonsense. Those are my memories of Lord of the Rings Online. So we had that game. Okay, what other games do we have? Oh god. Oh god. We're on my last couple. My last couple I've written down. I thought about these at night. Okay. So this is a game that is very important to me. It's weird that this game is important to me. But there's a game that's very important to me. This game is called Tales of Vesperia. Welcome, Kai. Hey, look. There's CD North. There's Race. There's Angry Scootsman. And way in the back is Goats on Boats. Yeah. So Tales of Vesperia was a very... Yeah, I played Tales of Destiny when I was a kid, and then I played Tales of Vesperia when I was older. Tales of Vesperia was an important game to me. Love the protagonist. I think it's an awesome protagonist. But at the point in time that I played that... Oh, Goats, I'm so sorry. At the point in time where I played that game, my mom was really ill. And so... But what we would do is... She had a wheelchair. and I would push the wheelchair up to the TV, and we would get her, and I would get her to play with me, right? And what we would do is we would play this game. I would give her control of one character, and the only rule is she cannot be Yuri, she cannot be the main character, and she cannot be Estelle the healer. Because my mom has never played a video game in her life, and she will fucking suck. Just she'll be absolutely terrible. So I'm like, you can play any character except for those. And she's like, okay. And what would happen is during the day, we would play this game, and I would voice act all the male characters. She would voice act all the female characters. So I'd be like, Estelle, there's something I can't tell you. She'd be like, oh, Yuri, what is it? Oh, I'm not ready to tell you. Oh, take your time. It's fine. I understand. Okay. Maybe one day. You know, like, we just fucking do that through the game. And then we would roll her out of the wheelchair and we would pop her in her recliner and she would go to sleep. And at night, I would fucking grind. I would grind so high level. I would just grind and grind and grind. Because there's no way I was going to beat this game with this fucking anchor pulling me down if I wasn't way over leveled. I was essentially playing the game with a party of 3 instead of a party of 4. Because every battle she would play, she would just run into the side of the battle. She would just like run off screen and just run in that direction, not knowing what was going on. And she'd be like, am I doing it? I'm like, you're doing great, Mom. You're doing great. And she'd be like, okay. And I'd be like, press the X button, that will attack. She's like, X. And she would hold the controller in front of her face and press it. And her character would run and do one attack. And then she would run back into the outside of the map. And be like, I did it. Did I do it? I'm like, yes, you damaged them once. That's great. Yeah, I love it. Good. And I would just get so high level, right? I would just be way over leveled so that I could beat this game with a party of 3. I'm trying to remember what character she played. I remember her main character eventually was Raven. She eventually played Judith too, but Raven was the main. Before she got Raven, she was probably the boy. I don't know. The boy with the hammer. I don't remember. But anyways, I think I tried to keep her to like melees so that spellcasters could do their thing, because there's no way in fuck that she was going to cast a spell in that game. You think she would be able to navigate a menu? No chance in hell. She would run to the side of the map and every once in a while shoot an arrow. So my mom, though, had never played games, so she didn't understand certain things that seem very obvious to us gamers. So we had gotten like 2/3 of the way through this game, right? We were like in 80 hours deep in this game. You have to remember, I put in a lot of hours into this game because I was grinding. We were like 80 hours deep or something. And we do a boss fight. And partway through, I realized that our strategy is not working and we're not going to win. So I just basically allow us to die. Because I'm like, we need to do a do-over. I think maybe I didn't like heal before the fight or something. I didn't realize a boss fight was going to trigger. It was just we were underprepared for this fight in this moment. And I was like, we need to do a do-over. So I let us die. And a screen pops up and it says, game over. I'm like, okay. I look over at my mom. She looks at me. She's crying. She has tears in her eyes. She's crying. She goes, it's over? She thought this was like a hardcore game where you die and the characters are dead. Yeah, we're still going. We're not even halfway there. She thought this was a one-time shot. That you die, your characters are dead, and that's the story. Like, you build this relationship with these characters. Oh, will they, won't they? Oh, you save them. Oh my god, he's an anti-hero. Amazing. Oh my god, did that character do that? Oh, Flynn, you're such a good foil for Yuri. Blah, 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 blah. And then they just fucking die. Because, you know, she's used to watching shows or reading books. I think we're going to, like, Nevada or something. Anyways. Like, she's used to stories where when the characters die, they're dead. So she thought that all these characters she grew so attached to for just dozens of hours were just dead. She looks at me, crying. It's over. And I'm like, actually, I think she wasn't crying. I think she looked at me. She's like, it's over. And I looked at her and I said, yeah, it's over. And then she said, it's over. And she started crying. And I remember laughing so fucking hard. So fucking hard. Just going, no. And I'm trying to explain to her. I'm laughing and I'm trying to explain through my just death laugh that I'm like, no, we can load. That's why we save. Everything's fine. I'm trying to explain this, but I'm laughing so hard as she's crying because she thinks it's done. Oh, God. Oh, that moment. Yeah, Tucson to Las Vegas. Okay. Oh my God, this is going to take a long time. Because we're going to... Oh! We almost went back to Tucson. We almost went back to Tucson right there. Okay. This last one is another cover your ears story. Okay? This is real time. This is a real time route. Yeah. And if you drive off the road, you get towed back to the start in real time. Yeah. This game is bad. This is a bad game. I got people hanging with me. See? CD North, Angry Scootsman, Race, and Goats. Oh, someone nodded. Oh, there... Race is nodding at us. Okay, it's not a charity game, though. It's not a charity game. This game was not made for charity. It's not supposed to be. That's something that came out of it. That was the after effect of it, right? This game was made... It was a side game on like a Super NES game or something. A charity has been created around the game, and then they made the remake because it blew up. This was on an unreleased game. This was a side game on an unreleased game. It was supposed to be shit. It was kind of a joke, right? That's like making fun. Yes. Yeah. Sega CD, right. And so this game, the ROM gets dumped on the internet, and this game blows up because it's like so fucking, what is this? This is the worst. And then they make a charity thing around it where people just drive this for hours and raise money. You know, like, yeah. But yeah, guys, this is a charity game, and I am the charity. Okay, the last one. We're getting a little bit degen again, okay? This story is, this is one of those stories that if you're under 18, get the frick out. I said frick because you're under 18. Now that everyone got the frick out that's under 18, if you're under 18, get the fuck out. Okay. So, I tend to be a person that wears my shoes into the ground. Right? I just never buy shoes. And I will wear shoes that have giant, like, inch holes in the bottom. Like an inch by an inch. Just a massive hole where all my socks get destroyed because of making contact with the sidewalk. And in the winter, just it becomes a vacuum for snow. Like snow just goes, and my socks. Ooh. Hi! Thanks a lot for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the Curly Fry charity, where all money goes to me and I spend it on stupid shit. You cannot write this off, though, because I'm not an officially registered charity, and in fact, I am not a charity at all, but thank you. I'm not a charity, but I am what people refer to as a charity case sometimes. So, yeah, if you have this game, you can just, like, legit join. Anyways. I would wear my shoes into the ground. And they would become vacuums for snow. And my feet would get freezing and I wouldn't be able to feel them. And then my socks would turn into fucking stinky, hard, crusty, just disgusting slush socks. And then I would just throw them on my... Oh, we almost went back to Tucson. We all... You know, it would just become a nightmare. And that's just how I live like that until today. I still do that. My current shoes, by the way, I just want you to know, my current shoes have a hole in the bottom. And you know what? With the stuff that you're with the subs that you're gifting, I could totally buy another pair of shoes, and you know what? I won't. I cannot be helped. I do this to myself. I'm terrible. Anyways, one day my sister is in my room and she picks up one of these old slush socks. Picks up one of these old slush socks. Oh, how do I refund... Kai, how do I refund the sub? Oh, no. Anyways. So, my sister picks up this old slush sock. And she immediately has this mortified look on her face. Just horrified, and she drops it. Because this sock is fucking hard. This is a hard, crusty sock. And she picks up this stinky, hard, crusty sock, looks mortified, drops it on the ground like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, pickle. It's from the slush, don't worry. Don't worry. She's like, oh, thank God. I'm like, yeah, don't worry. And so later we go out to the living room with my dad and my stepmom and my sister. Oh, bless her heart. Says, hey guys, I went to Curly's room and I picked up his sock and it was crusty. That's all she said. She knows it is not a jizz rag, but she wanted them to think it. And in that moment of my embarrassment, in that moment of panic, where the spotlight is on me, everyone looks at me in that one split second, thinking, oh, okay, Kai, I just saw you opened up Desert Bus. You can feel free to join me on the friends list, or I can invite you if you want. In that one moment where I'm panicked, I'm like, I have to resolve this misunderstanding as fast as I can. How can I resolve this misunderstanding so they know this is not a jizz rag? Oh, listen, Pickle and I are both villains in different ways. I'm like, have you seen Kenny versus Spenny? Growing up, Pickle was Kenny and I was Spenny, right? Like, I was the victim, but I was also the victim that you want to see lose because I was kind of a dink, you know? Like, kind of a hypocrite. I hope so, Potatoes. I hope she is. Would you agree to that, Pickle? That you were Kenny and I was Spenny? I've not said that you're the villain. What? You think we're two Wait, or am I two Spennies? Yeah. So we're talking about the crusty sock. So, he's talking about a jizz rag, I don't know. So anyways, in that moment that she tells my parents, I grabbed Curly's sock and it was crusty. And they both look at me, thinking the same thing. And I'm panicked, thinking, how can I resolve this misunderstanding so they know it's not a jizz rag as fast as I can? The one thing that comes to my mind, instead of saying it was from slush, the one thing that comes to my mind to let them know it wasn't a jizz rag is I say, it was a black sock! Because of course, who would use a black sock as a jizz rag? So that was my defense. That was my, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Oh, that's a bad example, though. Because in that example, it would have been a jizz rag. But, that's a bad example, allegedly. But, it's a black sock! Yeah, that was all I could think. Because it would be like, who would use a black sock? That would be like showcasing the evidence. Like, hey guys, look what I have. Look at this. It's like under a black light. No. So, bad news. I have bad news, guys. 3.5 hours in. I have no more stories. We have 4.5 hours of stream left, and I got nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I don't have a single thought in my head worth saying. Everything of value in my life has been expressed to you. This stream is going to be shit forever now. I mean, based on where I live, it's quite possible, Jumbler. Oh, okay. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. We gotta drift to a stop. We gotta drift to a stop. We gotta drift to a stop. No brakes. We have to just coast. Okay. You all friends? Wait. Oh, it only says invite to watch. I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance that there's only 4 slots. So I got bad news. Hi. I have bad news. It sounds like for you to experience this game, you should start up a parallel desert bus driving stream. Get driving, my friend. It's time for your parallel stream to begin. 8 hours. Yeah. So the deal with this bus... Okay, I'm going to hold straight. Here, actually, I'm going to go to the left. Now I'm going to hold straight. I'm only holding forward. If you only hold forward, the bus veers to the right. Jaded. I don't want to think about that. Yeah. So the idea with this game is that, yeah, join again tomorrow. I'm going to become a desert bus streamer, guys. This is my new thing. Speed runs. We're going to speed run this game. World record. The idea with this game is that if it didn't turn a bit, then you would just be able to tape down the forward button. The idea is no, you cannot AFK this game. You have to actively play. You have to actively play. Okay. 3.5 hours. Around 4 hours in, a bug is going to hit our windshield. So, Pickle, if you're here, are there any stories I've missed? Or does anyone have any questions? This is AMA time, guys. Because we have way too much time to kill, and this is all going to be shit. You have seen the most entertaining part of the stream. I literally only have... My life can be boiled down into 3 hours. Everything... And some of those stories weren't even my life. Some of those stories were some other people's lives. I could only play trombone. Everything else... Well, here. Okay, let's hope we don't crash. Are you ready? There we go. Here's your Despacito. Despacito. Da 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 da. My goal is to learn how to play Despacito on every instrument. On every instrument. Let's go crazy. Ah! 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 What is the hierarchy of horned music players in terms of coolness? Okay. Coolest? This is a hard question. Okay. Flat out, it can't be trombone. It's just not trombone. If every instrument has a personality, trombone is generally characterized by being super chill. Trombone players tend to be very, 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 very chill people. They tend to just be very easygoing. They don't get as many gigs because people, you know, if someone's like, oh, we want a band of 5 people, so we're gonna get piano, we're gonna get bass, we're gonna get drums, we want a singer, and we want 1 horn. What horn are they gonna choose? Fucking trombone? Never trombone. Trombone gets hired in really big bands or certain like genres or cultures of music. Like someone wants ska, boom, trombone. Someone wants Afrobeat, boom, trombone. Someone wants salsa, boom, trombone. That's it. Okay? So it can't be trombone. Trombone is just a bunch of people that are happy to have been called. Very easy. Trombone, though, are people that you probably want to hang with. Maybe not hang for, like, a good time, but probably want to hang... Like, if this is Fuck, Marry, Kill... If we're playing Fuck, Marry, Kill with horns, you want to marry trombone. You don't want to fuck them, and you don't want to kill them, but you want to marry them. Because they'll, you know, like they're the people. We're kind of like the cuckolds of the band. Like we're the people that it's like, okay, I know that you had a kid with a trumpet player, but I'll raise him. He's wonderful. I'll raise him as if he's my own. Right? We're the. You think if I were biased, I would say that we're the cuckolds? Okay. Yeah. No, I think trombone, like as an instrument, I think trombone is fucking rad. Trombone is one of the most dynamic, like variable instruments. You normally associate trombone with like comic relief, but trombone can be like the most powerful. It can be badass. It can be scary. It can do a lot of things. But okay, I would say saxes are the most varied section. Saxes are extremely varied. Saxes get called the most. Most of the fuckboys you'll see, if a fuckboy plays an instrument, it's likely a sax or guitar, obviously. Guitar, obviously. It's probably sax or guitar or drums. Sax, guitar, or drums. The problem with saxophone players, though, is they're also big fucking tech nerds. They're like sax players are always like, you know, like you get this world-class musician. It's like, hello, frickin' Jesus saxophone is here. He just descended from heaven to show you his saxophone skills. You have 10 minutes to ask questions that will ascend you to the nirvana of saxophone. Hey, Bombshell, how's it going? So you go to the set, you know, and then this, you know, does anyone have any questions? And people will put up their hands, and a sax player will put up their hand, like, what is your question? If you can ask any single question, what do you want to know? We have 5 questions. We have 5 questions from Jesus Saxophone, the guy who can give you all the info, the key info to becoming the best musician ever. And saxophone player 1 puts up their hand. Hi. What size reed do you use? I use it to whatever. This. Oh, thanks. That's 1 question done. You have 4 more questions to ask the god of the instrument, who can inspire you with all knowledge. What do you want to ask? What hardness of reed do you use? Oh, good question. 2.5 or whatever. Fuck, I don't know how this shit works. Okay. Good. 3. What kind of ligature do you like the most? Okay. Ligature. I like this. 4. I see you're playing a Selmer. How much nickel is in your Selmer? It's 12% nickel. Oh, great. Question 5. This is your last chance. Are you gonna wish for more wishes? Jesus Saxophone is a genie. What are you gonna ask for? 6. What reed do you use again? It's like, fucking, are you kidding me? Shut the fuck up, saxophone players. What are you talking about? No one cares. Every time, every single masterclass. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, it is crazy. Actually, you know what though? Sav is very against the grain. Sav is not your typical sax player. Sav is actually, honestly, Sav is a lot closer to a trumpet player than a sax player. Honestly, Sav is a lot more trumpet player. I played in a band with Sav. Wait, but exactly. Oh, Troldemort. I think everyone's losing right now. I told people about a cumsock misunderstanding. I told people about the time I played a game way too young. Although I don't think there was any right age for that game. People know too much about me. He's a trumpet player. Oh god. Yes, you. He's definitely a trumpet player. Sav. In his heart. Like, I played in a band with Savco. This is... Listen, Sav has told this on stream, so I'm not afraid of telling this. Oh, God. I wouldn't tell this story. I wouldn't tell this unless Sav had already told it on stream. Because I don't want to get too real, you know? But I played in a band with Sav. And this band Yeah, Savco. Sorry, Savco, yeah. And in this band, the sax players were all very, very, very Savco. These sax players were very Savco. I mean, what am I saying? I zoned out. I was looking at chat. These sax players are all anti-Savco. These sax players are all very the sax player I described. In my experience, they're all very nice people. I like them all, but they're very like, yeah, I know Savco IRL. I know Contra IRL. I know them. I know Murphicles IRL. I played with all of them in different bands. So this band that I played with Savco in, all the other sax players are very like, you know, ooh, oh, let me look at that new ligature. Oh, who are you transcribing? Oh man, Stan Getz is a classic, but yeah, the only thing is the breathiness of this is, you know, like they're very that. And Sav is very just like, come on guys, can you take a joke? Like it's just like, so it was the weirdest section because they're all like the most like buttoned up or buttoned down, like freaking, here's for the love of the music and for the love of the technique. And he's just like, dude, can you guys take a joke? Like, it's just like so aggressively hanging. He would like hang with other sections because they were just so at odds. Venn diagram of Canadian Twitch streamers that play music professionally. I mean, a big thing is like, I think part of that is that we kind of navigate towards each other because it's a point of it's a point of like stability in a way, right? I mean, because like a big thing is like in the music world, I am very, very introverted, very non-schmoozy. Like I work against myself in music because the way my career is I get hired to a band, I learn the music, I do a good job, and then I leave, right? I'm not much of a hang. I just do the gig, I go home, and I'm not great at getting gigs. I'm really good at retaining gigs because I'll do a really, really good job, but I'm not a but it's not really from the perspective of like succeeding in a music industry. Like and a big thing is like I also hate talking about music on some level because when I was in university, there was a lot of pretension about music, right? Like I also went to a university that has a reputation of being pretentious, but it was very like small classes. Who are you listening to? I'm listening to Charles Mingus. Charles Mingus, that old music? That's terrible. Oh, what else are you listening to? Kenny Wheeler? Kenny Wheeler, that new music. What a hack. It's like, what? Just anything you listen to, you get judged for. I remember I went to a party of these musicians and they're like, who did you listen to growing up? I'm like, oh God, I used to listen to Red Hot Chili Peppers and everyone laughs at me. They're like, Red Hot Chili Peppers? What? They're terrible. All I ever listened to was Jimi Hendrix and Bob Dylan. Like, what the fuck? What is going on? Yeah. Hey, Simon, how's it going? So, listen, I have nothing against Bob Dylan. I have nothing against Jimi Hendrix. Every single other person in this party except me. I have nothing against Bob Dylan or Jimi Hendrix, but I do have something against people who would dismiss just huge amounts of music solely because, and I think a big thing is that a reality with music. Oh, I'm not insulting Bob Dylan at all. I think a big thing that you have in jazz, so especially in Canada, well, I think this is especially everywhere, is that I also like Simon very much, Goats, is that jazz is fucking dead. That every decade since the 60s, music has just gotten worse and worse and worse for musicians. Where in the 70s and even in the 80s, a hotel would have a band, and that would be the hotel's band, and that would be their full-time job. And they would learn that one thing of music, and they would have a career, right? All they need to know is this music, and they have a career, and they're set. And then in the 90s, that wasn't a thing anymore. And then in the 2000s, it was worse, and in the 2010s, it's worse. And what you have now is you have an issue where, when you know, I constantly get asked the question. What type of music do you play? And the thing that's weird about that question is, in the music industry, you play literally every type of music that someone asks you to play, right? You now have to become a jack of all trades, kind of master of none. Because you say yes. Someone's like, hey, can you play my Indian wedding music? Yes. I've never played it. Let's do it. Can you play Latin music? Never played it. Let's do it. Now I play a lot of Latin music. Can you play Afrobeat? Never done it. Let's do it. Can you play ska? Never done it. Let's do it. You just do things and you deal with it. And it is and it isn't. Like, because the thing is, like, music, different types of music have different types of different things about them, right? So, like, if you play rock music, one thing that you'll often get when you play rock music is a person will say to you, stop playing jazz. If you're playing a solo on rock music, they'll say, stop playing jazz. Right? And the idea is that in jazz, you're playing really complicated chords that are really dense. You're thinking of chords in a modal way a lot of the time. You're thinking of all the extensions. You're thinking of all the implications of the note. You're playing a lot denser things. And so you're like, oh, okay, so this one has a flat 9 and blah, 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 whatever. This has a major 7 on it, right? You play a 7 on a rock gig, people will be like, stop it. Stop, it's not the gig. You're not playing to the gig. They're like, play the blues scale, right? The blues sounds good, play it. People like it, it sounds good, play that. And if you play jazz, you generally play behind the beat. You play Latin, it's like, dude, stop lagging. Stop playing behind the beat, you're dragging. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that are different, right? So a lot of things translate, but a lot of things also don't translate. But the thing is, like, because, like, the thing that I've been playing I've recently been doing a lot of Latin music, and I keep getting told, like, you're a gringo, but you're Latin inside, or things like that, or like, wow, you sound like a Latin guy. Like, I get told that a lot, which is the compliment that you want, right? So there's definitely different things. Yeah, I don't do that much. I was in a couple of rock bands. I had some bad experience with rock bands. But I also had a couple good experiences. I had good experiences subbing into good rock bands. I had bad experiences playing with, like, rock bands that were trying to get started. But yeah, so music is just a brutal career, because what you kind of do is you just teach a bunch of lessons to make money, or you have another job to make money, or you get a lucky gig where it's like, this one wedding band is my livelihood, and this is my band, right? And then you just try to hustle and try to do everything. Yeah. What do you play, Kai? Oh, I think I've seen you do, like, writing, right? Like, writing music on stream and stuff. Anyways, so I think a big thing. Oh, right. You're glad you didn't end up going to music. Had some people pushing you because you had. Yeah. I mean, and the problem with natural talent is natural talent only gets you so far, right? Oh, I just leave that tag up. Yeah, people are like, turn left here. No, stop backseating. I'm going straight. Turn right. Stop it. Go straight. I know. Anyways, so I think one of the things that you get in like, especially like jazz school, is you get and the jazz school I went to was like a really artsy fartsy jazz school. It was like not so much a jobber jazz school. It was very much like, let's make art, let's share our new ideas, let's innovate. Like, it was a bunch of people doing that. And oh yeah, like, you can make a lot of money. Like, in wedding bands, it's not uncommon to make $400 a day. Not uncommon at all. Like, for each person, right? Not uncommon. And you get a bunch of those. All of a sudden, hey, you're making a living. But there's also limited bands that get there, you know? Joke on South Park where they said Family Guy gets their joke. Oh, yeah. I listen, I haven't listened to that much Dylan, but you know, I have nothing against anyone, honestly. I've grown to accept a lot of types of music now, and I think there's a lot of value in. I think jazz musicians can often shit on music because for a couple of reasons. Jazz sits in a weird location where jazz is simultaneously straddling art music and entertainment music, right? Like classical music has the freedom in a sense to be like, we're just fucking art music. Like no one is gonna listen to us to fucking rock out. And so there's a certain prestige added to that. And I mean, clearly any music that is not classical music to some extent, I think suffers with what jazz does. Like, I think a lot of rock doesn't get taken seriously as art music, etc. But jazz has that where it straddles. So it's, you know, you're in university, you're not really respected by a lot of musicians, but you also know that it requires a fucking lot of knowledge to be good at this shit. It requires, like, a lot of knowledge to know what you're doing when you're seeing a lot of these, like, harmonies moving back and forth and intertwining and all this stuff. And so I think a lot of jazz musicians start shitting on other people for one, because they're like, you can't do this. You can't do this. Like, classical music will judge a jazz musician, and it's like, yeah, tell me what a fucking Dorian mode is. Dorian is easy, and you don't know what the fuck it is. Like, okay, play over this fucking 251. Have fun. This is entry-level jazz. Good luck, right? And you get this kind of like elitism that starts. And then I think the other thing that you have happen, what the other thing that's important to know is that jazz musicians can't really do what classical musicians do either, right? And they're both skills that take a lot of and same with rock musicians. And same, like, you listen to a rock band, and a lot of rock bands, like, harmonically and stuff like that, and is a lot simpler. But in terms of, like, production and consistency and, like, there's a lot of things that go into this that take a lot of work that we overlook. Sorry, okay, I gotta read what you're saying. This is gonna be tough to read while I'm driving. I want to hear something funny. We had a 0-hour jazz band at my high school. I wanted to join it, but the band director told me that they didn't play the kind of music that needed a clarinet. That wasn't the kind of jazz they played. So I attempted to learn tenor sax to join. It did not go well. I dropped out. Not only because learning a new instrument was hard, but because they never, like, explained anything. Which is weird, because you can totally just bring a like, obviously clarinet has a different tone, but you can bring that shit in, especially if it's a school band. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a song by Mew called New Terrain. There's a song by Mew called New Terrain, and if you play it backwards on, like, a record player, it's another song called Nervous with different lyrics. And so now if you buy the album digitally, you get both versions. They have a song that plays differently forwards and backwards with lyrics both directions that have very different feelings, right? Because one is more percussive, the other is more, like, swelly. Because, right, like, if you have, like, a ba, right? If you have a da articulation, and then if you reverse it, it's like a wah, right? When you reverse articulations, it has this really wah sound. No, these songs have both forward and backward things either way. The amount of production and writing that went into that song, I cannot imagine. The astronomical amount of work. The work in that one song must have been more than most people's albums easily. It's crazy. Anyways, so, but what I was going to say about jazz is that I think a thing that you get with jazz a lot is, one, that people feel like they're not getting taken seriously, and they know how hard it is and that people don't get it, and so they, like, kind of shit on other people's things. But I also think another thing is, like, when you're in a career that's really fucking hard to succeed. Oh, here's the other thing about jazz that's really fucking hard to succeed. You go to university for jazz, you're 18, right? And then you want to get a gig. Who are you competing with? You're competing with your fucking professors that have been in for a generation or two longer than you, right? Your peers, it's not like there's entry-level jazz positions. The way the scene works is for good gigs, you're competing with your professors. And for bad gigs, you're undercutting everyone until you're playing for nothing, until you're playing for pennies. It is dark. It sucks. So what you want to do is you want to basically make good connections with your professors so they give you chances on those gigs, right? Like, that's why I got to play with the Rolling Stones guys, was because my professor had faith in me, because I was consistent. And he's like, okay, you can play this gig. And it's also weird. It's actually, jazz is kind of similar to streaming, in that there's a weird double thing where you're simultaneously friends with everyone and it's also a bit competitive, right? That you're simultaneously friends with the people you're competing against, because not everyone can succeed. And it's so there's a weird thing, and different instruments are more cutthroat than others. So trombones, the reason why trombones are so chill is because we are so rarely hired as solo instruments. It's not like someone's like, oh, I need that one trombone for this band. It's like, no, we play in sections, right? People don't want a single trombone. People want a wall of trombones if they want them. And so, and so the thing with trombone is that what you do with trombone is you make friends and you look forward to playing together because you're going to play together. You're not going to have two pianos on a gig unless it's a really specific type of environment. Except for very specific things, there's only one piano. And so piano players are often way more cutthroat. When I went to university, every trombone player got along. Every piano player fucking hated each other. Right? Because everyone wants piano. Yeah, but here's the difference, though. Piano can play a solo piano gig. There's way more opportunity. Right? There's also way more players. But there's a lot more opportunity. But anyways, the point that I keep drifting away from is that one of the things that's really common in art school is you step into a career that is so fucking hard to succeed that what people do is they dismiss 99.5% of music except for the small window that they like and that they play, so that way they can feel like they're already a success and that they can feel like they're better than 99.5% of other musicians without even hitting the practice room. Oh, you play this music from this era? Trash. Oh, you play this music? Trash. Only this specific music that I play is any good. Therefore, I'm better than all these other people, even though I don't get gigs because I can't get gigs. It's a way of just like not... Like, a lot of people use this pretension to validate themselves so they're not fucking depressed. Oh, yeah. Brutal Legend. I remember Brutal Legend. That's a game I would totally play on stream if it was not DMCA hell. A dueling piano. Oh, really? Okay, so we're going to cycle back to the Venn diagram. So I answered trombone. I answered saxes. Trumpets. We all know what trumpet players are. Trumpet players are Contra. Trumpet players are Savco. Trumpet players are very... Fuck you. Like, trumpet players are like, I'm the king. I'm the shit. I'm sitting on my throne in the band. You guys all listen to me. I'm the leader. Like, trumpet players are max, like, alpha hierarchy. Let's, you know? Not all of them, but that is the stereotype. Because, like, just in the hierarchy of the horn section, you go to the trumpet player, right? Lead trumpet player dictates the rest of the horns. The way you play in these bands, generally, is that you have all the trombones below lead trombone listen to first trombone, and they base their dynamics and they base their volumes under first trombone, and all the saxes under first alto listen to first alto, and they base their attacks and everything under first alto, and all the trumpet players under lead trumpet listen to trumpet and base under that, and then lead alto and lead trombone listen to lead trumpet, and the lead trumpet determines. Euphonium or bust? Euphonium is a nice instrument, but euphonium is tuba's also a good one. But they're euphonium and tuba have an issue that trombone doesn't have, and trumpet doesn't have. Although trumpet has an inverse issue. The problem with the thing that makes euphonium and tuba nice is also what works against them, which is that they're really resonant, and they have this like beautifully resonant, like lots of overtone sounds. But the problem is that they don't cut. They don't cut. So like I've played with bands with a tuba in it, and instead of a bass trombone, and it has a nice fullness. It has this real bottom to the band that's like really resonant, but it's not piercing. You don't get this aggression. And the problem with trumpet that it has is trumpet can often be really limited in the sense that it is... that's not really true, but trumpet is often a lot more aggressive, right? It's hard to reel that back, and that's why like flugelhorn is really nice. Flugelhorn is like what Kenny Wheeler plays a lot. If you hear, you're like, oh, this trumpet sounds beautiful. It's like, that's because it's a flugelhorn. You get a lead trumpet player that's the most like aggressive, like sharp, whatever, and you put them on a flugelhorn, and you're like, oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh, I didn't know you could play like that. It's like, the horn fucking is awesome. Okay, guitarists. Guitarists range a lot by genre. Not even cowbells. Guitarists range a lot. Now, if we're talking about jazz guitarists, in my experience, are very, 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 like, artsy-fartsy, like, let's fucking explore the extents of jazz music. Let's fucking, like, listen to quarter tone music and spectral music and, like, polyrhythms and just go to every crazy extreme that music offers. In jazz, because the thing is that in jazz, guitar has to be one of the most competitive instruments on the planet, right? Because guitar is one of those things that a lot of people in mainstream, they learn to play off tab, right? They don't know the notes, but they know the chord the chord positions, and pretty quickly from tab you can learn to play, like, you can play Creep from Radiohead really fast, right? And so, like, a lot of these things, and a lot of pop music is like 4 chords, 3 chords, right? Yeah. And so with tab, you can really quickly, in your first week, in your first day, if you actually try, you can learn to play songs, right? Just by memorizing the position. So, with that amount of people out there doing that, which is why you get a lot of I think that's why a lot of certain types of guitar. By the way, guitar is not easy. Guitar is not at all easy. But all I mean is, if you're there to play chords and sing along, you can learn that shit. You can do it. Right? Yeah, a lot of songs have the same chords. Everyone's seen that, what is it? Axis of something? There's that meme video where they play all the songs that have that same chord progression. They have, like, you know, forever young, in the jungle, the mighty, and you're just like, oh my god, all these songs are the same chords, right? That functional harmony, there's only so many things you can do, and you can learn that shit. Axis of awesome, yes. Yeah, that's illuminating. Like, when people are like, let's try to make something original in music, it's like, good fucking luck, because everything's been done, and if you want to make something original, it's gonna fucking probably sound like ass. Good luck. We're all drawing from somewhere, right? Like, the stuff that we're doing in jazz that we're like, oh my god, hey Sneaky, how's it going? The stuff that we're doing in jazz that we're like, oh my god, this is some really out there new harmony. It's like, that stuff was done in classical music in fucking 1900, right? And then the stuff that they're doing in rock, it's like, oh my god, listen to this crazy harmony. It's like, yeah, that stuff was done in jazz in 1954, right? Like, all of these ideas are just drawn from somewhere, and most of the innovative things that we do in jazz. Yeah, I know. I'm like, let's do the most boring stream ever, and I'm getting, like, way more viewers. I also haven't been rated, and this is the most viewers I've ever gotten from not being rated. Which is pretty hilarious. This is crazy storytime AMA day, though. Anyways. Yeah, because everyone's just waiting for me to fuck this up and have to ride the bus back. Yeah, pretty much almost anytime you see music that's like, let's do something innovative, what it really means is, let's listen to music from another genre or another country and take some of those ideas and put it in our music. Yeah, the deep lore music rant. Hey, Trollomort, it doesn't need to be the far future. I give you permission to do this tomorrow. I give you permission to do this today. I don't own this game. Go for it. Yeah, we talked about not quite cum socks, and now we're on to music. This game is about a desert bus. CDO North is back on Crab Game. If you drove off the side of the road right now, for 4 hours we would be towed back to start. It would take 16 hours to complete this route if that were the case. Or I would quit out of the game and you'd never see me stream again. So, accordion players are hard for me to say because here's the reality. In my circles, most of the accordion players I know are other things, right? There are piano players that can play accordion. There are piano players that can play melodica. So I don't have a real, I don't have any stereotypes about them. Now, that would differ from other types of music. Like, if you play in certain, if you found like a fucking classic merengue player or something, like if you went to like certain real cultural types of music, you might see stereotypes. Actually, let me finish guitarists. So the one thing I wanted to say is, since guitarists are, so the thing with guitarists in the mainstream is, one, guitarists, it's something that it's an affordable instrument. You can get an amp for really cheap. You can get a guitar for really cheap. You can make it sound decent for pretty cheap. You can learn basic things and sound fine pretty easily. And it's a good way to get laid, right? You don't even need to pull it out of your case. You can carry around an empty guitar case and get laid. So, so with people flooding the scene with that type of musician, right? With all the, like, there's a lot of fuckboys. There's a lot of people that are just like, I want to get into music. This seems like a good way to do it. Or it's also a way that's saying, how can I solo gig, but also play, but also sing, right? No worries. Yeah, shout out Murphicles. Murphicles, though, is not that. I'm about to get to the other side. My point is that jazz... Is it veering more extreme? No, it's not. Has a bug hit the windshield yet? Jazz guitarists are different. For someone to go into jazz, they're going into a type of music that people don't like. From jizz to jazz. That's the name of this VOD. Thank you. I'll take that. For people to go into a music that requires a lot of theoretical knowledge and not a lot of people really digging it, you get a certain type of musician that goes into that. And also, because it's a lot harder for cream to rise to the top. Listen, I'm a good trombone player. I'm a good trombone player. But the other thing I know is that it's a lot easier for me to get noticed than for a guitarist to get noticed. Because there's a lot more guitar players than there are trombone players. Right? So most of these guitar players are fucking cream of the crop. A lot of these guys. And what a lot of these guitar players do is they study a lot. And they get really into like harmony and rhythm and stuff like that. So Murphicles is like just a really talented guy. He's a really good dude. He's a good hang. Oh. Yeah. Murph is not the guy I was describing of like fuckboy carrying the thing. Murph is just like real good dude. I used to play second trombone in a big band with him. And second trombone is usually the solo chair. The way big bands often work is that first chair is often the lead player. The first chair usually plays the high notes. The first chair usually dictates how to play the song. The second chair usually improvises solos. The second chair usually sits by the rhythm section. So like Murphicles and I would sit next to each other on stage, even though I was trombone and he was guitar. And he's just a good guy. I could not say a single bad word about him. Oh, there come the lights. Yeah. Piano's a tough one. And part of the reason is on one hand, piano has a little bit of what piano has a little bit of what guitar has. Not the same way. Listen. You're not going to walk around with a fucking keyboard strapped to your back and have girls line up. People aren't just like, oh my god, play fucking Piano Man for me, right? It's not a thing. So you don't have the fuckboy start, right? Like, a lot of guitarists start because they want to get laid. A lot of piano players start because their parents stuck them in front of the keyboard when they were 3, and they kept doing it, and then they became really good. Unless you get a keytar. True. Keytar can slay. So ukulele is a weird one. It depends on the crowd. There's a certain type. Oh, sax can for sure. But I honestly, I think sax is often tied to romantic. And you actually get a bit of the fuckboy with sax. You see that a lot in like soprano sax or alto sax. And they, like, you know, they get into the smooth shit and it's just like, and then people listen, they're just like, I'm fucking ready now. I just met you and I'm ready. I've definitely seen some of that. Oh god, I had a story of a guy. Oh my god, I have a story of that. That same time where I met Kenny Wheeler, I shared a room. We all shared rooms with other people. And I shared rooms with that saxophone player. And I'm fucking asleep. I'm asleep because I want to get up early, do the rehearsal, see all the things. He comes back to the room with 2 girls. 2 real drunk girls. And, the one girl was his prom date. And the other girl was her friend. And, yeah, yes, you. Why you call me out like that? And I'm just there laying in... Like, I was sleeping and I woke up from them coming there. The one girl, the friend of the girl that he's with, is, lays on the floor between the 2 beds. And the other girl... Things happen. And as things are happening, the girl on the floor between the 2 beds just keeps being like, guys, stop it. It's so gross. You guys are so gross. Guys. The whole time they're going at it. Meanwhile, I'm just like fucking have my covers over my head like, Jesus Christ, I just want some sleep. And she's going, guys, yeah, I was asleep. I was asleep when they came in. Like, our beds, for clarity, our beds are less than 2 feet apart, and there was a girl laying in between the beds on the floor. And, this is, I was doing a jazz festival thing where we all audition across Canada and get placed in a jazz band. And I got placed with a saxophone player. I got placed with 2 very different saxophone players. So the one girl on the ground, they're doing their thing. And the girl on the ground is complaining, oh, stop. You guys are so gross. I can't believe you're doing this. Blah, blah. And then he does her thing. I mean, he does his thing. He finishes. He's like, okay, time to go to sleep. Clearly, the act. How do I explain this? How do I explain this in a way that won't get me banned? Let's just say he frosted her mountains. He put some frosting on her mountains. And she goes, she's like, oh my god, this is so gross. She goes, this is so gross. Ugh, it's so gross. And he goes, it's not going to sink through your tits and make you pregnant. And then he goes to sleep. And then at the end, he messages me. And at the very end, he goes, oh, and also I got a call. The same guy, I got a call. And so for the record, I do not smoke weed. I barely drink. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't care if people smoke weed. I don't care if people do cigarettes. I don't care if people do acid. I don't care. I just personally don't. I don't think there's anything morally against it. At this point in time, weed was illegal in Canada. This guy was going through like, yeah, I know, really. But I'm a trombone player, Yasu. I'm a trombone player, remember? I'm the cuck of the section. So, This guy was spending, I forget, it was like $400 a week on weed or something. This guy was fucking spending money. It was some insane amount. And he was clearly lighting up in the hotel room constantly. And so I get the call. I get the call from the front desk. I'm like, hello? And they're like, hello. We smell the smell of marijuana. It's really strong. The cleaners have complained. And we are going to deduct $200 from you for damage to the room and repairs for the damage of you doing this. Stop it at once. And I said to them, listen, this is not me. I do not choose who I'm paired with. This is not me. Take it up with the other person. And then I go to him and I'm like, dude, you need to stop. I'm not going to pay money for your shit. And so at the end of the week or 2 weeks or whatever it was, he comes up to me and he goes, Curly, I'm really sorry I was such a bad roommate to you. I want you to have this to make up for what I did. And he gives me his CD. He gives me the CD that he was on. I was like, thanks. I brought it home and never listened to it. It's probably in a drawer somewhere. It's never been unwrapped. Oh, God. I went to school. I went to university with another one of those guys. Oh, God. Simon. I think I can guess. I went to university with another sax player. This guy, you know, this guy was a fucking prodigy musician. This dude, unbelievably good musician. Oh, this dude, though. This other dude I'm talking about now. This dude offered me ketamine. I was hanging with him. He's like, hey, want some ketamine? I was like, no. No, I don't want ketamine. Just fucking casually offering some special K. Yeah, this dude. This dude was there were some dark stories with this guy. Like, this guy had stories that followed him that we are not getting to on stream. Like, fucking deep trauma stories. This dude had fucking issues. Not good. I hear he's a lot better now, but shit, man. There was some shit with this guy. But this guy was... Oh, my God. This guy was a guy. And he, Oh, there's the bug! I just got the achievement, you monster. Can I put on wipers? Okay. So, doing music without drugs is kind of cringe. Oh, God. 18 viewers for the bug. Clip it! No, I'm just kidding. I like how it's like, serious trauma shit, bug hits. Clip it! The clip will be like, man, serious trauma shit, bug! Oh, God. So this guy was real prodigy musician. Like, one of the best natural musicians I've ever heard. He also worked really hard, but one of the best natural musicians I've ever heard. Amazing ears, godlike talent. This fucking guy, we had to take intro to keyboard. And, yeah, and you know what, Sneaky? I hope they fucking starve. Anyways, this dude, we had to take intro to keyboard. And, man, intro to keyboard, the person who taught intro to keyboard was the same guy that after the Kenny Wheeler story said, what did you expect him to give you a handy? This guy. So the teacher was like a real, like, amazing musician, but a dude who was like fucking stone cold, like deadpan, and he was miserable teaching this class because he's like, I am one of the best piano players in the country, and I gotta teach you guys how to fucking go, like, do voice leading, like, da, 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 da. No, wrong note. Da, da, da. He's just like, listen, just fucking play it in time. You can play it really slow, just play, like, this guy was miserable. He would go back to his students and be like, man, I was teaching the chimpanzees again. They would just refer to us as chimpanzees because we were so bad. Anyways. So that guy, this sax player I mentioned is in this class in first year, and you're allowed to test out a keyboard, right? But the thing about this class is this class was very basic, and it was very, very specific curriculum. It was, we're working out of the jazz piano book. So it's like, class 1, fucking just play the thirds and sevenths on like all the things on Just Friends, right? You play the 7th, and then the next part becomes the 3rd, and then the next part becomes the 7th, and you're just playing a note that's going down. Like seriously, here, if you were playing the 3rds and 7ths, it would literally be like going down the major scale. It would be like, it would be like shit like that. Like, that's the shit we had to do. Right? And this fucking guy, he would never learn the... We had to do shit like learn a bass line. Just play a bass line. Bum, 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Whatever. You do that, you fucking pass, and you have like a fucking 2 weeks to learn this shit, right? And we just all sucked. We just couldn't do it. Super easy shit. This dude, this sax player, was fucking awesome at the piano, but he would never look at the assignment. So they're like, okay, play this thing. You just have to go. Bum 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 bum. Just do that, and he's like, okay. And the guy's like, okay, that was great, but that wasn't the assignment at all. You get 0. And every fucking week, this guy got 0 because instead of playing the fucking da 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 da, he would do like chord, oh, modulation. It's like, no, just play those fucking notes. It's the major scale. Why are you failing this class? Oh. Hey, Blueberry, how's it going? Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, you can hear my voice. We're a little over halfway, and I hear the rasp in my voice. Ooh, tomorrow is going to be a day. We'll see how I am tomorrow. Yep, we're over the halfway point. This, yeah. So anyways, it was this kind of character. And then for the big band, we would have to, you know what? That's a good call. I'm going to drink some water. And we'll take a bathroom break. We'll let people get off the bus for a second. This is a good time. Okay. Slowing down. Despacito. There we go. That's like how we would play on the fucking horn. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. And we'll finish this story. 1 second. And back. Time to chug some water. And Simon, I believe in the original you could not stop. I think in the original you could not, but this remake I think is to make it a bit easier on the charity guys, I believe. I could be wrong about that. I think in the original, if you stopped, you got towed. Okay. Blueberry, I met you during Undertale, right? Okay. Is everyone back in? You still got 4 people? Okay. It's time. I'm playing with this with mouse. I do not have VR. Okay. So. I did play Undertale on stream. We got the pacifist ending. So. This guy, this sax player, he was the type of guy, he signed up for a, he signed up for a job before our big band class, before our jazz orchestra class. And his job is that he had to set up the chairs for the section. He had to set up the drums. He had to do all that shit, right? So we could start on time. Now, he didn't do this even once. He never did this. But he got paid by the university to do this. Oh, no one ruined Undertale? I don't think spoilers were too bad. I don't think spoilers were too bad in that stream. People were definitely backseaty. People were definitely like, why are you doing that? I definitely made a joke of it at one point. Well, the game made a joke of it. The game helped me out. The game wingmaned me so hard. But anyways. So this dude had this job where he would set up the band, but he would just always show up late. So I just did it for him. And at the end of the year, the band director was like, sax guy, you need to buy Curly a 2-4 of beer. Like, he's just like, this guy fucking saved your ass. What they post our grades publicly, and they post it by student number, right? And every single student number was like, everyone in the whole band had the same grade, 85%, I think, except for him, who had a 60. We're like, okay, we know who that is. We don't even need to guess. We know who it is. This fucking guy, I remember one time this guy came up to me. He was like, man, you and I, we're like, he came up to me and a piano player, and he was like, us 3, actually, and a guitar player, 4 of us. And he was like, we're like the outcasts of the program. We're like the outcasts. We got to stick together. I was like, in my head, I was like, I'm not a fucking outcast. What are you talking about? Leave me alone. But what this guy did one time is he stole a very, 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 very expensive flute. He went to the classical practice rooms and stole a $10,000 flute from a student. And the student was clearly really fucking desperate to get it back. So there were emails. They were getting posted. There were all these emails. Like, she's offered a reward. Even if you are the thief, she won't press charges. She won't punish you, and she will pay a reward for the flute back. You will get $100 if you return the flute that you stole. Just give us this flute. Right? And this guy tries to pawn this $10,000 flute to a dude I know, right? Years later, I found out, I was talking to that guy, and he's like, yeah, that fucking dude tried to sell me this flute. It was so expensive. He just wanted like a couple $100 for it. He was like, I knew that it was stolen. I was like, get the fuck away from me with that. So what this guy does is he returns the flute and claims that the lead alto player stole it. He blames it on a dude who's a fucking sweet guy. Just a really, really sweet guy, the lead alto player. And he's like, it was him. He stole his flute. Tries to blame it on this guy. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. And this guy, but I mean, he's a fucking amazing musician. And I've seen him play, like, this dude, I'm not going to tell names or anything. This dude is now playing big gigs with big people. You will see this guy on stage in the biggest shows. Yeah. And there's worse shit I'm not going to get into. Like, that shit is as bad as I'm willing to get into, but there was some bad stuff. Not a good guy. I've heard he's gotten a lot better. I have heard that he's gotten a lot better. But that was rough. So yeah, there is that, you know, there's a spectrum there. I would not say that's a saxophone thing, but I would say he had a lot of traits of the saxophone thing. Okay. So we've gone through sax, trumpet, trombone, guitar. Piano's a weird one, as I mentioned, because piano, most people don't get in piano because they want to get laid. Most people get into piano because their parents make them. And then they get really good, and they're like, well, I'm really good. Let's do this. A lot of piano players have perfect pitch. A big reason why a lot of piano players have perfect pitch is because they start piano as a young kid, as a toddler, and so they develop perfect pitch. I don't know if mayonnaise is an instrument, but my God, am I a virtuoso at it. Wild potatoes. Theremin. Oh God, theremin. That's an instrument. So piano ranges a lot. I don't really feel like, I feel like piano does not have a uniform thing. The school I went to, there was a lot of kind of cutting with piano. Like, they were really, really competitive and harsh on each other. But going to other schools and other places, I've not found that to be the case. I found a lot of them to be a lot more accepting. So I don't know. I can't really give you a piano thing. I just think a lot of piano players, I would say piano players often have a bit, you know, came from places with more expendable income. There's often that because they're, you know, it's hard to start piano at 10 and then become a professional piano player. You're competing with people that have played it their whole life. Although people do it. And drums varies. Drums has, drums is a real wild card one. Drums gets a lot more wild guys. The most wild people I've seen have been drummers. But drums also has, you know, some of those, a lot of people get into drums for the same reason why people get into guitar. Right? You get a lot of people that play those instruments because they want to get laid. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of really, really, really highly, like, intellectual, like, rhythmic god drummers that are just, like, really into the passion of, like, fucking being the most advanced rhythmic, just virtuoso ever. There's also people that are just like, let's fucking go, let's drink, guys, yeah, let's fucking, like, those are both pretty common things. So there's kind of a couple camps that vary. I would say trombone and trumpet have two of the most distinct, like fucking, you can look at a trombone player and be like, I know that guy's a trombone player without seeing his horn. You really wanted to do it with, oh yeah, I remember my sister used to play flute. I remember she used to be like, Curly, you can play any instrument, just don't play flute. I was like, why would I play flute? What? That wasn't even on the list. I think she was like, because she was good at flute. I think she's like, I want this to be my thing. It's like, I'm not gonna play flute. What? Yeah, and I don't really know for other instruments. Singers vary a lot too. Singers also have, I think singers often get treated poorly too. Singers have a weird place in the industry, I would say. Because singers get a lot of opportunity sometimes. People want a singer. So in certain ways, well, oh, okay. Singers are treated amazingly by customers, often, I think. Singers are often treated poorly by instrumentalists. Yeah, A lot of people, I think a lot of, you know how I mentioned that certain people are you know how I mentioned like a lot of people are kind of like elitist and stuff against other genres? A lot of instrumentalists are elitist against singers. Because there are crazy singers that are like, have these like crazy ears, are super technical, like just amazing. But there's also, you'll encounter a lot of singers that are, a really common thing with singers is, oh, I don't sound good in that key, play it in this key. And it's like, really? You want me to like, there's a common thing with singers is one, singers often don't really know the music theory. So they'll often have pretty strict asks that they don't realize what they're asking for. Now, this is not always. This is just, I think, something that leads into stereotypes. And they often want to play in keys that other people don't want to play in. So, as you know, in rock music, very common keys are like E. Like, common keys are keys that go with the strings of a guitar. So you can play with open notes. In jazz, and in like things like that with lots of horn players, common keys are like B flat, right? So like rock and stuff like that tends to lean more towards sharp keys, and horn things tend to lean more towards flat keys because it like aligns with their overtone series. And so because of that, horn players are often really bad at reading sharp keys, and guitar players are often really bad at reading flat keys. There's often stuff like that happens, right? Oh, okay, let me catch up on what you're saying. The pressure was on to be good. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I was similar in the, I think I often didn't work as hard as I should have. Like, I don't think I really earned a lot of things. I think I coasted a lot. I mean, I worked in music. I would do like 10-hour days of music in high school. I would skip every class and go to music for 10 hours. But like in most things, I would fucking coast. But anyways, wait, what was I saying? Oh yeah, with keys. So a thing that often happens with singers is you'll be playing like a song and the singer will hand out a song and it's in B flat. You're like, great, let's do this. And the singer will be like, oh god, this is a little low for my voice. Can you put it up a semitone to B? That's like, what the fuck? We have to sight transpose this song to the key of B major? And so like a lot of instrumentalists just like fucking hate on singers for shit like that. Where it's like, well, it sucks, but also realistically we should learn how to transpose. It's just like, it's another layer that we don't want to do. And the reason I say we is because I don't want to fucking do the extra work either, but it's not an unreasonable ask. But yeah, we're often just like, we often have that like, then write that chart for us. Write it in B. Give us the chart. So there's often like reputations like that of like people. And so often there's a lot of horn players that, or instrumentalists, not just horn players, but like rhythm section players that don't respect the vocalists. Which is unfortunate because there's some fucking vocalists out there that are unbelievable musicians, the ears they have. There's also a lot of people, a thing that happens a lot too, is you'll have musicians that sound good because their ears are hearing it, but they don't know what they're doing. Like, they don't know what they're doing from a theoretical level, but they know what they're doing from this is how I want it to sound, right? Which is great. That's what you need. But because of that, I think you get a lot of, you can get in situations where they have a hard time conveying what they want. And then, and so I think they kind of get shat on for that sometimes too. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, so I think that really covers the big instrumentalists. Like, I don't really play much, if any, classical music. So I can't be like, man, clarinetists be like, man, clarinetists be like Simon. Man, flautists be like, I can't really speak on that. I haven't seen enough, and I don't know enough of the stereotypes. I know some of the musician jokes, but... Oh, whoa, that was not good. Yikes. Okay. Any questions? Any questions? Class. Yeah, I think a big thing is to get better at things, you need to just create, right? You just need to do. And I think it's natural for people to want to succeed. And I think that the feeling of not succeeding can you can be like, I'm a failure, I don't want people to see my failures and things like that. But the truth is, like, no one is just good at things. Right? Like, no one is truly really good at things. For anyone to learn guitar, it's hard as an adult. Because the reason why people are normally... Oh, for sure. No, this totally applies to me, Simon. Like, yeah, why do you think I don't play competitive games? Because I don't want to fucking suck and embarrass myself. How would I not suck and embarrass myself? By playing competitive games and competing. And then learning to not suck. Right? Like, yeah, for sure. 100%. But, like... I think the thing is... Sorry, where was I going? I just got distracted by that. Yeah, I think a big thing is a lot of things that people are good at, the reason why they're good at it is because their parents made them fucking do it when they were kids and they didn't have a choice but to suck, right? Like, everyone sucks at whenever they start anything, but your parents are like, you got to do it. I'm spending money, you have to do it. You have to go to piano because I'm spending the money. And then by the time that they can appreciate what they have, then they're already good at it. So they've gotten past the painful part. But then when a lot of grown-ups are like, man, my lifelong dream was to always play saxophone. And then they pick it up and they're like, I fucking suck. I'm terrible. Well, it's like, yeah, but everyone is. Like, that you just got to do it. And that's the same for everything. Yeah. I think we just need to... I mean, Simon, I know you've been watching Healthy Gamer. But, like, one of the things that I remember them saying was, like, what was it? They're like, don't call it failure, don't call it being bad at something, call it inexperience. Right? You're not experienced at this yet. Hey, welcome back. You missed me talking a lot about music. You don't fear sounding stupid is a very good skill to have, honestly. Honestly, like, that's been something I've been trying to work on while streaming. Because I do have, what? Well, then God bless you, Bombshell. But no, but real talk, like, I can see that there's aspects of myself where I get way too emotionally invested in how good I am at something that I haven't even put in the time at being good at, right? And it's like, who the fuck cares? And the truth is, like, failing on stream is often a lot more interesting than succeeding on stream. Unless you're a fucking, like, Shroud god gamer. But, like, a lot of fun streams are failing, and it is a weird skill to learn to laugh at yourself and learn to laugh at doing that shit, right? It's interesting. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing. Like, people say that, like, if you want to learn to write music, it's like, write a song a day. What if it sucks? Well, so? And throw it in the garbage after you're done, but do it. Right? Like, you can write a song, because you start getting those things, like, what is it? Like the George R.R. Martin kind of stuff, where it's like, and this is really common in music. Like, this happened with me, that you write music and it's good, and everyone's like, this is really good, and you get a good mark on it, and you're like, shit, my next one needs to be better. And you just are artificially imposing limitations on yourself. And I used to be really upset, because, like, one of the songs people fucking loved of mine was a song that I was like, this song is basic. This is like a 3-chord song until the bridge. It's a 3-chord song until the bridge. It's super simple. The melody is like dotted half notes, and it was in 3. It was like so simple. And then the bridge I just stole from one section of Blue and Green. but I like extrapolated it for a bridge. I extrapolated a 2-note thing into an 8-bar thing. Right? And I used to be like, oh, but I'm working so hard on, you know, and I everything I wrote had to be more experimental than the last thing. Everything I wrote had to be better than the next thing. And at a certain point, it's like, I can't write better than that last one. I can't do any better than that. And so then you just stop. And then you're like, well, now I'm not even going to be good because I just haven't written. Right? It's like, well, why did you impose these restrictions? Why did everything need to be better than the last? And I think that's really common with writers. It's why you see a lot of writers just slow down and slow down and slow down with all sorts of things. Yeah, and it's also like, Scoots, it's also like things aren't always... It's kind of like, you know, when we talk about politics, right? I'm not going to get into politics, really. But we view politics as a bimodal thing, often, right? We're like, this person is left, and this person is right, and all that exists is, you know, oh, you have this radical left, you have this radical right, and everyone is in between these 2 points. It's like, no, they're fucking not. You know, some people care about this thing and they don't care about this. Some people eat meat and they eat meat and but they hate guns, right? There's people that eat meat and they don't want guns. There's people that love meat or that hate meat and they love guns. There's going to be vegans that like guns, right? Like we often, our brains often simplify things into this like binary or bimodal thing. That's just not the case. And so I think often you get this where it's like I saw some shit. I don't know. Listen, maybe I just made that up. Okay. Thank you, Race, for backing me up. I was just assuming. I just made an assumption. Does he go out and shoot radishes from a distance? Does he go out into the forest and shoot radishes and turnips? Yeah. So I think we often look at things on a spectrum in terms of quality too, where it's like one time that it really jumped out to me is I remember seeing an ad, and it said, the ad was top 100 living trumpet players. It was an article in a magazine. Top 100 living trumpet players. Number 2, Kenny Wheeler. That guy I mentioned, that flugelhorn player, writes these really nice, like, voice leading harmonies that are really complex and odd, but really beautiful and natural sounding to your ear. Just this gorgeous improv that is super fluid and just different and unique. Number 1 was Wayne Bergeron. Wayne Bergeron is the dude who fucking screams high notes, the fucking, like, one of the just premier lead trumpet players in the world. He's the guy that does the Jeopardy theme, right? And I'm like, what spectrum is this? What spectrum is Wayne Bergeron better than Kenny Wheeler? And what spectrum is Kenny Wheeler than Wayne Bergeron? They're not the same animal. They are totally different vehicles, right? No one is like listening to some Kenny Wheeler music and was like, the only thing that would make this better is if I was listening to Wayne Bergeron play Jeopardy. There are different types of music, and it just doesn't apply, right? And it's so yeah, obviously there's different quality in different things, but this is not a linear spectrum. And and so for you to write a song and be like, it needs to be better, it's like, better is not a linear spectrum, right? Different things fit different vibes. You know what? Brad Meldau's most hip, out there, amazing jazz solo would probably not be the best solo in a lounge. And it would probably not be the best solo in a fucking Ariana Grande song, right? They all have their own environments where they're appropriate and where they succeed, and you know. Yeah, I mean, and it is fun. Like, listen, I like tier lists. I enjoy them. I don't know why. It's fun. It's fun to just break things down and see people's opinions. Like, I totally want to tier list the Final Fantasy games when I'm done with them. I want to do it. Now, I think that the Final Fantasy games offer many different things. I think the thing that makes that series special is that they always are fucking trying shit. Like, you have Final Fantasy VII. This game is one of the best-selling games ever. It breaks through to the West. Final Fantasy finally breaks through and is a mega success over here. And they're like, okay, let's make another game. What do we want to do? I know. Scrap that whole magic system. Scrap that whole materia system. Scrap, it's just like, scrap the summon system. Let's just change how the game plays. Oh, you like grinding? Well, now grinding, it makes you bad in this game. Don't do that. Final Fantasy 13, man, I really love Final Fantasy 12. I love that you could kind of program these macros to control like your characters in certain ways, and you can blah, blah, blah. I love that there was this dynamic political open world that you could explore with all these tensions. Final Fantasy 13, what do we want to do? I know. Let's put you in a hallway and you run across it. Right? It's like they all do their own things. I'm just kidding. I actually don't hate Final Fantasy 13. I think Final Fantasy 13 is kind of cool, even though they fuck a lot of shit up. But I also think it's cool to see how they fuck shit up. Okay, let's check on our people. You guys awake back there? You guys okay? Can anyone give me a nod? Anyone there? Wakey, wakey! Is anyone there? Oh! Goats is alive! We have a goat! Oh! Oh, I see Scoots! Oh! Race is still there! We're just missing our good old little Welsh friend. So the only issue is apparently you can only have 4 passengers, even though it looks like you can have 1 billion. So we're actually a full up bus. Yeah. Kai tried to join earlier. We would have had 6 people on this bus. We'd have had 6 people. The way you would join is I would add you on my Steam friends list, and then you could just pop it right in. When they're original, for example, is you can take Toby Fox. Yeah, there's some really interesting stuff. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. And Scoots, are you gonna watch the last 3 hours of the VOD of just a straight road? I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I love that the people are actually here. I can't believe people have sat through this from the beginning. That is incredible to me. Like, listen, the truth is, I should be fucking paying you guys for this. I'm not going to. There's no way in hell I'm going to. But, seriously? You guys are champions. Holy shit. You guys have sat on this boring-ass bus for 5 hours and just been here. And then 5 hours in, when I'm like, who's here? You guys are here. That is amazing. Oh, you're just on a stranger's bus. That's amazing. There is something though that you're just like you play fucking Desert Bus and you drive on a road and talk, and then you're like, man, fucking 9 times as many people have watched this than Final Fantasy. Shit. It calls game choices into question for sure. It's like, that's true. It's like, man, Final Fantasy is far too grindy. I want to watch you go down a road. You know what? For the amount of people hanging out while I go down this straight road, you guys will probably love Final Fantasy 13. Oh man, Final Fantasy 13 stream will be awesome because it's basically this game, right? Except with better music. I used to ride on a bus for like 4 to 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. because I lived in a different city than when I went to university. And so I would ride a bus there, and my times were like at rush hour, and I would have to take transfers. I would just listen to so much music. Okay, wait, what am I saying? Press X? Is that going to make me quit? Is X the secret quit button? This game is literally... I mean, listen, though. It's a road trip with literally, like, no sights. It's like, oh my god. Look at that horizon, isn't it? So, it's like going through Saskatchewan without plants. I was joking. I was joking about heckling the game choices. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I misunderstood. Controversial opinion, though, guys. I think Final Fantasy 13 is my favorite soundtrack in the series. I'm pretty sure it's my favorite soundtrack. Oh, I haven't played enough of 4, but I don't even think 4 is on the list at this point. I think my top 3 would be 13, then 7, and then 10. I think that's my order so far, I believe. But I also think, the older games... I know, we're getting there. I think the older games suffer a bit. I mean, the Pixel Remaster improves it a lot. The older games had the problem with, like, having soundtracks on the fucking NES or on the Super NES. So, whereas the newer games are like, let's get an orchestra to record this. So, just, like, the higher fidelity and stuff just makes the soundtrack so much more just vibrant. It's not really a fair competition. So, we're going to arrive... We're actually not going to... This isn't going to end right at 8. Remember. We got towed initially just to show it off. We started a few minutes late. And then we took a couple bathroom breaks. Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 7, and then 13 too. Okay. So. There's a few games I can't really comment on. I can't really comment on 6. Because... what I know through 6 and 13 too is I know the songs that were on Final Fantasy Theater Rhythm. Now, Final Fantasy 13 2, it was either 13 or 2 or Lightning Returns is one of my favorite songs. Which was called Chaos, I believe. It had like a weird rhythm like dun 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 brum brum brum. And it had like a drum and bass thing. The Final Fantasy 13 games have really cool music because they have like orchestral shit. But then they have like drum and bass and like electric guitar and modern drums. 6 I know has one of the best battle themes. Final Fantasy 6 is one of the best battle themes. Just 6 has some out there music that I've heard. 7 I think is just... Here's the thing. I think 13 from beginning to end is, except for the pop song. There's a pop song that I'm like, screw this. I don't want to hear this shit. But I'm not against pop songs. But this song, don't want to hear it. But in general, the Final Fantasy 13 soundtrack has it has themes that develop through the whole 4-disc OST. It has a lot of cross-genre music, which is like my weakness. I love mixing genres. I love mixing orchestral with distortion. And it's just so incredibly consistent. And it's also got some like out there stuff in it. 7 is also very, very consistent. Fucking bombing run. One-Winged Angel, Genova. 7's really consistent. I don't remember how 10 is overall, but 10 has one of the prettiest songs in the series, so I throw it there. What's my opinion on the Beatles? So, I actually don't know one album from another. I don't know what's on each album. But I think the Beatles are pretty insane. I'm very pro Beatles. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember. I think 15 was the one, Sneaky Boy. I think the Beatles, the thing that's really interesting about them is how much variation they have in their music over a very small period of time of activity. It's crazy when you realize that they were active for such a small period of time, and how fucking different I Want to Hold Your Hand is from, like, Eleanor Rigby. Like, that is not the same band. I Want to Hold Your Hand and Eleanor Rigby are different fucking bands. So I don't love everything by the Beatles, but man, some of their music is just amazing. And now I also don't know a lot of their B-sides, right? I mostly know the A-sides. So, like, you know, I love Eleanor Rigby. I love, like, Blackbird. I love Yesterday. I love, you know, like, I'm mostly familiar with a lot of their bigger ones. But I'm not the best person to talk to, honestly, about the whole breadth of their stuff. Yesterday was when he wrote it. So the story with Yesterday, I know, is that Paul McCartney had a dream. He heard that song in a dream. He woke it up and wrote down the melody. And as a placeholder, it was Scrambled Eggs. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, it was Scrambled Eggs, I think. Was it Scrambled Eggs? Ham and eggs? Scrambled Eggs, I think it was. Yeah, so I don't really know with the Beatles that much. Yeah, I think it's Scrambled Eggs. B-sides, the thing is that, like, A-sides often... The thing that holds back A-sides most of the time is that, you know, they have to hit the radio playtime, right? And so they have a faster arc. So you'll often have these songs that, like... You'll often have... The thing about B-sides is it has more room to take you on a journey. And you also usually have a certain level of expected intensity. But yeah, there's some pretty great A-sides. Yeah. You know what? Have you seen on Epic Game Store? They have a Kid A Amnesia exhibition, which is like all Radiohead. It's a Radiohead art exhibition, and I kind of want to play that, but I doubt I could stream it. I doubt I could put it on YouTube. The new documentary. Wait, what new documentary? Beatles documentary? I have not. But man, fucking Radiohead is some amazing, amazing music. And I don't care what people say. I know Radiohead fans like to hate on Creep. Creep is solid. It's definitely not my favorite at all. It's not even close to my favorite of theirs. But I don't care what you say. Creep is a freaking solid song. And Creep has the same chords as the Steven Universe opening. Yeah, it is. It is a masterclass in melody, too. It's just a really nice melody. I think people underestimate, like... I think sometimes people overlook how important a good melody is. But yeah. Same chord progression as We Are the Crystal Gems, we'll always save the day, and even if we can't, we'll always find a way. That's why the people of this world believe in. Whatever, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl, and Steven. Same chords as When You're Here Before, except different harmonic rhythm. I think Creep's chords last twice as long. Same chords. I've watched the first season or two of Steven Universe. I really want to watch Steven Universe, though. That show is pretty great. Pretty rad. Yeah, I mean, I think Creep lends itself to a lot of people that really self-insert. I think it leads to a lot of, like, depressed dudes, like, self-inserting into the song. Okay, I'm gonna try to drink Wait, I was about to say I'm going to try to drink and drive. Guys, I'm not drinking alcohol. I'm drinking water. Ugh. Okay. Okay. That's true. Just don't be like that dude that I talked about earlier in the stream that's like, hey, lady, sit on my lap, come over here, sexy. And then fucking Racer Roni will just be there like, oh my god, please just stop talking to me, please. Yeah, we're getting there. Wait, Paranoid Android is... I love Paranoid Android. And that song? Okay. Everyone who is under 18. Nah, actually, you're fine. But Paranoid Android is a fucking music video. Holy shit. That is a music video. Hey, there's no brakes. I just have to coast. Oh, by the way, the reason why I brought up Radiohead is because in the jazz world, probably like a generation ago now, the big fad was turning Beatles songs into jazz songs, right? Like fucking jazz versions of Blackbird, jazz versions of Yesterday. That was the big thing. 10 years ago, the big thing was turning Radiohead songs into jazz songs. So I've played Radiohead jazz concerts where I've done like Paranoid Android, like just done full 2 sets of Radiohead music. I could probably find it. So the band I played with, so there's a band, I'm not in this band, okay? I'm not in this band, but I've subbed in occasionally. There's a band called the Toronto Jazz Orchestra, the TJO. And they do an annual Radiohead show, or annual Radiohead shows. So if you look up the Toronto Jazz Orchestra Radiohead, you'll probably find some videos of them playing at a place called the Rex. I played with them before. I'm not their regular guy, but I have done some of the gigs with them. Ooh, the sky's looking nice now. This bug isn't. Man, could you imagine playing this game without chat? Could you imagine playing this game just for, like, the love of riding down a road? I wonder if anyone really loves this game. Like people that are, like, into Euro Truck Simulator. They're like, oh, man, I love Euro Truck Simulator, but nothing will ever satisfy me like the joys of Desert Bus. Oh, yeah. I played Body Snatchers a lot as a jazz song. I played Body Snatchers many times as a jazz song. I think there's a pretty big arrangement of it. I want to say, is it Bill Holman? Is that who I'm thinking of? There's a good Body Snatchers arrangement. Ooh, American Truck Sim. I want to play that. I have Euro Truck Sim, but I want American Truck Sim, but there's just so many DLC. And I hear the DLC are really good. Like, there's fucking an Idaho DLC, and I hear it's awesome. Yeah, those games are crazy. Those are really cool games. I think there's a Euro Truck Sim 2 now. Okay, take care. Have a great day, Sneaky. Nice seeing you. Thanks for joining me on the on this stream. I love how I'm advertising. You know what's hilarious to me? Just fucking absolutely hysterical to me. Is that I've been advertising this as, guys, this is the worst stream ever on Twitch. Guys, this is going to be the worst stream. Everyone, let's just play some shit that everyone hates. Like, I've been trash talking this stream before, and I think this might be my, like, biggest natural stream ever by far. Obviously, I'm not counting one where it's like Contra comes in and raids, and I jump from 3 viewers to like 48, and I'm like, holy shit. Aside from that, I'm actually really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. It's actually, because here's the thing, it's fun to do as a novelty because it's so fucking stupid. Like, why would anyone play this game? It's so stupid. But it really just opens me to look at chat and just talk to you guys, which is a lot of fun. And I like playing games where I can talk to chat. It's also different because, like, one of the things is, like, because people are here, it's so much easier to talk about stuff. Because, like, listen, I love Final Fantasy. The problem that you get with streaming things like Final Fantasy is, one, these are big streams. These are 6-hour streams. And it's like, okay, hey, welcome. I hope you enjoy 3 hours of an RPG that you missed 10 hours of. Good luck jumping on board and understanding what's going on. And then part 2, it's like, oh, we're just gonna kill some flawns right now. Oh, we walked 3 steps. Here's 4 more flawns. Dang it, these guys are strong against melee. I have to use magic. Night, potatoes. Hope you have a great day. Thanks for popping in. And so it's one of those things that it's like, it's a weird thing where it's like, when you're not... Conversation with, like, viewers is a really... It's almost like a self-fulfilling thing or, like, a self-perpetuating thing. People make it so much easier to bounce stuff off of. And I think the problem with things like Final Fantasy often is you're just like, okay, I gotta use fire. Great, I beat him, just like I did the last 13 battles. Oh, another battle again, surprise. Okay, let's use fire. You know what, let's use Blizzard. That didn't work as well. Like, that's the content. It's like, okay, I get, but I also just want to play the games. I think I'm kind of in a phase where I'm just really into playing what I want to play. And there's things I want to do. There's things I want to experience. I like doing, like, random ass things. I really like playing games that no one's heard of a lot because it's cool to, like, discover with people. Because it's one thing to play a game that you're, like, really familiar with, and it's like, and everyone's familiar with. And that's neat and it's fun and I enjoy it and I like doing a wide variety of things. Oh, I know. But I don't mean this. I don't mean listen, you've also heard of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is not that game either. But have you ever heard of Cargo, the quest for... I'm never playing the original Final Fantasy, my friend. Never. I don't want to deal with it. I like DZ mode. Oh, and Troldemort, I have to tell you something. Oh, the original. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, God. I've been playing Final Fantasy 4 and I've been grinding off stream. And so far, I've been grinding off stream legitimately. I haven't used any experience boosts. I've just been grinding, you know. After that mini mutiny. But, listen. Partway through, I'm probably just going to give up. But yeah, like, I think it's cool. Like, one of my favorite streams I did recently, I would say there's 3 streams that I did that I really enjoyed recently. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was like a jump scare. 3 streams that I've really enjoyed recently. Oh my God. He is asleep. Look at that face. I really enjoyed the Siactro games because it was like, it was just so random. Like playing Tori 1 and 2, then playing, what was it called? McBat 64, and then playing all those itch.io ones like Tasty Ramen. Like, those were cool just because I've never heard of them. And it's kind of neat to explore that stuff and be like, listen, all of this stuff is new to you and it's new to me too. I have no idea what's going on here. I really enjoyed Unpacking. Because Unpacking was a game that I was like, this is Mellow Monday. We're just going to unpack. And then it ended with me like, oh my God, this game is so profound and deep. Like, that game blew my mind from like I did not expect this game to be what it was. And then the other one was Naissance, because it was just fucking degenerate madness. Yeah, right there. Naissance was such a degenerate stream. I loved it. I loved it. Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, you should do a passenger stream, Raceroni. Oh, passenger stream, quick. Then we can get 2 views. The only thing more mundane than watching a stream of someone driving a desert bus is watching people ride on someone else driving a desert bus. It'd be freaking... Oh, you could one-up this. Easy. I like that I can make this wiggle, but I should not mess with that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you guys hear this when I play it either.
B double flat.
What? Music!
German augmented 6th chord.
German augmented 6th chord.
Resolved to a D flat chord in 2nd inversion, or a D flat 6/4 chord, and then finally to the
What
A
is
flat
this?
chord or A flat 7 chord, depending on the whims of the composer at that particular time. But this is truly surprising because in this piece,
What
here in
is this?
measure 35, Dvorak holds that
Oh,
augmented
Dvorak.
6th sonority through the end of the bar, only to resolve.
Is this the
in
symphony
next
from the New
measure
World?
To a root position 1 chord.
I can play the symphony from
This
the New
is
World.
a really surprising shift.
How does it
although
go?
it's not
How does it go
unlike
again?
Things we've seen before.
How does Largo
Our root
go?
motion from A to D flat is the root motion of the rising third.
Oh,
It's
I've
not
played it on that dumb
unlike
recorder.
The very second measure of the piece, where we went from an E major chord to a D flat chord, and we have that gesture.
Oh, I'm blanking on how. Oh,
that,
da da da.
That plus the.
How's it go? Okay, we need to go. We need to go. It is a shitty, broken Irish tin whistle. Sorry, I just had to play some Dvorak. They were talking about it.
You'll probably recognize that movement to the higher tonic up to the third. We've had that before. That
Oh my
happened,
God, easy.
We made reference to this in, what would that have been? Measure
Easy.
17. And at that time, you'll recall I pointed out that as the melody is rising, we have contrary motion in the bass of the descending stepwise bass motion. Very lovely. Here, the same thing happens
Okay.
with a slight variation.
1 second.
Before, in the bass, we stepped down 1, 7, 6,
1
5,
second.
and then we held
Come
on
on,
to this
come
5.
on. This is the shit we do in jazz too. Okay, 1 second. How's it go? It's like this, is it? 1 second. There we go. There we go. You got the lick. Oh my gosh, guys. We need to add Kai. We need to add Kai. Let's slow down. Slow down. We're just adding minutes onto this ride. Yeah, I don't want this to end. I don't want this stream to... Oh my god. Goats. Gotta drift down. I gotta add Kai onto this... onto the cheerers list. What position is Kai in the bit thing? I need to put it in order. Okay, we're almost... We're safe. We're safe. Let's see. 3. Okay. Let's open this up. List. Oh, God. Oh, God. Cheer. Let's add. Well, where's my cursor? Where's my cursor? Okay. Ah! Oh, my God. I'm struggling. My cursor keeps wanting to go back to the game. Are you ready? Oh, my Kai. Bam. Save. I'm going to minimize this. We're going to open this up. There we go. You should be there. Let's show it off. Are you there? You are there. There you go. You're on the list. Oh, unfortunately, bad news for you, though. It's November 30th. It's November 30th. That means it gets wiped tomorrow. Oh, but don't worry. You will go in the Hall of Fame on my Discord. You will go in the Hall of Fame. Don't worry. It will be immortalized. We will all remember. We will all remember that beautiful, beautiful moment. The lick earned the list. Okay. So here is what I am into kind of musically right now. I mean, I have been for a few years now. But in this realm, like, I'm not talking about jazz. Jazz is a whole other beast. There's a band called Mew, like the Pokemon, M-E-W. I think from Denmark. Prog rock band. Really fucking good. It's that one I talked about that has the song that goes forward and backwards. Really fucking good. All their albums are so different. Highly recommend them. Seriously, look up New Terrain and Nervous. It is mind-blowing. That shit is crazy to me. And their other stuff is just as good. And Sufjan Stevens, another big one. I know Sufjan Stevens, a lot of you guys probably know him. Fucking amazing, amazing, amazing albums. Yeah. And every album is so different. Love Sufjan Stevens. Yeah, when you guys were talking about B-sides, I mean, I guess every song of Sufjan's is basically a B-side. But that got me to thinking, like, he has an album called Age of Odds, and it's, like, great album and more electronic than his other stuff. And then the last song is, like, fucking 25 minutes long. And it's a journey. It's like a 5-part journey of character growth. Partway through, it sounds a little bit like, was it Eye of the Tiger? Or no, in Final Countdown? Diddly-doo, diddly-doo. It has a movement that sounds a bit like that, but it's a long night. Better get together. It's like a little bit too. It's a Final Countdown, but man, that guy's writing is so. And it's also, if you are you ever guys in the mood where you're like, man, today's been good. It's been a real nice day. I want to be depressed. He's the fucking guy. His albums are so sad. Oh my god. Man, I haven't had enough depression in my life. Let's listen to some real good music. Zufjan is a song that's almost reads like a fucking love ballad for John Wayne Gacy Jr. It's like the most sympathetic sounding song for just a monster. I don't think he's actually being sympathetic towards this guy. Like, I don't. But man, it's a beautiful song too. That is some music. Okay, bad news. We have like 3 hours. We have like 3 hours, guys. I need some help. I need some help. Help me. Do da do da da do da do da do da da do da do da do da da do da. I love Scoots' head right now. He is so passed out. Quick, topics! My god, we have 3 hours left. My voice is shot. I've told you every aspect of my life. My whole being has been boiled down into 5 hours. Oh wait, Goats wanted to know what pizza I like. Goats! I like pizza with cheese and other stuff. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. We got that. See, I knew it. I bought bread pizza yesterday, and I have been a ball of gas ever since. It's delicious, but it's vegan. A vegan bread pizza. It's just bread and sauce and is delicious. And I am just made of gas now. Oh. Is he looking up? No, he's not. Hey, guys. Back there. You guys are so quiet and bodiless. You okay? You guys are creeping me out. You want to see something creepy? I can do The Exorcist. Huh. Okay, pizza. Pizza. I have no takes. My only pizza take is I'm not pro pineapple on pizza because I feel like pineapple is a special fruit. I feel like pineapple is a very special fruit. In which it is one of the best fruits by itself and it is one of the worst fruits with anything else on the planet. With this slight exception of pineapple jam is good with peanut butter. That's the one exception. A chocolate-covered pineapple, get the fuck out of here. Pineapple on pizza, no way. Pineapple in curry, get out of here. Oh my god. Goats. Oh, I think I've done this once before. Okay. I'll need to change my argument because I did do this once and it was during the rhyme stream, actually. So, I'm going to recap the argument that I used during rhyme. And then I'll try to think of a different argument. The argument I did during rhyme for why is pineapple good on pizza is, I think during our life, you know what? Desert Bus is a really, really good example of this. Desert Bus is the pineapple on pizza of video games. Right? It really is. Right now, we are watching an 8-hour-long pineapple on pizza. Because here's the thing. In our lives, so often, we get really caught up in the kind of upsetting parts of the world, right? Of the things that life... One thing that happens to us all the time is life becomes very normal. And when things become normal, it becomes discouraging, it becomes boring, it becomes frustrating, you know? And we are constantly faced, don't worry, this will not stay depressing, but we are constantly faced with limitations. We're constantly faced with not being able to do the things we want to do because money's tight. I know this all too well. You know, I want to give someone something that I care about, but I can't because I don't have the money. I want to go see the world, but I can't because I don't have money. Man, I want to just relax, but I have to do this because, you know, I have to do this stuff right now because I need to pay those bills. I can't watch TV without paying for the TV. So I need to earn that money, right? And man, we get caught up in all these things that drag us down. We every day we're like, man, we look in the mirror and we look at, oh man, my skin. Oh, if only I had better skin. If only I took care of myself more. If only I had better clothes. If only I had, you know, if I had more money. If I had more freedom. All this stuff, right? But what we forget every moment of our life is, holy shit, I exist. What the fuck? You know what's crazy? I exist. Did you know that? Listen. So a universe existed, right? And I fucking just am one of the things there. What are the chances? I don't know. How can you even look at a chance like that? That is crazy, right? And I think once things become common, they become normal. And once things become normal, they become boring. And once things become boring, they start to feel bad. And often you need something as... You need to smell those coffee beans. I mean, there is that. Yeah, it's a thing that you can't talk about. Like, you can talk about... Well, not really. Like, you can talk about lots of things. Like, you could talk about you, right? And what are the chances of a fucking sperm? How many sperms are there, right? How many loads did your dad drop in a fucking black sock on the floor instead of your mom, right? You know, how, you know, like, there's a lot of missed loads, and all of those loads have a lot of potential people, right? And there's a lot of eggs. There's a lot of eggs too. Not as many as those loads that are dropped, but still, there's a lot of eggs. There's a lot of people in the world, right? So, yeah, the existence is still pretty insane either way. But that aside, if sperm were up, okay, bombshell. Okay, I see. But anyways, that is not even accounting for the fact that that matter is a thing. That matter is a thing. Right? That space is a thing. That time is a thing. And so I think that, you know, when you smell perfumes, you're like, man, I want to get my wife something really special for her birthday. I want to smell that one. What's it called? Oh, it's called, like, Peachiophile. Okay, you smell it. That smells nice, right? It smells nice. And you're like, let me smell the next one. And they fucking, what do they hand you? Do they hand you, like, wooden doll perfume or something? You smell it and you're like, I don't even know what I'm smelling now. And they hand you something else and you're like, I can't even, what are these scents? My nose is so overstimulated, I don't know what anything is. Right? They don't do that. They give you something to center yourself, to clear it, right? Same with you know, or at a fine dining restaurant. They give you something to clear the palate. And what pineapple on pizza is pineapple is saying, listen, existence feels normal now. Right? We didn't have to exist, but it feels really fucking normal now. But you know what? You have some pineapple on pizza, you're like, what the fuck is this shit? What is this shit? This is horrible. And you're like, yeah, but you exist. It's like, oh, okay. Okay, you know what? Existence is way better than pineapple on pizza. It is the thing. It is the coffee beans that you smell. If coffee beans smelled like shit. It is the, you know, it's the existential palate cleanser. You need bad to be able to appreciate the good. Right? So that's where I stand on pineapple on pizza. Now, that was kind of the argument I made before when I was asked. So I feel like I need to give another argument that's different. Listen, I don't hate you for loving pineapple on pizza. I do not. Bread pizza is better than it has any right to be. Have you ever had it, by the way? I don't know why it's good. I also don't know if it's a Canadian thing or what. Bread pizza sounds fucking boring and dumb, and it is really good. Like, they put some good spices in that. And it's like, it's not cooked. I mean, it's cooked, obviously, but it's like, it's served at room temperature, and it is just weirdly delicious. You can also get it with cheese, which in my opinion makes it better, because cheese is amazing. Bread pizza is not bland, though, even without cheese, even with just the bread and the sauce. Because they clearly put a lot of, like, herbs or something in the sauce. Herbs, that must be it. It is good. It is like a big square pizza with a thick crust that is very airy. It's a very airy, thick crust. And it's like, and then it's just a big grid of sauce on it. Maybe. It could be. But I need to think about pineapple on pizza for a different route. Okay. Pineapple on pizza. It is more pizza. Yeah, it is pizza, but the texture of the pizza is very airy, and it's very thick and airy. It's not like a dense bread. It's good. Okay, here's something. Here's a way to approach pineapple on pizza. Have you guys ever played Monster Rancher? The PS1 classic, Monster Rancher. Which is also... It's also getting released on Steam soon, if not already. Monster Rancher is getting a PC release. Monster Rancher was a weird game. Oh, that's... Oh, interesting. Never heard of that in my life. Monster Rancher was an interesting game. It came out at the time of Pokemon and Digimon. Maybe a little bit after. It came out a couple of years after that. But it wasn't really like Pokemon or Digimon. You know what it was kind of like? What are those games like Princess Maker or shit like that? Yeah, I know they had to change up the CD function. The CD function was fucking cool. The CD function was one of the coolest things about that game as a kid. So. Monster Rancher was not a game where you like go on an adventure with your guys. Monster Rancher was kind of like, maybe has a bit more Tamagotchi to it than Pokemon and Digimon. Well, actually, Digimon technically started out as like a Tamagotchi, but you know what I mean. Digimon Adventures. It's more like Tamagotchi than Digimon Adventures. It's kind of like one of those like, there was a subgenre of like visual novel that was called like there was like Princess Maker. They were like raising girl games. It's kind of like that, but you make them fight. It was like a game where you raise girls but make them fight, and then you breed the girl. Okay, let's not go down that road. This is getting weird. I'm trying to make you understand the gameplay. Anyways. And so what you would do is you would get these monsters, and they would be like Suezo, which is basically like if Suezo is basically like what's that guy with one eye from Monsters Inc? It was like if that guy from Monsters Inc had a tail and no legs or arms. He just bounced on his tail. Mike Wazowski. And then there was Tiger. Yep. And then there was, what was it? There was Durahan or Dulahan. And there was Monolith, which was just the monolith from fucking 2001: A Space Odyssey. And there was, or what was it called? Was it called Monolith? Was it called Mono? Might have been called Mono. There were lots of these things. What else was there? I don't know. There were more. And what you would do is you would get one at the beginning of the game, but you could also do something cool, which was like put in CDs. You could put in CDs to your PlayStation 1, and it would be like hatching an egg. You'd be like, okay, let me put in this album. It's fucking The Verve Pipe. What were we listening to in the 90s? The Verve Pipe? Fucking Matchbox 20? You put in Matchbox 20 and you get a Suezo, and you're like, sick. And you put in the Verve Pipe, and you're like, you get Suezo again. You're like, okay, I get it. Let's get something else cool. Then you put in fucking three deep, and you get Tiger. You put it in B44, which was called B44 because they had 3 members. And what's B44? 3. Amazing name. And what? You get a Durahan. And so you would just get a random guy from this, right? And then what you would do is like those girl raising games, which for the record, I've never played those games. But I just feel like I should throw that out there. But like those games, you would like send it to class, send it to work, whatever. You could get money. You would make them fight. You would get raise stats. And then you'd go into like Pokemon style battles. You would get them to do moves on each other. And so you have to raise your stats on these guys, and you didn't go on trips anywhere. You would just do these stat raising things with them. But then, other than the listen, we're still on pineapple and pizza. Okay, we're looping around. I don't remember Moochie. I gotta look that up at some point. Well, it sounds vaguely familiar. Anyways, we're still talking about pineapple. So, besides hatching guys from random CDs, the other part that was really cool was you could breed your monsters. And you could just like fucking breed different species of monsters. You're like, oh, you see this one-eyed orb? Yeah, well, you can breed it with a monolith. You can breed it with just a rectangular prism. And what do you get? You get a big yellow rectangular prism with one eyeball or something, right? And it would have a name like Orby or some shit. Who knows? Like, you could breed all that shit. It was really cool. And as a kid, I would be like, this is awesome. And I would have graph paper, and I would write down all the guys going down one side, and I would write all the guys going on, like, you know, one on the x-axis, one on the y-axis, and I'd be like, oh, if you breed a Suezo and a Suezo, it's a Suezo. If you breed a Suezo and a tiger, you get whatever, fucking iCat or whatever the shit it's called, right? Viva Pinata was awesome. But the breeding in this game would create new species that would have like a primary trait and a secondary trait, right? You could have, if you bred a Suezo and a tiger, you could have a tiger-colored Suezo or a Suezo-colored tiger. You could have a blue and white striped Suezo, or you could have a tiger that's yellow with one eye. Okay? Pizza is the Monster Rancher of foods. I'm just telling you right now. Pizza is the Monster Rancher of foods. It is. Right? No one thinks... No one's like, you know what? Monster Rancher is the best game ever made. Monster Rancher is not the best game ever made, right? I've had better meals than a pizza, but I tell you one thing. Pizza's fucking... Monster Rancher is fucking cool, and pizza's fucking cool. Right? Pizza's always interesting. Pineapple... No. Well, yeah, kind of. Close. And the thing, it's cool to mix things, right? You're like, listen. Fucking goat cheese goes great with this thing, right? Awesome, right? But then, you know, monolith might be a freaking anchovy, right? And so you're like, okay, let's put anchovies and sun-dried tomatoes together. This isn't very good. Well, yeah, that's because you just bred a monolith and a fucking tiger or something, right? It's like, listen, tiger's cool, but the moment you just have a rectangular prism that is blue striped, all of a sudden it's not that cool. It's just a fucking rectangular prism. Doesn't matter what color you paint this rectangular prism. It's a rectangular prism. Wait, CD North is joined. We lost someone. Oh, I think Scoots is gone. I think Scoots has gone to bed. So, pizza is the combination of this different breeding, right? Okay. That means we have one open slot if anyone wants it. Okay, have a good night, Scoots. Thanks for joining me. You are a freaking champ. Almost 6 hours. Anyways. Pineapple. I actually don't know if this is a good comparison. I was going to say pineapple is the Suezo of pizza. I was going to say that. I was going to say pineapple is Suezo. It makes sense. They're yellow. And then anytime you mix something with pineapple, you're like, great. It has one eye. Wonderful. It's yellow and has one eye. I was going to say that, but the problem is pineapple is really good on its own. And no one is like, fuck yes, a Suezo, right? So I think there's probably a better comparison. Like tiger is pepperoni. Or tiger is either pepperoni or cheese. Tiger's always cool. I like it, right? We need to figure out what all the toppings are in pizza compared to Monster Rancher. That is something we have to do. But yeah, so so pineapple on pizza is like what happens when you mix, like, you know, Suezo with a monolith or something, or Suezo with a tiger. It's like, listen, the tiger is great by itself, but the moment you throw Suezo on there, great, we have a big yellow one-eyed cat. Cool. Wonderful. I love this guy with his big old one eye on his yellow dumb head. Wait, I was supposed to argue why it's good. Shit, I did the opposite. God damn it. So, therefore, you know what's really cool about cats? You know the one thing that would make cats cooler? Is if they had one giant eye on a yellow body. And therefore, pineapple on pizza is great. Done. We did it. Oh, here, 1 second, Scoots. 1 second. Get out. Get out. Okay. We're almost at the 6-hour point. That's amazing. Is this... How far do we have to go? How far do we have to go? This shows us our distance, right? Oh god, probably not. Actually, maybe. I think it might be.
Is in turn followed by an E half diminished, and then as the upper voice resolves...
They're still talking
from
about
E
this?
natural to C sharp, we get to a...
E half diminished, if anyone doesn't know, is minor 7 flat 5 chord.
Fully diminished chord that's laid out there. Then the lower voices move down and we get a D sharp half diminished chord. And as
half diminished is a dumb name. Half diminished is a really dumb name for a chord, but it's common in jazz.
And finally arrives on the 5 chord in first inversion, where we will remain. That is our moment of resolution, well, so to speak, that we've arrived on the dominant.
So,
all right, so looking backwards, what lessons can we learn? Well, we started in 5 and we ended in 5.
Okay, whatever. Hey, guys back there. Is there anything you guys want to know? How you guys doing? What do you guys like? Yeah, there's definitely going to be extra. Well, we also started late. We also started a little bit late. Right? Actually, we started pretty right on. We weren't that late, but we did get towed. Well, Bombshell, the problem is, listen, if you made a pizza, right? And if your pizza was like, oh, I'm going to shop at Pizza Hut. What do you want on this pizza? Sauce. I want a Pizza Hut pan pizza with sauce. I would look at you like, what the fuck are you talking about? That is literally just eating a monolith in Monster Rancher. And that is also that is a very accurate use of the word literal. That is how literal is literally used. Is that eating that pizza is literally eating a monolith from Monster Rancher. Yes, I know how to use literal. Perfect. But anyways, I agree with you. You just got some boring ass sauce on a pizza and just fucking ate it. It would suck. Right? It's missing everything that a pizza needs, but bread pizza is a different entity. I think we need to not think of it just like pizza. It's a different thing. It's a different beast. Like, when it gets cheese on it, it's generally not like... It's not going to be like melted mozzarella or something. Right? It's not going to be like pizza mozzarella. When you get cheese on a bread pizza, it's often going to be like a little bit of like Parmesan or something. It's a different entity. I'm fine with that. I am fine with that comparison. Chicken burgers are awesome. Trolldomort, I'm not sure if you understand the reference because you're Canadian. But that is actually a jab at chicken burgers because in the States, they don't call them chicken burgers, they call them chicken sandwiches. Which I think chicken sandwich is an inferior name than chicken burger. And right now, I'm going to call it. I'm not going to do the argument for chicken sandwich is better than chicken burger if you do that. I've already done that a couple times. I'm not going to do that argument, so don't request it. Because I will do the same arguments. I just feel like chicken sandwich, it's like, yeah, a chicken burger is a chicken sandwich. But a chicken, it's like, listen, a chicken sandwich is a rhombus. right? A chicken sandwich is like a quadrilateral. Okay, no. You know what? A sandwich is a quadrilateral. A chicken sandwich is a rhombus, and a chicken burger is a square. You know what I mean? I strong disagree. But listen, any chicken sandwich is a sandwich. A chicken sandwich is a sandwich, and a chicken burger is a sandwich, and it's a chicken burger. A square is a rhombus, a square is a quadrilateral, a rhombus is a quadrilateral, but a quadrilateral is not necessarily a rhombus, and a rhombus is not necessarily a square. A chicken burger is narrowing down. It's narrowing down the specificity. It's more, it gives you a bigger idea of what you're getting. A chicken sandwich could be so many things. A chicken sandwich could be a chicken salad sandwich. It could be a cold cut. It could be a roast chicken sandwich. But we've had this discussion so many times. I don't know that we should retread it. I feel like we're very much in our camps on this one. Our heels are dug in. You know what I mean? Like we have our cleats on. We're bracing ourselves. This is Red Rover, but no one's getting past. I do have hours to waste, but come on. I feel like we've run the course of this one. I think we're just so solidly at an impasse. Right? Because we have a fundamental disagreement by definition. That your definition is intrinsically tied to it being ground. My definition is not at all tied to being ground. Right? And even if your definition of it being ground is correct, let's say you are correct. I'm just going to give you the benefit for this right now. Let's say you are correct, a burger has to be ground. That is the fundamental rule. Then I still think that the chicken sandwich, when I say chicken burger, then it should have another name that designates itself as separate than chicken sandwich. Because chicken sandwich isn't specific enough for what you're getting. Because if I say, you want me to go to the kitchen and whip you up a chicken sandwich, that could mean very different things. It's too ambiguous. You need something more specific. And if it's not chicken burger, then it needs another name. That's all I'll say on this. Right? You could call it a chicken McGillicuddy. You can call it a chicken McGillicuddy, but it needs another name. Listen, definitions I don't think are... Hang on a second. Okay, see, Race, that's... At least there's more specificity to that. But Race, you studied linguistics, right? And language changes over time. And I don't think that we should hold the Oxford Dictionary up as this monolith that stays static. Because no language stays static. Right? We all know that people use words in different ways than it says it in the dictionary. Are those wrong? Not necessarily. Right? They have become the colloquial vernacular. And yeah, that's right. I said colloquial vernacular, which is kind of redundant. I think there's a really good case for chicken burger. Here's the thing, like, it's very common to say things like veggie burger, portobello burger. And I know that you've already stated the case, here's kind of where I stand on this. Well, I don't think you can basically, because then is every burger not in Hamburg? Should it not be called that? Like, what if you put mayo on it? Is it not a hamburger now? If you put mayo on it because it differs? What if you put a jalapeno pepper on it? If you have things, listen, there's chili burgers. There's chili burgers in the States. That's not gonna be from Hamburg. Right? Does that mean that they're not burgers now? Okay, thanks a lot, Troldemort. I think the understanding is important. And that's why I say that race, you as a linguist, I will say that you saying a grilled chicken sandwich or something, or a fried chicken sandwich, I approve of that more because there is something adding another layer of specificity, which I think matters. Because I think just saying chicken sandwich, get the chicken sandwich from McDonald's is far too vague of a term. But the reason why I support chicken burger is because I think we use burger as a function more than we use it as a, like, the specific ingredient. And the holy shit. And the reason why I say that, okay. The reason why I say that is when you have something like a portobello burger, right? Is it ground? Obviously not. And I know your argument is it's not a burger. But what is the purpose of a portobello burger? The purpose of a portobello burger is to give vegans or vegetarians or people who are on a diet the presentation of a burger. It's like a diet burger, right? It's like giving them the vehicle without having this aspect to it. And so regardless of what you say, I think that it is more about the vehicle than it is about the specific ingredient at its core. I think it's about the vehicle. I really do. At least that is how I justify it. And I feel like I have a strong case for it, even if not everyone agrees, right? I think there's a strong case to be made for that. You know, like, is a stuffed crust pizza a pizza? Right? Is a pan-fried pizza? Is a Chicago deep dish pizza a pizza? That's a question. Is Chicago deep dish pizza a pizza? Or is it a pie? Yeah. Well, all pizza is pie, so all pizza is not necessarily... I don't think that's a fair assessment. Because all squares are rhombuses, but not all rhombuses are squares, right? Like, all pizzas are pies, but not all pies are pizzas. Now, listen, I don't think I'm going to disagree with you. I do think a Chicago deep dish pizza is a pizza. I do. I agree with you. I actually think we fundamentally agree on this point. Okay, let's look back. Oh, calzones. Calzones are... You know what? I had a calzone recently. It wasn't all that. Now, I don't want to generalize based on that one experience, because I feel like at its core, calzones are an awesome idea. Calzones, in my eyes, here's what I think the definition of a calzone should be. Not what the definition should be, but here's what I think a calzone actually is. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Race. I do agree with you. I agree with you on that. I feel like a calzone is a pizza that is socially acceptable to eat by yourself. Right? Like, you're like, man, I really want to eat a whole pizza, but people will be like, dude, you just ate a whole pizza if I eat a whole pizza. So I'm going to fold it in half, and then I'll do it, and everyone will be fine with it. It's like, one serving, guys. Which I think is honestly amazing. It's like, It's such a great loophole. It's an amazing loophole. But also, if I want to eat a pizza, I'm going to eat a pizza. And yes, I will regret it down the road. I'll probably regret it right after I finish the last bite. Okay, it's after 6. I think I should park for a second. I think I should stand up. I'm starting to feel my blood pump in my butt cheeks. I'm sitting down too much. Oh no, Cable. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Carrot. Oh god. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I don't actually have to go to the bathroom, but I need to drink some water. I need to stand up, so I'll make this a bathroom break for a second. Because we need to get up for a second. So, see you guys in 1 moment. Okay, I'm gonna stand up for a second. I'm back. Drink some water and stand up. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Coming back. What's going on in chat? Let's see. Oh, God. Oh, no. I see some fighting words happening, I think. Yeah, I'm going to, on this one, listen. I'm going to... Oh, 1 second. I got to adjust my chair. This is not going to be good. I can't just pop right back on. 1 second. We gotta get comfy for the last 2 hours of this. We gotta get comfy. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna crash. I'm gonna stand up. Ah! Okay. Let's hope this feels better. Whew. This feels different. Different is better right now. Okay. I am open to having my opinion changed. And I can't make a really strong case. But I think a bagel bite is both a bagel and a pizza. I am open to it being a pizza. Now, I'm not going to die on this hill. But I still think it fits in my argument of it's the vehicle. It's the fundamental vehicle of the thing, right? And the thing is that it's kind of a shared vehicle. It's like a, it's like those like Mariner cars. You know what I mean? But like these cars that have wheels, and then you drive into the water, and then they're a boat. Is it a boat or is it a car? Well, kind of both. Okay, we have 2 more hours. Yeah, it's like Monster Rancher, you know? Fucking this guy, City North, would be horrifying on a bus. Just an 8-hour bus where this dude is staring back at you like, I see you back there. Goats is like, I'm just trying to ride. I see you! Well, you know, Pizza Hut did release a hot dog crust pizza. So I think Pizza Hut has solved that for us. They also released a shawarma crust pizza and a burger crust pizza. The burger one is one of the most fucking absurd things I've ever seen. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, it might be Malaysia, something like that. It was called the something crown pizza, right? Yeah. I think there were some crazy ones in Dubai also. I think Dubai had some crazy ones. Yeah, can you imagine just like, by the way, in the past year, I had a stuffed crust pizza. Now, I remember as a kid, stuffed crust pizza being the shit. I had a stuffed crust pizza as an adult. I'll pass. Not into it. Not into it. You're just eating fucking butter bread cheese. Just big old mozzarella butter bread. Like, listen, I know I sound crazy saying that. I know it. But you know what? Melted mozzarella on bread, it turns out, is not the best thing in the world. The sauce actually has more value than I realized. If you're getting a pizza from Pizza Hut, you gotta get the pan pizza. It's true. Pan pizza is better than stuffed crust. Ah, Jesus Christ. Okay. 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 So I was trying to switch hands and I hit the wrong button. We almost lost it all over 6 hours in. We almost had a 6-hour trip back. God, that would be the biggest stream fail. Oh my God. I do think a pan pizza though from Pizza Hut can still be good. I rarely have, we don't have many Pizza Huts here. We don't have many Pizza Huts here. But I'll take a pan pizza. It's okay. In Canada, we have a lot of pizza. Which is not great in my opinion. In my opinion, personally. Unless they have a sponsorship, in which I think it's awesome. Although Pizza does have some pretty good jalapeno poppers, which they're no longer selling, I think. And they need to get those back. Oh, really? Oh, man. Raceroni, you know what this means? You saw the video about the case for infinite cum. Now we can make environmentally friendly plastic. We're actually saving the environment. Oh my God. I remembered a few years ago, they found, exactly. I remember a few years ago, they were studying a type of worm that could eat plastic and digest it. So I remember they were looking at these worms to basically, instead of like, whatever, throwing all these plastic waste things in just dump pits. I think they were trying to figure out the enzyme that would break down the plastic. So I don't know where that is. That was a few years ago, but I think they were trying to figure out how this enzyme worked to break down plastic. God, I hope they're not feeding those worms the cum plastic. Oh no. Can you imagine having to drink water out of that fucking bottle? And just the fucking scientist whose fetish is being so perfectly fulfilled. Have you ever watched anime? You know, and in anime, they always have that thing where like a guy is drinking his whatever, his like milk tea. He's drinking his milk tea, and then the girl's like, "Can I have a sip?" And she has a sip, and then he blushes, and he's like, "Ooh, ooh, secondhand kiss." It was almost like she kissed me. Oh, it's fish sperm. Dang it. I was just thinking about, man, that scientist being like, "Ooh, secondhand blowjob." Just blushing as people are drinking his brand of milk tea. The Good Time Garden. I've never heard of that. What is that over there? Is that part of the bug? That's part of the bug. Was that there the whole time? Oh, God. Is it like, what was that game you played? Cuckold Sim? Is it like in the vein of that? Man. Man, Cuckold Sim was a game. I'm still... What was that quote? There was a quote that someone said that always stuck with me. The quote was something to the effect of, the area in which this game really shines is the... What was it? It was like the overt racism or something. There was something like that. I wish I could remember what that quote was. The undertones of overt racism or something like that. The area where this game really shines. Like, that is the fucking... That game... You have balls to play that game. I remember I was playing Wanking Sim, and I was like, oh, God. Is this the end of me, this game? What is this game? What have I done? And then you played that, and I was like, oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Easy peasy. Cable Carrot is... Oh. That's not even 1-upping me. That's like fucking 7-upping me. That was a game. Holy shit. God. You know what? I'm also going to say, one of the most incredible moments I've ever seen on stream, in a way, was you fucking watching your stream through shitty Cuckold Sim internet browser. That game had a built-in internet browser that was actually a real browser. And so he watched his own Twitch on it. It would have been so good to go completely full circle and and tip someone. Tip yourself. Found Kai on Reddit? Oh, yeah. You know what would have been funny in that game? If it was a browser, but they left cookies in intentionally. Like, there were cookies you couldn't wipe. So it always, like... It would always be, like... When you try to look in YouTube, it would, like, look up Funko Pop or whatever it was called. Like, it would just fill in shit because it just had saved those cookies in the browser. For the real immersion. Just some random bookmarks. That was a game. Oh my god. If anyone's watching me, just watch Cable Carrot instead. What the hell? That guy. Oh, did it? That stream, my god. By the way, Carrot, I gotta say, I know it was a stupid joke. I know it was a hacky joke. But I was a little proud of my response to your tweet this morning when I woke up at 6 a.m. Oh, I don't know if I told you this, guys. Oh, I'm down. I don't know if I told you this. I literally woke up at 6 a.m. today because I had a nightmare about this game, actually. I literally had a nightmare about this game. It was a weird version of the game, though. It wasn't like this at all. I was the bus driver, but it wasn't driving down a road. It was a thing where I had to drive to, like, specific areas, and each area had, like, a multiple choice, like choose your own adventure question. And if I answered wrong, it would send me all the way back to Tucson. And I fucking woke up because of this shit. Like, what the hell is that? Like, so I woke up at 6 a.m. and just did a tweet like, this game has already gotten into my head. I haven't even started it. I don't know what. I was actually legit stressed out about this stream. I was like, what am I doing? What am I doing about this? Why am I playing this game? Like, this is going to be terrible. What if I mess up? What if I just ruin this stream? What if no one is here and I don't have anything to talk about? I was trying to think of things. I was like, what if I like can't think of anything to say for 7.5 hours? I was like legit a little bit anxious about this game. But also, I just, on some level, like, I have this aspect of me. Although, listen, messing up would also make a great clip. It would be a little sad to fail, but it would also make a great clip. But, oh god. Hey, Troldemort. If you look on my YouTube and look on the very first stream, that is 4 hours long, you'll see something interesting. Or should I say you'll hear something interesting? Or should I say you'll hear nothing interesting because my mic was not being transmitted for the whole 4-hour stream. But since I had 0 viewers, no one told me or no one knew. But it was okay because my first streams on this site, it was really just me doing it to watch the VODs after to see what I'm doing wrong. And then the second stream, okay, so the first stream, what happened? The long drive, I should check that out. Your Canada-isms? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that in a second. But that's a good idea. Okay. My second stream, my first stream, the issue was I had set it up because I was considering should I do YouTube or should I do Twitch, right? And so what I wanted to do was I set my recording options. So game was going to first channel, and my mic audio was going to second channel. And I did that so if I recorded a video, I would have 2 channels. So if I imported into an editor, I could edit my music and the game sound separately. So I could, you know, overlay different things, whatever. So that was my idea. So I'm like, great idea. So then for stream, when I'm talking, I see my mic stuff is bouncing up and down. It's not like it's muted, so it's not showing my sound going up and down. It was showing like I was making noise, because I was. But it was going to a second track, and that second audio track was not being presented to the stream. So I was talking for that 4 hours. On my side, it looked like I was talking. No one heard anything. My second stream, I was like, okay, we'll go on one channel. Perfect. Go on one channel. I did not have noise gate. And because I wasn't confident with talking yet, I was mostly just being silent. And you could hear, there was no noise gate. You could just hear my nose, like, really quietly whistling for the fucking however long. It was a smaller stream, like an hour, 45 minutes. It was just the sound of me breathing. And you know what? I uploaded those on YouTube because fuck it, because I don't care. Let's upload that shit. And then 3, I started talking to myself because I was like, is anyone going to come into a stream with someone that doesn't talk? And then me being like, oh, you're here. Hi, before you go. Hi, let's talk. Like, it's just like, no, just like fucking act as if, right? So that was my 3 stream arc. Canada-isms. Okay. The biggest Canada-ism I have is I say sorry. Sorry. Like S-O-R-E-Y. Sorry. I don't say sorry. I say sorry. That's the biggest one. That is the easiest way to tell if someone's Canadian. If you listen to a YouTuber, you are a celebrity. Yeah. Listen for sorry. That is the easiest way. Because the thing with Canadian accents, like, a lot of people are like, you know, like, oh, but just a bunch of hosers, eh? Like, all that shit. Like, that stuff you don't hear unless you go out fucking rural. Like, the moment, like, there's a streamer on here who's really, actually a really entertaining chill streamer. Yeah, or Minnesota. I can't do accents. I can't do voices. There's a streamer on here named Hungry Gorilla, who is a retro streamer. And she's from the same province as me. But you can tell she's rural because she has that fucking thick Canada. She has that real thick Canada accent. Whereas I just have like the urban accent. So I sound mostly American except on specific words. Okay, so Canada-isms. Sorry is the big one. One that I get called out on a lot is about. I say about. I don't know how you guys say it. I feel like we don't say it that differently. I honestly can't really hear the difference between how we say it. But I say about. Sorry about that. A lot of Americans say to me, a boat. Yeah, people saying, hi, you're saying a boat. Like, I'm not saying a boat, I'm saying about. So I don't know, is it out? I get called out on bagel a lot. Bagel, I don't know. Yeah, about. Sorry about that. Obviously a big one. This one is clearly not all over Canada. So I've talked to Seba and Fruityverse about this, and they both say pasta. Pasta. I say pasta. So pasta is a thing from this area. So like, sorry about the pasta. Like, boom. Fucking Canadian. Sorry about getting you pasta instead of chicken burgers. A. I actually used to say A. I don't even remember how I said it. I can't recreate it now because it feels so unnatural to me now. Pasta, yeah. I think pasta, it might be... I don't know if it's like an Ontario thing, if it's like a GTA thing, like if it's like Greater Toronto area. But like I asked Contra. I said, Contra, say P-A-S-T-A, and he said pasta. So it's not just me, but Savco is not from Ontario. Savco lives in Ontario, but he's not from Ontario. He was also a chef. So, or he was in, whatever. I don't know if he's a chef, but he was like a real good cook at least. So he probably says pasta. Like, he was in restaurants, working in restaurants. I wouldn't be surprised if he says pasta. But, yeah, so the biggest ones I can think of off the top of my head are sorry about pasta, chicken burger. There's other ones, though. There's other ones for sure. In Ontario, we drink milk out of bags. We have bagged milk. I am with you on that one, though. I will defend you guys. I think bagged milk is kind of dumb. I mean, I think that word I would say a couple different ways. Adult or adult. Like, I think I would say like, man, I need to grow up and become an adult. I would say adult. The stress on the second syllable. There's other ones. I know. I think another one is progress. Progress. I say both though. Like, there's certain words I say both ways. I say route and route. Which route do we take? Are you on Route 66? Like, I'm on route. Which route should I go? Like, so I'll switch back and forth between those. I'll say like, how should we proceed? Or like, oh, no, it's not proceed, it's progress, right? Progress? How do we progress? Like, how do we progress? I don't know. Progress? I think I say both of those. I'm not sure if there's any other ones. You guys could probably call me on it. Those are the ones that jump out to me. Sorry is the big one, though. Sorry is one that I never noticed until I got made fun of it by American. I had a bunch of like online American friends, and they made fun of me for I said sorry, and that was the only time I ever noticed. And then I started hearing it all the time. It really jumped out to me. That one now really jumps out. Man, 624. Do we need to get to 800? It is so funny that one of the funniest things though, one of the things I always find really funny is how often, like, when I talk to Americans or when I hear Americans talking about Canadians, they're like, man, Canadians are just so nice. They're just so respectful. They just like people. They're just so nice. They're kind, blah, blah, blah. I was like, you fucking listen to Canadians talk about Americans, you would not be saying that shit. It is so, like, I don't, listen. I do not generalize based on where people are from. I think every country has stupid people and smart people, and people make bad decisions, and people make good decisions, and people that are unethical and people that are ethical and whatever. You know? But man, I tell you one thing. One stereotype in Canada about Americans is a lot of Canadians view Americans as fucking stupid. I don't know why. Because I feel like Canada is exactly the same. I feel like it's exactly the same. But it's such a common sentiment. It's just such a common thing here. But I just find it funny that I'm like, man, all these Americans I hear talking about Canada, like, man, they're so sweet. They're just so sweet. And then all the fucking Canadians are like, man, Americans are idiots. Wow, really? You did not hear this conversation, guys, because we're clearly not that sweet. I think, yeah, America. Yeah, I mean, the truth is, America is a lot more in the center of the world in terms of like action and stuff like that. So I think everyone in every country, in some aspects, views where they live as like having more political importance than it does, in certain ways, on the world scale. I mean, but then in fucking America, it really does freaking matter. It really does. And so I think in certain things, a lot of the stereotypes of America and stuff like that just get blown up on a microscope because America is just so center of so much that happens in the world. It just becomes like so easy for people to like extrapolate and expand on those. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, and we have some very different fast food chains. I mean, the world is always watching all the time. They are. But that's because the shit that happens in America, like, has implications. Right? Like the shit that happens in Canada has implications for Canada, and obviously it has implications for the world in certain ways. Like, listen, if Canada makes certain environmental decisions, that will impact the world. Right? Like, there's areas, but in other ways, it's not like, oh my god, Canada is going to cause World War III. Like, fucking Canada, no one cares. Canada has no power in that way. Canada's power is, are we going to side with these guys in a war, or are we not? And if we don't, people will be like, oh man, what bitches. And if we do, people will be like, wow, there goes America again. You know what I mean? Whereas in the States, like, shit can sway very dramatically. Like, yeah, on an international level. And I say that as someone that does not want to get into the politics of the politics itself. Troldemort, I still do not know what Bojangles is right now. At this moment, I do not know what Bojangles is. But I want to know. Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, we have... Oh, spicier KFC. Yeah, like, there's places I want to know. I want to know what what's it called? Chick-fil-A. I want to know what a Chick-fil-A burger and what Chick-fil-A sauce is like. I want it just once. Just one time. I just want to know. Because Americans keep being like, this is the best. And then every once in a while, 1 in 10 people will be like, nah, it's overrated. Yeah, there's a few that I keep hearing people be like, people from Texas are often just like, Whataburger, that's it. I hear, a Chick-fil-A sandwich. Oh, yes, awesome. I appreciate it. Yeah, one thing I hear that's pretty unanimous is it seems like people think that, what's it called? White Castle fucking sucks. I hear pretty unanimously that White Castle is terrible. Unless you're wasted and just want to eat lots of a thing. In Canada, we have, what do we have? We have Pizza, which is not very good. We have Harvey's, which I think is quite good. Although my sister strong disagrees. But I think Harvey's is a good burger. I'm very pro Harvey's. What else is Canadian? Tim Hortons is obviously Canadian. Tim Hortons is good because it's inexpensive. Like, as a musician that like fucking commutes and then has to wait in places that are cold, I love Timmy's. Is the food there good? No, it is not good. Is the food there cheap? Yes. I will buy that coffee and sit in there for an hour and a half. Pizza is not Little Caesars. We have Little Caesars here also. We have Papa John's here. We have Pizza Hut. We just don't see it often. It's its own thing. It is not very good, though. Yeah, it's weird, though. Pizza is just everywhere. It is everywhere. We don't really have Domino's here much. I think we do have Domino's, but I just never see it. I never see Domino's. We used to have a lot more Taco Bells. I don't see Taco Bells anymore. We have a lot of A&Ws. A&W is a big Canadian thing. I can't think of anything else that's really particularly Canadian off the top of my head. Also, speaking of Canadian... Okay. With Canada, we have a couple big things. Okay? For food, obviously, we have poutine. And one thing about Canada you'll notice is if you come... Oh, yeah, Swiss Chalet. Good. That's a good one, yeah. Swiss Chalet is another Canadian one. A&W has some really good onion rings. Oh, yeah, Second Cup. Second Cup, though, is weird. Second Cup is essentially Starbucks. Yeah, but poutine, listen. Say what you want, poutine, listen. Trollamort, I'm about to break your heart. I'm about to break your heart. You go to McDonald's and you order a poutine, I will fucking love it. Poutine is like a cheat code. It is the most comfort food ever. Poutine is almost always good, except in certain circumstances. That's, you know, there's times where poutine sucks, but... And every place in Canada, every restaurant has a poutine. Or a variation. You go to McDonald's, you get McDonald's poutine. You go to fucking... you go to a shawarma place, they'll have poutine. Pizza Hut had poutine pizza for a while. Oh, don't... Listen, Simon. Simon, no reason to apologize. And we probably have like an average viewer number in this stream of like 14. We're doing way bigger than usual, and we're driving on a road for 8 hours. But I appreciate it. Like you go to Taco Bell, we have something called Fry Supreme, which is essentially taco poutine. And it's good. The weird shit. Is this weird? I'm driving on a road and there's a big bug. That's a big fucking bug, by the way. What is it? Oh, yeah, that sucks. That sucks. We also... There's a place called, Okay. You know what? I'm gonna give you something, Trolldemort. There's a place here called Smoke's Poutineery. And I love poutine, and all they serve is poutine. And their poutine is not worth it. It is not worth it. And the other thing I will say about poutine... By the way, I'm guessing most of you know what poutine is, but if you don't, poutine is French fries with cheese curds and gravy. Listen, if you have good gravy, you have good fries, you have good cheese curds, how can you mess it up? Well, you can mess it up by putting, like, a shit ton of cheese, no gravy, and the cheese doesn't melt. That's how you mess it up. You mess it up with cold cheese curds that don't melt and not enough gravy. That's the way you mess it up. Yeah, brown gravy, yeah. Although, I have had a crazy variation on... We also like doing a bunch of variations on poutine here. Yeah, it's funny. How many Americans have I had that I tell about poutine? They're like, what's poutine? And I tell them, they're like, that sounds disgusting. I'm like, what? What? How does that sound disgusting? Do you have mashed potatoes? Yes. Do you have gravy on it? Yes. You like cheese? Yes. You like cheese with... Do you have like cheese on a baked potato? Yes. put them together. Disgusting. I don't know why. Because to me, it's like so comfort food. It feels poutine to me, even though it's Canadian and French Canadian specifically. Even though poutine is Canadian, it feels like it would be so American. It feels like such an American food to me. Because it's so comfort food. But I think a reason why a lot of people don't like food is not because of the food itself, but is because of lack of exposure, right? I haven't seen those things in that combination, so no. Right? I do think that's a big part of liking food is just being open to it. Because if you're not open to it, you're not going to like it. You just won't. But one of the things with poutine is, honestly, it's hard to improve on poutine. Oh, really? Interesting, Race. One of the things with poutine is you'll see places always try to add stuff to poutine. They're like, listen, what will we do to make this better? Add bacon. Okay, go for it. Add hot peppers. Go for it. Add burger meat. Go for it. Add green onions. Go for it. Whatever. Add pierogies. I've seen ones that do pierogies and sour cream on it. I've seen ones that add butter chicken on it. I've seen ones that add sriracha on it. People add all sorts of things. The truth is, usually basic poutine is as good as it gets. Other things can be okay. I like hot peppers on poutine. I do like hot peppers on poutine sometimes. But I really don't think it needs anything else. I don't think it's the same with grilled cheese, right? Like, you can add other stuff to grilled cheese and it will still be good, right? You can basically turn it into a tuna melt. It's pretty good, right? You can put bacon in there. It's pretty good. You can put avocado in there. It's pretty good. You can put hot peppers in there. It's pretty good. But is it better? I don't know. I feel like grilled cheese is kind of perfect comfort food. I don't think it needs it. I honestly think anything else that you add to grilled cheese or poutine, you're just rolling the dice. So, for food, the big two Canadian things I can think of, not including desserts. The big two Canadian things I can think of are poutine and diners. Now, diners are from, like, Nova Scotia. They're from the Maritimes. And they're kind of like shawarmas or, like, Euro or something. Euro, however you pronounce it. It's kind of like that, but it has, like, a... What is it? Like a sweet milk sauce instead of, like where shawarma, you'd have, like, a garlic sauce and a hot sauce. Diner has kind of, like, a sweet milk sauce. People love it. I don't know what all dressed pizza is. I've never heard of that. Is that like all dressed chips? Yeah, ketchup chips are also Canadian. All dressed chips are Canadian. All dressed are really good, but they're a lot. All dressed chips are like, it's like not sour cream and onion. All dressed chips are like if salt and vinegar chips tasted good, right? It has the cut of, it's basically mixing a bunch of flavors together. I think it's mixing like salt and vinegar, and it's mixing like sour cream and onion or something, and like fucking, I don't know if it's like, what is it, like barbecue and, I don't know what it's mixing. Barbecue and, I don't know. So it has the cut of salt and vinegar, but it has a lot more flavor. But it's a lot. It is salty. You eat some... Oh, God. It's real salty, but it's good. But when I went to Halifax, I had... Actually, on that same tour I mentioned. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was responding to Race. And then there are storm chips. Oh, interesting. I remember there was one that we had called the Works, which was like, it was like, I think it was like sour cream and onion and barbecue and like freaking like bacon. I can't remember what it was. But yeah. So on that same tour I mentioned with the sock fire, with the microwave sock, on that same tour, when I went out to the East Coast, we went to Halifax. When I went to Halifax, I ordered something that was a mistake. I ordered lobster poutine. And it's not what you think. It was not in brown sauce. But you had French fries, and you had lobster, and you had like a white sauce. And they gave you a big bowl of this. And it was literally the richest food I've ever had. It was so freaking rich. It was just like so much. I could not finish it. I left so much. It was insane. Ooh. So I think those are the big Canadian things, like for non-snack food. Poutine, donaires, and then like, oh yeah, we have like almost like an hour 20. Oh, and then also, you know, obviously the Maritimes, you get a bunch of like seafood, smoked meat sandwich. I have. I went to a place in Montreal. A big place in Montreal. I'm trying to remember. It's one of the big ones for that. I don't think the road is smaller. So I'm just resting my arm. Jeez. This is actually weirdly rough on the arm. But there is a bug on our windshield. I'm trying to remember what the place was. But anyways. Yeah, in the Maritimes you get a lot of lobster and stuff like that. In Newfoundland you get some weird regional things like fried cod tongues, which are better than they sound. Yeah, Schwartz. Yeah, I went to Schwartz's Deli. Yeah, that's where I had it. We got a meat plate, and it was a fucking plate of meat. Oh my god, it was way too much. It was like, we did not know what we were getting into. We're like, yeah, we'll just have meat on a plate. Oh my god. Heart attack on a plate. It was crazy. They give you a lot of meat. But I feel like Canada's food is really like... Oh wait, sorry, I'm just gonna catch a point you're saying. Regional stuff we have in Oregon is the same shit that is regional in Washington and BC. Yeah, I can't think of what would be a West Coast regional dish. Like, I guess there's like prairie oysters, right? But prairie oysters, do you guys have like prairie oysters in like... But like prairie oysters, I don't think anyone goes and eats prairie oysters. I don't think there's like a bunch of people in Alberta or Saskatchewan like, man, I gotta have some of those bull testicles. Let's fry them up. But it is a thing. Yeah. But yeah, we have a lot of like dessert stuff in Canada. Like we have butter tarts. Oh yeah, smoked salmon or gooey ducks. We have butter tarts, which are kind of like miniature pecan pies. Oh, another thing that I don't know if this is Canadian or if this is just me being dumb. I say pecan a lot. Pecan instead of pecan. Butter pecan. I think that's another thing. Butter pecan. We have Nanaimo bars, which I don't even know what that is. What is it? It's like chocolate and then like custard or something and then like fudge or something. It is so sweet. Not sure. I can't think of anything else that is really Canadian. Although, the big Canadian thing, I think, would be serving poutine in every single restaurant ever. Every single restaurant has their own variation. Like, literally, no joke, 100% honest. You go to Kentucky Fried Chicken, you order poutine, and they give you French fries, gravy, cheese curds, and popcorn chicken. They have popcorn chicken poutine. Trying to think if there's any other places that have weird ones. Yeah, KFC poutines. Not great. Not great. Not good. Which is weird, because KFC has pretty decent gravy, right? Their gravy's not bad. But KFC fries suck. Though their gravy is carrying hard. Eat KFC fries without the gravy? Oh, no thanks. It's like, KFC fries are like the Aquafina water. You know what I mean? Oh, do you? Because I feel like you drink Aquafina and you're like, why is this water burnt? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like someone burnt this water. And that is what KFC fries are like. Oh my god. My hands are cramping so much from this game. I can't imagine people that do like 5 trips of this. But hey, we're getting there. A little over an hour left. Now here's the problem. Here's the problem. So you know how I have a side of me that's very fucking, right? I have a side of me that will place something that I find funny over something that is of any benefit to me, right? Like I just find some things funny and I have to do it. And so for instance, one example was I have a YouTube channel with all my VODs. So I upload all my VODs and I had all the, I had the default thumbnails. And one day I had Night Cafe random AI things and I was like, I'm going to spend like $40 and I'm going to replace every single one of my thumbnails with an AI drawn nonsense one. And it's not going to help. No one's going to click my videos on the side because it looks stupid. And all of them look scary or weird or off-putting or uncanny valley. But I also think it's fucking hilarious to look at my YouTube channel and just see all these thumbnails of the most random shit. And so I just did it. I was like, this is bad business decision, but it's funny, so let's do it. Fuck it, right? And then I decided to play Desert Bus. And this is the stream that I hyped up the most, other than the Goats on Boats stream. This stream, I was just like, guys, we're going to play Desert Bus. It's going to be bad. I hyped it up. And I did it because I thought it would be really funny to play a game and then on my completed games list, just have this fucking game. Because it's such a bad idea, but it's hilarious to me. Just because it's such a bad idea. At a certain point, when something is such a bad idea, it loops around to funny. Right? But here's the problem now. I think it would be hilarious to complete Desert Bus. But I also think it would be hilarious to fucking wipe out Off-Road right before we finish. And I want to complete it. I want to complete it. I really want to. But I have this voice in my head that is also like, you know what would be fucking hilarious? You know what would be fucking hilarious? But I don't want to do this shit again. Because I've already talked through my whole life. I know, Troldemort. I have to not do it. Could you imagine if I let the chat vote? If I'm just like, okay, guys, you decide. No, I'm not going to do that. I need to complete this. But, like, I talked through my whole life. I talked through everything that has ever happened to me. I mean, I left certain aspects of my life out because, no. I don't want to get into, like, my real embarrassing shit. I'm cool talking about the time I, like, peed myself or whatever. I haven't talked about the time I peed myself. I was in grade 2, okay? It was snowy. I had to walk home. I had to pee. What would we do on stream 2 of this? We'd have nothing. Any goals? Oh, God. Honestly, I don't have direct goals I want to attain. Like right now, I would say early on, I was grinding on stream, and I was grinding in a way that wasn't really healthy. Meaning, I was grinding in a way that was giving me burnout. I was doing a lot of things that I wasn't enjoying because I felt like I should. And I was following the numbers a lot. And a big reason why I was doing that was because I was really scared because, honestly, I was getting COVID support And when COVID ends, music isn't better. Like, so many music venues have shut down, right? Like, music venues are just fucking dead here. Music was already a struggle, and adjusting post-COVID is like, holy shit, it's scary. And so I went really hard on grinding things that were doing well. But I was also burning out. Like, I was doing these AI dungeon streams, and I really enjoyed them for a bit. But eventually, I felt they were so creatively draining to try to keep them entertaining. Because the thing I found with AI Dungeon was you would have a lot of people that they're like, okay, when, you know, I would wait for audience participation, and a lot of people, it's the first time they see it, right? A lot of people pop in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, yeah, so there was a big cost to it, too. Like, COVID was bad for my health. COVID was bad for my mental state. Like, there's a lot of things that were horrible about it, but there was also a double-edged sword, which meant that was not because of COVID, because if there was no COVID, I would have a music career, right? But the support that we got from the government during that time made it so that I was fine. But wait, what was I saying though? Oh yeah, so I was like playing AI Dungeon. And the problem with AI Dungeon is there's a lot of things that are really fun the first time you play AI Dungeon. Like, there's a lot of things that are really fun hour 0 through 10, right? Because I think the thing that we got with AI Dungeon, for people who don't know, AI Dungeon was a game where you could type anything like a text adventure and the AI would just respond and write a story, right? You could do anything. So like the first games we do, it's like, okay, so I'm in a zombie apocalypse, I turn into a unicorn. And then it's like your body contorts and a horn protrudes out of your skull. You feel the cracking of the flesh and you neigh as a unicorn. You're like, holy shit, I can do this? Then you're like, I impale that person. You impale him in the jugular and he bleeds out. His friend looks at you with shock in his eyes, not believing that a unicorn would dare, you know, whatever. And it's like, holy shit. And then I'm like, oh my God, all the girls turn into Fabio. It's like all the girls' hair grows into beautiful locks and they turn, and you're just like, we created a fight club where all these Fabio girls turned into baby unicorns and fought. And it was like, what is this, right? And so when you first play AI Dungeon, the thing that is fascinating is that you can do anything, right? That is what makes the game compelling at first. What makes the game compelling after 10 hours is, let's make this a story that actually has an arc, right? And so I got really invested in trying to make the stories have flow. So I tried to make decisions that a person might make, right? I didn't want to keep doing decisions like if you fight against the AI and make it so that you're a badass, you'll always be a badass. It's like, oh man, you're trying to break into the facility, but a security system activates. The guns are targeted on you. Then you're like, activate my magic where I explode things around me. And then you do it and you win, right? I found it interesting to just deal with shit and try to make it like a story. And the interesting part was that the AI would throw in curveballs. But what you would get is you would constantly get people that were in their first hours of this game, right? That are like, wait, you can do anything. So it's like, you encounter a woman, she asks for your help, and people are like, kill her. Kill her. That's hilarious. You can just kill her. She's the good guy. You can kill her. And it became a thing where, it was this thing where I felt like I was trying to make something that was entertaining for people, but was also what people wanted a lot of the time whenever they were new was kind of the same thing. Yeah. But like, I tell you one thing, Yasio, is that adjusting back is hard as hell. Like, it's tough to adjust back. So I was getting a lot of burnout in those streams where at the end of the streams, I was just like, man, I can't think of anything anymore. Like the first 2 hours I was having fun, and then I was just like, man, I just need to wrap up this story because I am sucking. And I would just start feeling really bad about it. And I think the thing with me now is what I want to do, Troldemort in the new year, and now what I'm starting to do is I want to grind, but grind in a way that more than worrying about numbers, more than worrying about viewers, more than worrying about just following anything, just say, I'm going to grind, but I'm going to grind doing what I want and having fun. Right? And so that's so like, I'm investing time. I'm investing time into doing, I'm putting more hours into stream. I am active on social media now. I'm looking for clips. I'm trying to put things together, but I'm also playing things I want to play, right? Final Fantasy, not necessarily the best choice, but I fucking want to play those games. I think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's... And you know what? The other thing is that stream can be fun in a lot of environments. Like this game, if I were playing this game alone in my room, this would fucking suck, right? I mean, I am literally playing this alone in my room. But if I were playing this alone in my room for funsies, this would fucking suck. Why? Doing it on stream is hilarious and a lot of fun. Like, I am legitimately having a lot more fun this stream than a lot of my streams. And this game is not the reason. I mean, this game is a nice vehicle for it. But yeah, so that's kind of where I stand. My goal is just to like, to keep the foot on the gas in a way that's healthy, right? To keep the foot on the gas in a way that's really enjoyable. Because I have a shit ton of games to play, and I just like keeping the foot on the gas and having fun. That's where I am right now. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because like one of my best memories as a kid, no joke. So there was a period of time where my mom went on a trip to Scotland, right? So my mom went on a trip to Scotland, and my sister and I just lived home alone for, I don't know how long it was. It was a couple weeks at least. And so my sister had her Xbox or whatever plugged into the big TV, and then I had a little TV in my room, which is still heavier than a widescreen because it was one of those big, like, you know, CRTs or whatever. And I carried that downstairs and sat it next to my sister's TV. And she sat there and she played Jade Empire on the Xbox. And I sat right next to her and I played Eternal Ring by From Software, which was a trash game, and I loved it. Right? And that is literally one of my fondest memories of childhood. Was playing, was just playing two video games beside each other in tandem. You know, so you're both kind of experiencing things together. And then years later, my sister lived in another apartment and I stayed over for a bit. And she had the TV and she was playing Dragon Age 2. And I was playing... God, what was I playing at the time? Oh my God, what was I playing? I'm trying to think of what I'd be playing at the time. Dang it. But anyways, like that was another thing. Like we like just playing these things in tandem together and sharing the experience. I really love Dragon Age 2 is a really interesting one. Honestly, go into those games with your go into those games open-minded. That's all I'm gonna say. Because Dragon Age 2 in certain ways, I mean, I think it's better than Final Fantasy. Well, I actually don't want to say that. Dragon Age 2 has some big problems, but it has some really, really interesting fucking decisions. I'm not going to say anything other than that, because anything else, just even in terms of whatever, will be a spoiler. But Dragon Age 2 was a very interesting game, with some big problems, but very interesting game. Oh, you've played 2 before? Okay. Yeah. But 2's ending is fucking ballsy. The ending of 2 is like... Because you remember, like, Mass Effect 2 had that moment where you're like, holy shit, they did that? They did that? And then the end of Dragon Age 2, you're like, holy shit, they did that. Like, those games, both of them, like, their stories, it was like... You remember, like, how when Game of Thrones was on air? When Game of Thrones was on air, people were like, oh my God, the Red Wedding, can you believe? And there was, like, that shit. Like, Dragon Age 2 was like that, you know? Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, I wouldn't disagree, Race. I think Dragon Age Origins, I think it's hard to argue that Dragon Age Origins isn't a more well-rounded game. Dragon Age Origins is a much more well-rounded game. The one thing I found with Origins, also, I you know, listen, I kind of like Morrigan. I kind of liked her. Oh, the red wedding. The anti-Morgan? Origins. Oh, it's so weird to try to read everything and then not drive off the road. Although this game is really simple. Origins did play a lot more like... Yes, it did play a lot more like those. Neverwinter Nights is a fucking interesting game, by the way. Neverwinter Nights 1. Very, very interesting game. That is, I think, a crazy unique game that will never be made again. I would like to see a game like that made again. I've actually never beaten Origins. I've never played 2. I've never played 3. But, the thing I found weird about Origins was Origins had, like, their freaking... Oh, Origins were so different in tone. Like, I remember I was the Dalish Elf, which is basically you're playing the main character from Princess Mononoke, right? Like, the first 10 minutes of Dalish Elf game is the first 10 minutes of Princess Mononoke. It's the same story. But then you play, like, the freaking... Yeah, Ashitaka, yeah. But then you play the Commoner Elf, and you're like, what am I watching? I am watching something just... I am watching just horrible trauma. This is not okay. No, it is okay. It's okay. I'm not against stuff like that. But I'm like, holy shit, is that way too heavy? You know what I mean? And then you play, like, fucking, what was it? Noble Dwarf, and it's like... Or Commoner Dwarf, one of them. And it was just like, let's go on an adventure. Like, one of them was so nothing. And then some of them were so traumatic. But yeah, the Neverwinter Nights is crazy because... Yeah, I love that too. Like, when people think of modding games, like, what games jump to your head with mods, right? Like, the big modded games are, like, fucking Doom, fucking Elder Scrolls, The Sims. Like, what are the other really big modded games that you can think of? I'm sure there's a bunch of them. Oh, was Jedi Academy modded a lot? But yeah, Doom is a big one. Bethesda's a big one. Oh, yeah, Half-Life. Half-Life is a big one. Half-Life actually might be the biggest. Half-Life is huge, because Half-Life spawned, like, Dear Esther was a Half-Life mod, right? So yeah, Half-Life is a big one. But the game that people sleep on for modding was fucking Neverwinter Nights. Oh, was it? Oh no. Neverwinter Nights was a really interesting thing, because what you got with Neverwinter Nights, and I think part of the thing with the Neverwinter Nights modding community is it was just not that mainstream, right? It was actually kind of out there. But what Neverwinter Nights did is they tried to make... Neverwinter Nights 1, they attempted to try to convert D&D role-playing into a video game. They tried to bring the tabletop to the screen, right? That was the goal. And Neverwinter Nights... That game had a lot of total conversions. Yeah. Yeah, Baldur's Gate did that too. But the thing that Neverwinter Nights did, though, is when you went on that site... I can't remember what the site was called. It was pre-Nexus. There was a site. There was a mod site. It wasn't like ModDB. It wasn't Nexus. There was another site. And what Neverwinter Nights did is they would have total conversions that were persistently online RP worlds for adventures and stuff. And so what you had is you had all these games spawning where these people would be like, okay, this is a Ravenloft adventure. It is dark. You are a vampire. It is like you are in the plane approaching death. Like you would have, like, this is the world. If you want to be edgy and you want to be dark, this is the world. And then you have a world and it's like, this is a romance world. Do you want to have like freaking steamy, hot romance with a bard? Here you go. And they had these persistently online worlds with these rules, and it was a really... Oh, I also mixed... I don't think it was File Planet. I can't remember the name. It was so long ago. I missed one of the biggest mod games ever. Frickin' Minecraft. Minecraft is one of the biggest mod games ever, for sure. Less than an hour, guys. Less than an hour. I presume it ends at 800, right? I'm guessing. Which we've actually caught back up with the time of our stream. I'm trying to remember. I can remember the background of the site. The background of the site was kind of tan. It was like a beige color. Oh, yeah. I don't know enough about Warcraft. I played Warcraft 3, but I don't remember it that much. Yeah. But like most modded games ever, like fucking Half-Life, Doom, Bethesda, Minecraft. I'm sure there's others. Yeah. I used to play a lot more of those like real-time strategy games and stuff because growing up, what was available on PC was a lot more limited in terms of like, I don't know, the stuff that was big, the stuff that was out there. The thing that's interesting though is that the limitations actually made a lot of games cut to the front and become popular that would never become popular today, which is really interesting. It really goes to show you the product of time. Yeah. Yeah, like Age of Empires was one of the biggest. Age of Empires 2 was one of the biggest games. Fucking Heroes of Might and Magic 3 was really big with the people. Was really big with the people I knew. Right? Fucking Myst. Myst, for a while, was the best-selling PC game of all times. Think about that. Myst. When Myst came out, that is what people viewed as VR. That game was VR. You're clicking through still photos and with small embedded FMV occasionally. Oh yeah, Myst is great. Myst is a cool world. But that is not a game that would thrive today. That game would be so niche today. That game would be so incredibly niche. And yet, it was the biggest PC game of all times for like a decade. It was the biggest PC game of all times until like The Sims came out. It's really interesting. It's just, it goes to show you like how much technology shaped. Because like, I mean, FPS was always big when it existed, obviously. But like, at some point that just became the genre, right? It really, I mean, except they you know, they were often like B genre, like the B-side genre, which is like the big underdog, right? Like roguelikes were really big on YouTube for a while. Or first-person horror games were really big on YouTube for a while. Or, you know, like, there were things like that, but... Yeah, Doom clones. Okay, I need to stop for a second. I need to drink some water. So, try to do this safely. Okay. Why, hello there, Dama. We are over 7 hours in. We have less than an hour left, probably. Post-Amnesia games. The history of YouTube is really interesting with what games did well, right? Like, such weird games. Because it was like, game 1 was Call of Duty, really. Game 2 was like... Then when things started blowing up, it was like... Amnesia. Amnesia and like, you know, Slender, and then like Happy Wheels, and then, like there were just certain things that just struck so big that are odd. Yeah, oh, trust me, Dama, I've talked about that. Five Nights, yeah. Yeah, interesting genres that blew up. I remember I was actually interesting story, guys. So I was briefly on a forum that I'm sure has a very mixed reputation on the internet. I used to be on a forum called Something Awful. Now, I did not talk on that forum. I did not browse the forum. I was a lurker, and I only lurked at Let's Play, the Let's Play thread. And because Something Awful is actually where Let's Play started. They started this whole thing on, which is pretty crazy. So, and back in the day, like, YouTube did not have a monopoly. There were a bunch of platforms that were competing. Yeah. Like, Dailymotion was in the running. There was Google Video. There was Blip TV. Blip TV very well could have been the thing. It could, well, I mean, this is Justin TV, right? Twitch TV is Justin TV. But yeah, Justin TV, I remember that. Oh yeah, Newgrounds was big Newgrounds was big pre-YouTube videos. Like, those were huge. Those were big when I was in middle school, like Stick Death and stuff. But yeah, I wanted to say something really interesting that you guys might know. I mean, might not know. Slender Man was created on, oh, game trailers. I do remember that. Slender Man was created on something awful. It was created for something called Photoshop Friday, I believe. And it was a thread where they're basically trying to create modern urban legends. And so they got a bunch of people and they basically were just creating this mythos and these pictures with this creepy guy and like pictures of kids, right? Oh, that's why I'm telling this. Angry Scootsman was one of the people that created Slender Man. You guys might not know that. Angry Scootsman was one of the people who created that character. Absolutely crazy. Yep. Yeah, he was far more in the, like, something awful culture. Monkey. Oh, Monkey. He told me to look that up, and I think I did look it up, and then I forgot what it was. Was that the one that was like, there was a demo, but now there's a paid version? Yeah. Isn't that weird? Because Slender Man became such a big thing. Yeah, I mean, so what happened with Slender Man was my recollection of the history. Now, granted, I wasn't really into something awful culture, so I didn't see a lot of this happen in real time. I saw a lot of it happen like through their Photoshop Friday front page thing. But basically they had create an urban legend was the first thing. And then the where I became really aware of it was an ARG came out. If you guys don't know what an ARG is, alternate reality game, the idea is it's a work of fiction that presents itself as real and kind of has an audience component where audience are trying to pick up the clues that they're dropping to like figure out what's going on. There was a really big Slender Man ARG called Marble Hornets, which is still on YouTube. And so that was where it started popping. And then the Slender games came out and people like PewDiePie played it, and then they fucking exploded. And then of course there was the stabbing, which is, you know, I feel like the stabbing kind of put an end to it, unless it just ran its course. Okay, take care, Dama. Yeah, this is a stupid stream, trust me. A really stupid stream. Okay, I'll try. But like they still make Slender Man movies every once in a while. We'll still make them. It's like, who are you making these for now? Who is just like awaiting a Slender Man movie? Do you ever have that time where, like, do you guys ever remember, like, pulling an all-nighter? And just having that moment where, you know, you're through the depth of the night, and then you're at that weird, like, transition period where, like, you know the sun is gonna start coming up, and it's this weird thing when you stay up all night, and it's almost like, oh, it's almost the next day. I've almost completed this journey. You know what I mean? And then you go to sleep at 9 a.m. I don't know if you ever had that. Yeah. This game, right now, seeing that 7:16 and feeling like we're getting close, like the end of this trip is coming, it feels like that, like, you know, 5 in the morning or whatever, sun is starting to come up, but you don't see anyone outside, It's kind of giving me that like vibe of that like we're almost there. The next day is almost here. It's a weird feeling that actually playing through this gives you, which I'm not justifying it artistically. I'm not being like, man, it's worth playing. Don't fucking play this unless you really want to. But it is a weird, it is kind of a weird experience. Just seeing that timer now. Now these numbers that are counting up actually mean something. God, I hope it ends at 800. I hope it doesn't end at like 856 or some shit. Oh God. Yeah, and before it's 9 hours. That would be the real troll. Like, they patch it. They patched this game right before I played. They're like, oops, there's the bug. It never comes. There's a bug in the game. You never arrive. I have a feeling my voice is going to be so shot tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. I also have no clue what I'm going to do tomorrow. I got to look at something. I've got so many options. I think I'm taking a week off Final Fantasy. I think. Oh, anytime. Anytime. Also, is there... I mean, it's weird to say this on stream, but I'm also really open any day, for the record. This is the only day that I was like, can't do it. But yeah, I'm down. I mean, I would test it out tonight if you wanted. I would test it out tomorrow if you wanted. I'm cool at really any time. It seems like it's going to be really easy to put together, though. And for anyone who doesn't know, Race and I both have the game Blood, which was kind of a classic first-person shooter on the build engine, which was which is the same engine that Duke Nukem 3D was on, and same engine Shadow Warrior was on, same engine kind of that the new Ion Fury is on. Blood is often considered one of the best first-person shooters. It's also considered really brutally hard. And so one day, I played Kyle is Famous on stream, and then I raided New Blood Entertainment, which was actually a terrible raid because New Blood is awesome, but they were doing an auto chat thing, like where it was just chat playing the game that we were playing, and there was no one there. So I was like, oh, maybe this wasn't the best raid actually. But, and then Race and I got talking like, wait, you like New Blood? Yeah, you too? Whoa, what happened to the bus there? Anyways, and then we just started talking about like freaking games. And we're just like, oh my God, there's so many things we could play. And so we've decided on Blood. So we're going to do... This is a game I wanted to play since I started streaming. And there's a bunch of games I wanted to play, but I just wanted to play them with someone, right? Like, I want to play Doom. I want to play Doom 2. I wanted to play things like that. And I actually, like, booked some of them, but a lot of those streams kind of fell through. I just don't want to play them solo. I want to play them co-op, because I think that's where those games really shine. So, Race and I, probably in the very near future, I'm guessing, are going to be playing through Blood, which is a really interesting game. If you guys don't know, a lot of those build engine games, which build engine game, it have some really cool shit in them. Because build engine was kind of like the last first-person shooter engine before it went true 3D. Yeah. Build was the last engine before it went true 3D. It was like the 2.5D or whatever people call it. Like, I think it was sector-based. So that meant certain things at the time. The big thing that it meant is you can't have room over room, which means you could not have like a balcony that goes over a part that you can walk under. This was the big barrier that was in first-person shooters for a while. You could not have room over room. But what you could have is non-Euclidean architecture. And you could fake room over room with like teleporters and shit. Yeah. Because it has like all the warping. So what you got, like, that's why on Doom, I don't know if you guys have ever played Doom or Doom 2, but Doom or Doom 2 has altitude, but the enemies and the bullets are actually, it's actually like kind of plays like a 2D game, and you're really just aiming on one axis, and if a guy is way above you, you will shoot them. If a guy's way below you, you'll shoot them. The only exception is if there's like a ledge in the way, then it'll hit the ledge. Like there's certain things that make it a bit more 3D, but like an enemy has an infinite height. So if you're on a platform 7 stories over an enemy, but there's an imp below you, and you run to jump over it, you will hit the imp, even though it's 7 floors below you, and you'll fall straight down, and it will claw you, right? Yeah. Oh, is Doom 64 like that? Because Doom 64 has some different things. Doom 64 allowed them to do things that they couldn't do in Doom. Doom 64 allowed them to teleport in enemies. And like whereas before that, you would just have monster closets where the doors open up. Oh, does it? Yeah, Doom 64 is more advanced for sure. But the build engine in my eyes is weirdly kind of, I don't know why, but in my eyes is the pinnacle of, or some of the pinnacle of level design in shooters. So the 3 big build engine games are Duke Nukem 3D, which is a parody of action movies, Shadow Warrior, which is a parody of kung fu movies, and Blood, which is a parody of horror movies, right? And Blood is generally considered the best. Unfortunately, Shadow Warrior, I freaking love the level design. The comedy is not aged that well. Makes it a little bit awkward to stream in certain ways, but I would still like to. But it's definitely a product of its time. Has a lot of a certain type of joke. But yeah, Blood is really cool. The thing that's cool about the build engine though, and actually the game that showed this off the best was Duke Nukem. Even though Blood is considered the best one. But because you're not actually in a 3D space, right? Because you don't have a Z coordinate, you just have an X and Y coordinate. But it's not an actual 3D space. It is combined by basically connecting textures or polygons or sectors or whatever it's called, right? Oh, really? Does it? I heard the new Shadow Warrior games toned it down a lot. I'm trying to think of a Shadow Warrior joke. I can't really think of them off the top of my head. Interesting fact, though. The guy that voiced the character in Shadow Warrior, who is a white guy, by the way, just so you know, he was doing an impression. I think he was in, like, the Japanese military or something. That guy also voiced some of the Asian characters in Daikatana when we played it. But he, yeah, the main character's name in Shadow Warrior was Lo Wang. And so a lot of the jokes were like, who wants some Wang? Right? Like, ha ha ha, it sounds like a dick. Right? Like, a lot of the jokes were up that alley. Who wants some Wang? Things like yeah, that was the kind of comedy of that game. But anyways, the thing that was really cool about Duke Nukem is that you could have yourself stand on the same XY coordinate and be in a totally different area, right? Because it was not bound to the confines of 3-dimensional space. I thought the naked lady was censored though, right? I think the naked lady in that game, it's like an anime girl. You can see her showering. I think there's a few naked ladies. And then she has her arm covering her breasts, I believe. I could be wrong. Anyways. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, Duke Nukem also had that with the strippers, right? Duke Nukem had strippers with nipple tassels, and you could tip them money, and they would, like, shake their nipple tassels at you. Hey, CD North, you came at the perfect time. Hey, are you back there? Yes, you are. Anyways. But the thing that was really cool is that you could have non-Euclidean levels. And I always thought this would be a really cool idea for a game. And I guess, I guess, what's that new game? Is it Splitgate? I guess Splitgate actually kind of opens the door for that. Wait, oh, you didn't know that in Duke Nukem? Duke Nukem level 1 or level 2 is a strip club. And you can go up to the strippers, and if you interact with them, Duke Nukem gives them like a dollar bill or whatever, and then they flash him. But they flash him with pasties on. Yeah, those games were like, they were definitely going for a vibe. Oh, you're spoiled now. Now we don't need to beat this. I'm just kidding. But yeah, sorry. You could have non-Euclidean levels in the build engine games because they were not bound to actually constructing 3D space. They were bound to constructing polygons. And so you could have polygons that would essentially go in a loop or whatever, that would interact with themselves in such a way. You think it's 730, really? You could have polygons that interact in such a way that they don't form a proper 3D space. And they showed it off the most in one level that was a secret level. And the level was just a circle, but it was a 720-degree circle. So you run around the same circle twice before you get back to the starting point. Really fucking cool. My dream game that I thought of, which was, I thought if there was a game that was like Unreal Tournament, but with non-Euclidean levels, would be so fucking cool. Like if you had a house, you could basically do it like Splitgate, right? But you would have a lot of the doors actually be portals. So you have like a shed, but the inside of the shed is a big house. Or you have a house and you have like the basement. Then you go up to the first floor. Then you go up to the second floor. Then you go up to the attic. And then in the attic, there's a door that goes up to the cellar in the basement, right? And it loops. I think that would be so fucking cool. Or like a door, a two-sided door, right? Just a door in the middle of a round room. So you walk through a door, you go around behind it. You walk through the door again, you're in another room. You go around behind it. There is a game like this. That would be really cool. That would be my dream game, I think, for like a competitive shooter. Just because it would be really interesting for mentally mapping levels, for playing levels and visualizing where people are based on geometry that doesn't line up with the real world. I think it would be so cool. And you could easily, I shouldn't say easily, it would be very complicated. It would be very difficult. But you could do it in an engine like something with Portal or something like Splitgate or something. I know those portals are actually like quite difficult to do, but I just think it would be super neat. I watched a video on a non-Euclidean engine recently, and it was really cool. Ooh, I gotta hear this. Yeah, I remember thinking like, this is my dream game idea. Okay, let's see if it ends at 7:30. It hasn't ended yet. Okay, I think it's gonna keep going for a bit. Okay, question for you guys. Yeah, Splitgate, I think, right? What do you think are the best weapons in shooters ever? Because I think there's some really... I think some shooters have some awesome weapons. I think probably the best overall arsenal probably is Unreal Tournament, is my guess. Because Unreal Tournament had the flat cannon, which was awesome. The shock, what was it called? Shock rifle, which I think was one of the best. And the Redeemer is fucking awesome for a super weapon. Oh, I would love to check that out, Razoroni. Yeah, Redeemer was super fun. Shock rifle I thought was super cool for like risk reward skill. And then flat cannon is a lot of fun. Assault rifles. Dubstep gun in Saints Row. Shotgun in... Listen, hard to beat the Doom shotgun. The Doom Shoddy's real good. I don't think any other Doom weapon lives up to the Shoddy. Right? Like, I would take the Redeemer over the BFG 9000 any day of the week. But the shoddy, I don't know how many shoddies God, every time I say shoddy, I'm picturing SHAWTY now. I don't know how many shoddies I would rather take than... Oh, I'm trying to remember. Ion Fury, in my opinion, I know some people, I think Murphicles will argue that Halo has the best pistol, but in my opinion, Ion Fury has the best pistol. Ion Fury's pistol is so good. Painkiller is really good, and Painkiller's stake gun. Stake gun is awesome. The stake gun, you literally shot like a big wooden stake, and it would impale guys against the wall. Like, it would just, like, add physics. So you just, like, could shoot on an angle, and it would shoot them up into, like, the upper wall, and they just hang there. Wait, someone has hands back? Oh, my God. Who do we have? They have... Oh, they're in VR. If they have hands, that means they're in VR. Yeah, Painkiller's a weird one. I'm not the biggest fan of arena shooters, but I wish I liked them more than I did. Because, like, Painkiller had some really, really cool ideas. Like, the journey of Painkiller's levels was really neat. Serious Sam, I always wish I liked more than I did. But I never played them co-op. I think they would be a lot of fun co-op. But for level design, I love the exploration in the build engine games. I always thought Duke Nukem, Blood, and Shadow Warrior had some really cool ones because the levels were less abstract than Doom. The Doom levels were super abstract, but like really fun gameplay. And then after that, I mean, there's still Quake. Obviously, there's Quake after Build. But then things turned to realism. But I felt like Shadow Warrior had the right blend between recognizable realism and then just like fun weirdness. Oh, nice. Thanks for the lurk. Oh, man, I'm feeling it in my throat. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm an exploration boy. Although Blood has one level that is really freaking cool. I don't remember most of Blood, but Blood has a level on a train that is pretty cool. We are nearly there, CD North. We're nearly there. Oh my God, he's moving. Did he change his seat? Who is this? Oh my God. Oh my God, who is this? Do we know them or is this a random person? That's amazing. They want that achievement. Did you imagine if he could walk up here and just like put his hands in front of my face so I wouldn't know? That would suck. Yeah, the people on desktop really can't do shit. Oh, CD North is spinning. That guy is just really staring at goats. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other guns. It would probably be easier to go by type of gun. Frickin' Ion Fury pistol is amazing. I don't know if is there a machine gun in any game that is like... Like, a lot of machine guns feel good in games. But I'm trying to wonder, is there a machine gun that really, really, really stands out? Oh, yeah. What was... I played Dusk, and I played with the frickin' sword the whole time. What does that even say? Oh my God. CD North is going. You know what's crazy? Oh, a medieval. Yeah, God. I need to play more of that. I never beat it. That's a stream game for sure. 100% gotta stream that. I also have to stream Ultra Kill. The weird thing is the only one of the 3 I've streamed of the New Blood trilogy is Dusk. And I like Dusk a lot, but Dusk is honestly my least favorite of the 3, I think. Like Ultra Kill, the gameplay in that game is insane. No, thank you guys. Hey, you guys realize if I drive off road right now, we get towed back 7 hours and 37 minutes. Ultra Kill is amazing. The game, the movement on that is a lot of fun. Like, and the other thing to know about Ultra Kill, if you guys look up Ultra Kill on Steam, the trailer will not sell you on the game. That is one of those games that you can't tell how good it is by looking at it. You have to feel it to know how good it is. Because when I looked at that trailer, I was like, whatever. But I was in a big boomer shooter mood. Like, I had been watching the 3D Realms Deep, their showcases, and I got, like, so many of those games. And Ultra Kill was one that, looking at it, I didn't like the look of it. And then I played it, and I was like, this game is fucking one of the most amazing shooters I've ever seen. It is fun. Thanks, Troldemort. Man, I gotta say, though, you guys are champions. This stream has blown me away. Now, listen, we're not done. We still got quite a while left. But you guys are champions. You guys hung out. Like, the fact that we have never not had at least 3 people on our bus. And most of the stream had 4 people. And a bunch of you guys were here from beginning to end. Right? A lot of you guys in chat were here from beginning to end on the most boring game ever. Yeah, we're getting there. My throat is shot. I'm sure you can hear it's raspy. It might feel raspier than it sounds. But man, I feel it. Yeah, this has been crazy. I might do a smaller stream tomorrow. I don't know what I'll do tomorrow. I gotta figure something out. But I just... We'll see. We'll see how I feel. But yeah, you guys are champions. Holy shit. And also, this amount of viewers is absolutely insane for me. For, like, no raid, a shit ton of people. That would be painful. That would be painful. Yeah. It's been awesome seeing so many friendly faces. Just a bunch of awesome streamers. Like, who's been here? Streamers. Yasiu, Troldemort, Race, Jaded, Cable Carrot, Simon, Scootsman. There's like a bunch of people oh, Dama. Oh, yeah, it does vibrate. Yeah, this has been a I weirdly don't regret this stream. I was actually really worried about this stream, but it's been a lot of fun. It's been a journey. Oh, we lost him. We lost him. Unless he's hiding. What if I just hit escape down there? Despacito. Da 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 do dee da. We got this. Hey guys, any song requests for the road? Any song requests? Like Sweet Home Alabama. Da 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 da. Where the bright eyes are blue. Ba da da da. Just make the last stretch just fucking unbearable to listen to. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. That honestly, Yasuo, By the way, Yasiu, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Because I just keep saying it the same way. I know it's really hard to convey how to pronounce it over, oh, the thong song. By the way, I gotta tell you something, Jaded. True story. So I named my mascot Domplins, right? Which are kind of like, before I streamed on Twitch, that was a character I drew kind of as a joke, and I called them Dumpling Men at the time, but they're Domplins now. And the moment I named them Domplins, I had the thong song. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotta hear it. I gotta hear it sometime. Okay. I apologize. I apologize. Dongplings? Oh no. The moment I named them Domplins, I got the thong song stuck in my head for about 2 months. And every once in a while I get stuck in my head because I always hear domps like a truck now. She had domps like a truck. Thighs like what? And you want to hear something sad? I only learned that it's thighs like what this past year. I always thought it was eyes like what. She had dumps like a truck. Eyes like what? What? Baby, move your butt. I think I see it again. She had dumps like a truck. Eyes like what? All night long. Let me see that thong. Yeah, come on, guys. Baby. That thong, the thong. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Okay, there we go. Let me say that thong. Oh my god, that is an amazing idea, Jaded. Here. We're in Europe, it's fine. Oh, we got someone! Is that the guy? I don't think that's a VR guy. I don't know, though. Yeah, music stream. Is that the guy? He's moving his head up and down. It might be him. He's got hands. He is VR. Yeah, his head was changing altitude. His head is lower than yours. Oh, guys, 744. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let me see that. I wonder how many people have completed the desert bus drive once. I wonder. You think it's been, has it been over 1,000? I wonder how many it's been. Top 1K speedrun. I don't, probably not. I mean, it depends on how many people have played it. Because I took a couple breaks. I wonder if there's any speed strats with this game to end it faster. I did technically lose at the very beginning, but it was intentional. How's it going, buddy? Let me see that thong. Baby. That thong, the thong, thong, thong. Hey, Bunny, I told you. Listen, if this game were not as painful as it was, do you think... Oh, man. Why do you think we have this awesome crew? Because they know. They know. Oh, my God. CD, are you okay? This is as much suffering for them as it is for me. This is exactly as much suffering. Space Flux. I'll have to look that up. Thanks. We're almost done, though. Your arm hurts. Oh, God. What are you doing in the bus to make your arm hurt? Jeez, at least do it behind a seat where I can't see you. Oh, really? Didn't like the Thong Song and is it called Bad Touch? What was the Bloodhound Gang song? Didn't those come out like the same year? And I was like, oh my God, this is so inappropriate. Gotta rest my arm for a second. Oh, what's CD North? Oh no. Oh no, he's trying to do his iconic catchphrases that I don't know. I don't understand them, but I support him. Okay. Okay. Oh God, my hands. My left hand is suffering from this stream, and I'm just holding a button and tapping another button. This is a 2-button game. Like, you can hit right, but why would you hit the right button? Except to swerve and scare everyone. You really just need a forward and left. But my hand is sore. My throat is sore. We got this. We're so close. It might go past 800 a little bit, right? It might account for the breaks we had. So I could see it potentially going up to like 810 or something. Who knows? Who knows? You know what's weird for me to think? Like, the amount of times I've done tour buses and stuff. Like, I've done over 24-hour drives on tour buses where they have multiple drivers swapping out. And I was fine with that because I'm in the passenger seat. But those poor drivers, I mean, they're getting paid. Although I'm technically getting paid too. I thought that was like distance traveled. But that's just a flat out timer? Oh, I guess that makes sense. We did instantly mess up. So remember, guys, we messed up and we had a few minutes of stream before I started actually playing the game. So this could be like 8:10. We might be like 20 minutes away, who knows? That's pretty amazing. I have no idea what will happen here. I think we get 1 point. Apparently, to get all the achievements in this game, by the way. Listen, they should have taken a fucking plane from Tucson. Why are they taking a bus? An 8-hour bus to a plane. You guys got planes in Tucson, it's fine. But would this be cheaper? Would it? Maybe if they had one of those like crazy bus deals. But buses, long distance buses are freaking expensive. Like you take a train, you take a cross country train, and it's going to be as expensive as a plane a lot of the time. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. And bus rides can be quite expensive too. Although I know some buses, like, I don't know why, but like, so a bus from Toronto to New York would be very expensive. But every once in a while they'll do a deal that's like $1 bus ride from Toronto to New York. I don't know why. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if it's just like a marketing thing. But they'll do like the $1 bus ride, yeah. Or they'll sometimes do like a $1 bus ride from Toronto to Montreal. Whereas normally it would be quite expensive. We're getting close. Wait. He's gone. He left us again. What is at the back of the bus there? What is that? Oh, they're there. They're just hiding. Did I just get an achievement? What did I just get? I just got an achievement. What did I get? We need to stop and see what I got. Oh, okay. What song is this? Oh, that was terrible. Let's stop. Did we get it? What did I get? What? Did I not get an achievement? Okay, we didn't get it. We didn't get it. We're not there. We're not there. And it is Despacito, yes. What about this? Hello, Aussie Dog. How's it going? Long time no see. You know what song that was? Ba 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 da ba da 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 da. Hey! Oh my God, Awkward, how's it going? Oh, Fruity, how's it going? Oh my God, guys. Holy crap. Thanks for the host. Oh my God. Awkward, we've been doing this. Oh my God, we've been doing this. This has been crazy. This has gone on for so long. We don't know if it's 5 minutes left. We actually don't know. I don't know when this ends. It might be like 10 after. Who knows? I'm doing pretty well. I'm also... My throat's exhausted. It's supposed to be like 8 hours, basically. But we've stopped a couple times, right? And I think this might be just a raw timer for how long we've been driving. I can't tell. Although I don't think so, because we were behind and we caught up. So I think this might be at 8. This is Desert Bus, Aussie. This is one of the worst games of all times. Cable, Garrett, oh my God. That's making me laugh. I feel like I should slow down now. Just get them to watch. It's killing you because you think I might wipe out at the end, right? Especially with this pressure from chat. My God. Wait, you were here for that long before you have to go to work? Oh my God, you're gonna have such a tired work day. You're a champion. If the game just crashed, I would probably laugh really hard and I would get someone to clip it. But I would also be really devastated at the same time. Because we're not doing a take 2 of this game. We're just not. We're not doing a take 2. I jokingly said to Goats yesterday, I said, what if I did a 16-hour stream where I did a return trip? Just an impromptu. And now we go back. Thank God there's not traffic. Thank God there's not police that can pull you over for not obeying the rules. But this game, if you go off-road for 1 split second, they tow you. We're so close. We're so close. This is definitely not Wyoming. So right now we're supposed to be in Nevada. So this is between Arizona and Nevada. Fruity, I just want you to know, you have been here in this stream for 2 minutes, and you have essentially caught all 8 hours. This has been the whole game, Fruity. You have missed pretty literally nothing, except for a lot of stories that you would have been uncomfortable to be here for. You missed a lot of uncomfortable stories, but now those stories are over. Oh, yes. That's, those are my dreams. My hopes and dreams. Las Vegas to New Zealand. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, Tucson to New Zealand. Oh, God. Yeah, hopefully the bus floats. We just have to hope the currents carry us. If it's exactly that, for us it was like 4 hours and like 20 minutes or something. It was a little ways after, I think. I don't think it's exactly halfway, but I could be wrong. We're driving to Jesus. I was gonna say New Vegas. We're driving to Las Vegas. No worries, I understand. Tell them that it is fine. Tell them they basically saw the whole stream. For what reason? Listen. These passengers have family. And dreams. And money to spend at casinos. And other unsavory places. And I'm just a bus driver that needs to do his job. This is not me. These are real people. That is CD North. That is Ray Cerrone. And all the way back is Goats on Boats. We also had Angry Scootsman in the bus for a while, and we have had a 4th person also that we don't know. Okay, it says 8. We're still going. Basically you need to download this game. We're almost done, by the way. We're almost done. You need to download the game on Steam. It's free. But we're almost done, I think. Okay. Can someone who is not driving, can you look up what the achievement is called for beating the road? For beating the path? We're beating 1 trip of this game. The actual, to get all the achievements, you need to play for 1,000, I think 1,000 hours without turning the game off. I believe. It is just a stupid, stupid achievement. Okay, so the good thing is we're at 8 hours and 2 minutes. That means right now what we're doing is we're just catching up with all the breaks I took. So we started probably like 5 minutes into the stream, right? So we're gonna have to add 5 minutes, and then we're probably gonna have to add a few more minutes for the breaks I took. They are secret achievements, but you can still look at them by looking at View Global Achievements. Exactly 8 hours. Okay. So it should not take too long. Okay, we do not have it yet. That's good. I thought I missed seeing an achievement, but we don't have it. Yep, there is. But Razoroni, there is an achievement to keep doing this trip back and forth for 1,000 hours without turning off the game. What people do to get that achievement? And somehow 1% of players have it. What the hell? But what they do is they have to keep the game on, and they just like park on the side of the road, and then they like live their life. And they go to work, they eat supper, then they go back and do another trip for 8 hours, or just, you know, 2 hours and then park. And they just do this. Oh, God. We gotta be getting close. If only I knew how long my breaks were. Ah! Oh, God! Oh, God, I zoned out! I guess it depends. I guess it really depends. I mean, the other thing is they could use hacks to just unlock achievements, right? Like, you can just use Cheat Engine or something to unlock achievements, I believe. They could do that. Oh, someone's waving. Sorry, did I wake you up by driving on the side of the road? Oh, God, Aussie Dog, I like pizza also. Hey, Aussie. Are pizza bagel bites pizzas? Aussie, what do you think of chicken burgers? For you people who don't know, Aussie Dog was the classic hot dog's a sandwich. That was his thing. I do too. I do too. Awkward, are you from Canada? Oh yeah. I forgot that UK people are on our side on this one. Yes, a chicken sandwich is a chicken burger. In other countries. There's no way it's more than 8:30. There's no way. I'm gonna guess it's between like probably between 8:10 and 8:15 would be my guess. Probably around 8:10 would be my guess, honestly. Because there's no way we took that long of a break. But it also depends on how long I wasted at the start of stream. I find it weird that this timer says 8:06 though, because I've been streaming for 8:06 and I didn't start this game on the first minute of stream. I let the stream go for like 3 minutes before I started this game, so that's why I find that weird. Yeah, there's no way. My breaks were quick. I took like 4 breaks, and they were probably like 1 to 2 minutes. You know what though? I did forget about the longest break was the one where we did the channel point rewards. Those ones actually took a second. So it might actually be a little bit later because we had to do like the Bulgaria and that stuff. That brings us a little bit later. I wish we knew how long it would take. Like, is there somewhere that tells us? Yeah, with the channel point things, that it might be over 10 minutes for sure. But we got to be getting close. Okay, I have a question for you, Ozzy. If you went to someone's house, what would be weirder? Here's your answer. What would be weirder? If you said, "Hey, can I have something to eat?" And they said, "Sure," and they served you soup. Or you said, "Hey, do you have anything to drink?" And they said, "Sure," and they gave you soup. What would be weirder? You guys are banned! What would be weirder to you? Can I have something to eat? Oh, sure, here's some soup. Or can I have something to drink? Sure, here's some soup. I see how it is. Also, if you go to a restaurant, do you generally say, "I'm going to eat some soup" or "I'm going to drink some soup"? I'm going to drink some soup? I think you can drink soup. I think you can drink soup, but I think you would say it's a food. It's a food that you can drink. You're right. Oh, it'll I think it catches up though. Right? I know, I'm with you, Jaded. I'm with you. Come on, guys. Come on. Yeah, I really feel like there should be something that tells you when you're there. I doubt it, but hopefully. But I doubt it. Because Tucson didn't show us anything. I think we'll probably see a bus stop. I bet you we'll see a bus stop. Oh, Goats on Boats is playing Desert Bus VR. Is she gone? Oh, she's gone. Oh my god, did she crash? Did she get abducted by aliens? I would be pissed if I got dropped off at a bus stop like that in the desert where it's like, great, thanks, now you need to take another bus to get into the city. Because this bus only brings you almost all of the way, but not enough to see the city. Oh, I see. Goats, I think you can join off my friends list. I think you can join directly off my friends list without me inviting. Oh, yeah? What is that? What is that sign? What is this? What are we seeing? What are we seeing? We're seeing stuff. Oh my god. Congrats. You're in the seat of the guy with hands. The one with hands. Signs and shit. We're getting there. That means we're 2/3 of the way. I'm just kidding. Oh god. Could you imagine? My poor voice. Another sign. Guys, we're almost there. We're almost there. God, I can't believe this is one of my best viewed streams. I love it and I hate it and it's amazing and it's hilarious. I love it. You guys are honestly such champions. Like, I freaking adore you guys. I can't believe you guys have toughed this out. And I hyped this up as like the anti-stream. You guys are freaking champions. Holy shit. Okay, come on. We're at 8:13. We gotta be close. We're at the point where I think it could be literally any minute. Literally any minute, I would not be surprised. Hey guys. You guys want to dance? Despacito. Da 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 da. Oh yeah, we got this. I need a song. What's the song? Let me see that thong, baby. That thong, the thong, thong, thong. Da 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 da. I know. I got that raspy voice because of this stream. I should be singing some Macy Gray or something. How does that Macy Gray song go? I don't remember how it goes. Type in chat how it goes. Oh yeah. I try to say goodbye and I choke. I try to walk away and I something. No, I try to hide it. It's clear. La 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 la. You're not here. Yes. Thank you. Though my world jumbles when you are not here. Oh, my world jumbles when you are not here. Good old Jumbler. You guys know Jumbler? I know some of you guys know Jumbler. Hey, I have a question for you guys. Are you guys going by the Pie Club now? Because I remember it was the AV Club at first, but I think I saw it's Pie Club now. Is that the crew name? Oh, I get it. Because Thanksgiving is a thing you have at that time in the States. Oh, it makes so much sense. Oh my god. Because in Canada, we have Thanksgiving a month earlier than you guys. Come on. Come on. Las Vegas. Pumpkin pie is so good. I'm just going to say, pumpkin pie is top tier pie. Pumpkin pie is S tier. I could get pumpkin pie filling and just eat it with a spoon. It is way too good. Oh my god. I would I would love to go down a water slide, but instead of water, it just has pumpkin pie, and I would go down face first with my mouth open. It'd be delicious. Can't pump. My birthday's in August. We don't have those like sweet potato things in Canada when we do that. Because like I've seen in the States they have. Yeah, I know. Dang it. I feel weird saying your name now that I know I'm saying it wrong. I gotta figure it out. I gotta look it up how to pronounce it. Droldemort, we're still going. See, we're going back. We're doing the trip back now. 16-hour stream. Oh. Yeah, it's extra time because of the stops. We gotta be getting close though. Super close. Yeah, I've never had those like sweet potato with marshmallows. I never saw those except on like shots from the States. I was like, that's a thing? Like, it sounds like it might be okay. I'm not a big marshmallow fan. It's okay. But sweet potato, yum. I would give it a shot. I'm open-minded. I'm totally open-minded to it. Listen. I gotta tell you something. I'm not a fan of mustard. I'm not a fan of horseradish. I fucking love some deviled eggs. You know? I'm not a big fan of coconut. I love some Thai red curry. Often, you know, I do like spicy food, yes. God, there's a place in the city where I live that used to have... I don't know if it's still open. I hope it is. But I haven't been there in forever because of lockdown and stuff. But God, it had the best Caribbean food. I would just... Oh, and the hot sauce was so good. I want all that hot sauce. Aussie, I don't know. I think that's a really hard case to make because not always, but I think that sweet, like, listen, if you're getting candy, if you're getting gummies, I would choose sour gummies over sweet gummies. But as an actual flavor profile, I feel like sweet is pretty... I don't know. I feel like sweet is pretty good. There's a lot you can do with it. Although sour, like, I mean, man, I like having my guacamole with too much lime. I like having my, you know, I like having lime in some foods. Like, I'm totally down with sour. I just don't feel like it's as, what's the word? Yeah, me too. I don't feel like it's as versatile. I don't know if versatile is the right word, but I think you get what I mean. Oh, yeah. Salty and umami. Yeah, same. Oh, Merry Christmas. Oh! Is this it? Guys! Guys! Is this it? Oh my God. We fucking did it! Yes! Oh my God. Oh, we got 1 point. We got 1 point. Oh my fucking God. High score is 1. We fucking did it. Go, thank you. Holy shit. Oh my God. What a... We can put this on our list. Okay. Here's what we gotta do. Here's what we gotta do. Okay? First things first, I gotta be real. You guys are fucking awesome. You got... Really? You haven't heard me swear? You guys are freaking amazing. Honestly, this was so much fun. This was a way better stream than I imagined. It was a lot of fun. It was so stupid, and you guys were champions. Holy shit, Race! Oh my god! What are you doing? Okay, let's get you on there. Let's get you on that list. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta get you on there. I can't look at the... Oh man. I can't look at the thing. I can't look at the thing. Oh, and there's a gift sub. Hype train when it's over. Oh my god. I can't look at the leaderboard because of the hype train. I don't know where to put you on the list. Okay. Let's put you here for now. And I'll move you if need be. We'll figure out by the end. I'm gonna put you here for now because I'm sure you're either 1 or 2. I know Goats has trickled in those things a lot. Oh my god, CD North, Troldemort. Oh my gosh. I don't know where you guys are at. I'm just guessing. I don't know. I'm trying. Oh, Jaded. Holy crap, guys. Okay, I'll figure this out. We'll get this all good. God. Hype trains. What is going on, Goats? Geek Girl. We'll get... Man, I should drive more often. Oh, Pickle, thank you. Troldemort. Oh, I gotta put Troldemort in there. I don't remember where everyone is. I'm just gonna put people in. I'm gonna put people in randomly for now, and we'll fix this later. Mr. Troldemort. Okay. Save. We gotta open up the gift one, too. We gotta get Pickle on here. I don't know where everyone is. Oh my god. I can't keep up. Hot tub stream. Yeah, I'll find a game where you get to sit in a hot tub for 8 hours. My god, you guys will just love my ASMR. Or my ASSMR, if you know what I'm saying. Wink, wink. Okay. 5 Pickle Morning. Where are you? Remember how to spell your name. I mean, I know how to spell... Okay, all lowercase. 5 Pickle Morning. I'm going to adjust this stuff, guys. Don't worry if your position is wrong. We're just getting you up on there for now. Okay. Best stream. Oh my god. But yeah, seriously, and Pickle, you just had to get yourself over here too. 5 Pickle Morning. You guys are champions. I'm gonna shout you guys out on Twitter because holy shit, you guys stuck through this stream for so freaking long. It actually blows my mind. You guys were putting in as much work for this stream as I was. Because this was a task. Crazy. Oh, here. We're gonna sit here. We're gonna sit here until the hype train goes. I can get this in order. But we'll definitely have to find someone to raid. Let's see who's on. Oh god, there's a few people. There's some really good people online. I feel like we gotta say hi to Simon. It's gotta be Simon, right? Like there's some other awesome people on. I feel like it's gotta be Simon. What a great... Do you remember that argument about pineapple on pizza and how it's good to make your life not feel so bad? This game existed to make work not feel so bad. You realize, you know what? Maybe this job isn't as boring as this freaking game. Exactly. Oh my god. Can I actually view? Can I view the thing with the thing to know where everyone is so I can get you guys in the place? Oh my god. Okay. Should I do like big old shout outs? Is that a thing that I should... Actually, you know what? While we have people here, we have a Discord. If you're a streamer, you're always welcome to self-promote. We got a bunch of cool people there. And yeah, this VOD, this boring VOD that has been so much fun is honestly, this stream has not been boring for me at all. I have no idea how this stream was not boring. This stream is a lot of fun. I was worried at the 2-hour mark when I'm like, I'm running out of stories about my life. My life has been summed up in an hour and a half. Oh, geez. Oh, God, no. But yeah, this is going on YouTube and all those platforms. You guys know the thing. You guys know the thing. Yeah, I was looking forward to this for a while. I honestly, you know what? We get to do something big right now. Are you guys ready for something big? Oh my gosh, Pickle, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we gotta do something. Are you ready? I'm gonna... You know what? I should probably show this. I should show this, shouldn't I? Okay, are you ready for the music to abruptly cut? Boop, you're gone. Boop, you're back. Let's scroll down. Edit panels. Completed games. Listen, no one argued with me. No one argue with me about this. This is complete. I don't care what you say. Freaking desert. Bus. VR. LOL. Here, we'll give it a big ol' bam. You have to go back. No way in hell. No way in hell. I loved it. I had a lot of fun, but I didn't love it that much. Oh, God. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Where are we at? We completed the hype train. Come on. Oh my God. That was a lot of bits. Holy crap. Oh my God. Okay, come on. Show me the leaderboard. Show me it. I want to get this all accurate. Come on. Come on. I get it. I know. We got emotes. Some of the emotes are really cute. We got dogs. Okay. Let's get this. Okay. So, for gift subs, we got CD North, we got Goats on Boats, we got Angry Scootsman, we got... Oh gosh, there were more gift subs than I've done here. We got Angry Scootsman. We got... What does the Simon say? What does the Simon say? We have M Rose. We have Oh My Kai. We have 5 Pickle Morning. Let's save that. Boom. Let's look over at the monthly top cheerers. Okay, we got Goats on Boats, Raceroni, Jaded Geek Girl, Mr. Trolldemort. Let's get you up there. Bam. Bombshell Boy. 5 Pickle Morning. Let's get you up there. Bam. Oh My Kai, Jumbler, and Angry Scootsman. Boom. Okay, there we go. These are the month of November. Hall of Fame. Thank you guys so much for the support. Let's go say hi to Simon. Here, I'm going to do a raid. What does the Simon say? Should we have a raid message? Like, Jizz to Jazz raid? No, just Jizz to Jazz raid. What should we call this? Do we want to do the Jizz to Jazz raid? Should we do that? Or should we not expose Simon to that in chat? Okay. Jizz to Jazz raid. Bam. Bam. Let's go. Thanks again, everyone. You guys are amazing. Mwah. Thanks for an awesome end to November. Take care, guys. Say hi to Simon. Jizz to Jazz.